Hi. Hello everyone. Good morning. Welcome to Project Bangsa Malaysia Derma Kilat Rakyat live stream powered by Creature Films. I am Douglas and I will be your host for the first hour. So thank you all for showing up. Alright, share lu. Okay, siapa yang tengok live ni nak share lu. Dah 10k baru kita start. Okay, boleh start. Alright, share lu. Right, just to make it very clear, alright, hantar love, share lu. Just to make it clear, this is Project Bangsa Malaysia Derma Kilat Rakyat, okay? But I know some people mungkin confused. Jangan derma kilat, okay? Kita tak nak kilat. Sebab I know a few fellas already message me, bro, semalam saya dah kumpul 6 kilat, mana mau derma? Kita mau duit. Alright, we are trying to raise 3 million ringgit to help people. So it's I want to do it today. Kita nak buat dengan cepat. That's why the term derma kilat is used, a lightning quick donation. Alright, so I know a lot of people ada banyak duit tapi not so clever. Dia faham finance tak faham bahasa. So please understand, kita tak mau kilat, kita mau duit. If you can, the details are all below there. Alright, you can help me. We want to collect 3 million ringgit today to help people because we see the situation. Kita tahu apa yang sedang berlaku, kita nampak the reality, okay? And so if you can help, please help. We got some exciting people coming on later who will share your stories. Mungkin ada buat performance juga, all to help encourage us to help because yes, we got to take care of ourselves. Itu memang patut. Take care of yourself. Once that is done, let's help take care of each other. Okay, so now I will want to invite some people to betul-betul give a proper introduction pasal Project Bangsa Malaysia. Can I please welcome Faizal onto the virtual stage? Faizal?
Okay. Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera, Mr. Douglas. Yang menghiburkan rakyat Malaysia ketika kita dalam pandemik, dalam lockdown PKP, penting sebenarnya untuk memudahkan pemikiran rakyat supaya dapat release stres. Terima kasih juga sedang pendengar yang saya muliakan juga sahabat karib saya Nathaniel Tan yang banyak membantu untuk memastikan projek Bangsa Malaysia ini dapat mencapai sasaran-sasaran yang kita inginkan. Baik, mungkin ringkas, mungkin dalam 2 minit kemudian akan disambung oleh sahabat saya Nathaniel Tan dan juga sahabat-sahabat lain sebenarnya hari ini saya berasa bertuah dan berasa bahagia. Bukan bahagia apa walaupun hari ini kita dalam kekusutan, kita dalam lockdown, ada kes bunuh diri yang banyak, kes ekonomi, rakyat yang semakin menghimpit, sektor kesihatan sehingga naik ke 11,000, 13,000 dan 12,000, ribu lah. Tapi dalam situasi ini terdapatnya yang kita sebut sebagai silver lining ataupun kebahagiaan. Apa itu kebahagiaan? Inilah kebahagiaan kita, iaitu pada pagi ini kita berkongsi semangat bantu-membantu dengan rasa penuh bahagia. Tanpa mengira warna kulit, tanpa mengira kaum, bangsa Melayu, Cina, India ataupun Kadazan dan sebagainya, kita berkongsi semangat membantu dengan rasa bahagia. Saya mahukan hari ini semua bercakap dengan rasa penuh bahagia. Memang kita tengah stres, tapi cubalah untuk kita meraihkan hari ini dengan penuh kebahagiaan, iaitu kita membuat sesuatu yang kita enjoy. Kita berkongsi semangat, berkongsi resources, berkongsi kepakaran, berkongsi segala-galanya tanpa mengira warna kulit, tanpa mengira segmen artis ataupun NGO ataupun mungkin aktivis dan sebagainya. Kita berkongsi atas rasa bahagia. Hari ini kita berbahagia untuk membantu rakyat. Dan saya fikir inilah yang kita sebut sebagai Projek Bangsa Malaysia, dan ini juga yang kita sebut sebagai #Rakyat Jaga Rakyat. Hari ini saya fikir rakyat mungkin sukar lagi untuk mengharapkan apa yang datang daripada kelompok elit, atasan dan sebagainya. Jadi ini adalah masa yang tiba masanya untuk kita sebagai rakyat buat satu inisiatif. Dan ini salah satu inisiatif rakyat datang daripada akar rumbi, beyond politics, untuk bersama kita membantu, sama ada daripada sektor NGO-nya, ABIM, Projek Bangsa Malaysia, media, artis dan sebagainya. Sebab kita akhirnya kita nak bawa satu semangat yang kita sebut sebagai semangat solution driven, perpaduan rakyat. Inilah yang kita mahu tunjukkan kepada kerajaan, kepada orang politik, rakyat mahukan solution dan rakyat sekarang bergerak ke arah untuk mencapai solution atas kapasiti. Semua orang dilibatkan, semua segmen dilibatkan, semua masyarakat dilibatkan tanpa mengira warna kulit, tanpa mengira kaum, tanpa mengira segmen of society. Kita mahu semua pelibatan semua untuk kita bantu memastikan rakyat dapat diselamatkan. Dan insyaAllah terima kasih juga sekali lagi kepada semua yang berpartisipasi. Kita mengharapkan kita dapat objektif seperti mana yang disebut oleh Douglas. Kita tak nak kilat ya. Kilat nanti orang takut, orang duduk rumah. Tapi kita nak sumbangan dan insyaAllah kita akan pastikan berlakunya transparansi dan sebagainya. Perbincangan yang lebih detail untuk memastikan rakyat diutamakan dan rakyat diselamatkan. Terima kasih Douglas dan juga rakan-rakan. Itu saja dari saya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much Faizal. Sepatutnya you belum habis kerja tau. You kena pass kepada Nathaniel.
Ya, saya pass kepada sahabat karib saya Nathaniel.
Thank you. Terima kasih saudara rakan karib saya, saudara Faizal. Thanks Douglas. I miss our Sentul days, bro. And thank you all of you. Thank you so much for joining us and watching today. Our live stream Demi Kilat Rakyat today is all about bringing Malaysians together to lift one another up in Bangsa Malaysia, bangkit, membantu. This is exactly what Project Bangsa Malaysia is all about. We're not just a non-governmental organization. We are definitely not a political organization. We're a nation-building organization. Not more than 2 weeks ago, I told the people, the organizers of this event, said, hey, let's do the biggest fundraising live stream Malaysia has ever seen. 2 weeks, huh? Normal people would have said, Nat, you're crazy, please get lost. The people I approached, they said, you know what? Let's do it. Kasih jadi, jalan je. This to me embodies the Malaysian spirit. We are a nation of incredibly energetic, hopeful, and most of all, compassionate people. As we go into the darkest period our nation has ever experienced in generations, I know it is this Malaysian spirit, semangat Malaysia that will carry us through. Okay, I need to really name the people who worked on this, the 3 people who worked the hardest, Putri, Eric, and Amirul. You'll hear from them soon. Did an amazing job. I also really need to really quickly name the people who've been helping with Project Bangsa Malaysia right from the start. Julian is an 18-year-old kid who's literally done more for Project Bangsa Malaysia than anybody else. I want to thank Hamid, Goshen, Kaylan, Carol, Vinod, Sharifa, Sebastian, Sean, and of course my beloved wife Debbie. I only wish you could see how much blood, sweat and tears they've put in to make today a reality. What you will be able to see though is a product of all their hard work. So please enjoy yourself today. Satu event yang penuh dengan kebahagiaan seperti dikatakan saudara Faizal tadi. And of course, please donate generously. Do not donate kilat, donate money, cold hard cash. Thank you very much, guys. Over to you, Putri.
Hello, hi. Oh my goodness, it's been a crazy past few weeks to put this event together, and I am so lucky to be together in a team of go-getters. So we are here today to fundraise 3 million ringgit. When the first I got the idea, I was like, are you mad? But yeah, here we are. And let's bring the vision to come true. And I'll be throughout the program every now and then. You'll be sharing, you'll be seeing me moderating. So just feel free. And I can't wait to let Amidot and Eric to join me as well.
Hi everyone. Good to see everyone online today. Basically, it has been a very harrowing experience to get this up in 2 weeks. But I think the important message is that end of the day, we want to bring hope to our fellow Malaysians, right? We know it's a difficult period of time at this point of time, and everybody is struggling to get through this pandemic together. So, like what we've done for the stream, this live stream, we've shown that in a short span of time, if people put their minds to it, put their hearts to it, stand together, we can get things done. So I hope that you guys enjoy the live stream today, and I hope that we can all stand together as Malaysians to help each other out and to give hope to those who need it the most, right? So thank you very much for taking the time today. Please donate generously, and I'm going to introduce my colleague Amirul. Thank you.
Hello everybody, thank you so much for everyone, especially the performers, Nathaniel, Faisal, Douglas. Hey, firstly, this can't happen without the help of our performers here. It's actually a pretty crazy thing. We did this in the span of 2 weeks without anything, and it's really the spirit of generousness of us Malaysians that this thing to start. I also want to thank Senior Harian to help out in regards to all the accounting needs, and also Feature Films, who is live streaming for us right now. They are totally cool and awesome guys, where they helped us and sponsored this event for us. And I really want to encourage all Malaysians to be together with us today and to help Malaysia as a whole in regards to this current pandemic now. And I'll pass this mic to our brother Douglas there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So you heard from the team. Memang kami semua tahu situasi yang sedang berlaku. We feel it. We are experiencing it. And so we're all doing whatever we can to help. So I want to ask you, I know I don't usually go on air and go like, please bagi duit. I think I've never done it. Tak pernah. I selalu hantar love. Biasanya hantar love. Please hantar donation, guys. We're trying to raise as much as possible. Our target is 3 million sebab kita nak tolong orang. I think it's as simple as that. No other agenda here. Sebab ada orang tengah susah, kita nak tolong, and that's all. So I would ask all of you to donate. The information is there. See the number account. Donate. Everything will be extremely transparent because it is what it is. Okay, orang tengah susah, so let's just do what we can. So for the first performer, I would like to. He's my friend actually. This guy. Yeah, he's a doctor, ex-doctor. He's an ex-doctor, and discovered that he prefers to tell jokes, which is actually quite a stupid thing to think. But he has succeeded. Yeah, from saving lives. Now he's just making people laugh as much as he can. He's been featured on Comedy Central, has a comedy special on Netflix also called #Blessed. I have been able to perform with him across the country, in other countries as well. That time boleh travel lah. We've been outside as well to perform. His heart is in the right place, but his face is not lah. So please welcome Dr. Jason Leong.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, Abang Douglas, for a very kind introduction. I've been told by the organizers, don't criticize the government so much. So let me just say that everything is fine. They are doing a tremendous job, and that's why we are trying to raise money for charity. Okay? And speaking about charity also, tadi Abang Douglas kata jangan derma kilat. Ya, saya faham. Saya ada masalah. Ada orang tengok derma kilat rakyat, dia nak derma rakyat. Ada kawan call saya kata saya nak derma my mother-in-law. I said cannot. You have to give money. Okay. Speaking about charity, one of the most amazing things that the organizers have done is you guys somehow have magically managed to convince Douglas Lim to do charity. That is amazing. He has never done a single act of charity as far as I've known him. He just said that he never goes on air to ask people for money. That is true because he asked for people money in private. Off air, he asked people for money. Okay, so I don't know how you guys convince him, but that is the biggest achievement I've ever seen anyone done. Congratulations. Okay, it is. I don't know how you guys did it. Okay. Anyway, I feel the people, I feel the rakyat, I feel all this, I see all those white flags, black flags, and I feel you. It's important right now that all of us here today also remember the Malaysian flag because that's what we are here for. And every time we enter a new phase, not new MCO, EMCO, FMCO, LMFAO, whatever, there will always be a period where Malaysians would suddenly go out to the supermarkets and they start panic buying, they start hoarding, they'll queue up, aunties and uncles queue up with 25,000 loaves of gardenia bread. And all these acts are quite selfish, okay? They're very selfish because they don't think about others. When they panic buy and they hoard, they prevent me from panic buying and hoarding at the supermarkets, okay? So please think about other people. Okay, I also want to panic buy, okay? And nowadays, in this time of political turmoil, a lot of people say, well, Jason, you're a comedian now. How are the politicians are funnier than the comedians? How are you going to cari makan? Politik lebih lawak daripada pelawak, babe. Macam mana nak cari job? I say, hey, hello. There is a big difference between politicians and comedians. Okay? Okay? Comedians have punchlines. politicians have a line of people waiting to punch them. It's very different. Understand? Not? Big difference, huh? Okay, big difference. Anyway, I would like to apologize for my appearance, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, usually entertainers, they come on stage, they come on screen. They're very sexy, they're very good looking, they're very handsome. I look like this. Okay, I know what you're thinking. I either look like the nice guy version of Kim Jong Un or the poorer version of Jolo. Okay, and it doesn't help that I'm now asking you for money. Looking like Jolo. Okay, you can send money. If you don't want to send to Karangcraft, you can send it to my personal account. I'm setting up a sovereign wealth fund to save Malaysia. Okay, save Malaysia. Now, I also just found out that we are catering to a large audience. Saya nak buat lawak dalam bahasa Melayu, boleh dalam bahasa Malaysia, boleh. Dulu saya SPM, bahasa saya A1. Okay. Pada saya, bahasa Malaysia ni bahasa yang indah, bahasa yang unik, ya. Tapi cara kita guna bahasa Malaysia agak pelik sikit, ya. Especially kat Selangor ni, okay. You cuba perhatikan, ya. Di Selangor kalau kita nak beli burger yang ada daging, kita panggil burger daging. Kalau kita nak beli burger yang ada ayam, kita panggil burger ayam. Tapi kalau kita nak beli burger yang hanya ada telur, kita panggil burger banjo. Apa kaitan telur dengan banjo? Banjo itu gitar yang kecil. Dan you perasan tak? Perkataan telur boleh digantikan dengan banjo. Tetapi banjo tak boleh digantikan dengan telur. Okay? Give you example lah. Kalau Siti Nurhaliza, dia keluar ke Astro dan dia nak main banjo, Siti tak boleh kata, "Hai, nama saya Siti dan hari ni Siti nak main telur." Tak boleh. It's not gonna work. Okay? Anyway, also another big issue that's hangat-hangat sekarang ni ialah isu vaksinasi. A lot of people are scared about being vaccinated or whatever. And as a doctor, I get a lot of stupid questions when it comes to vaccinations. Now, suddenly people don't want to get vaccinated because they think this new miracle drug, ivermectin, can cure COVID. And my question is, why on earth would you rather cure a disease than prevent having a disease? Just because we can cure gonorrhea doesn't mean you should have sex without a condom. You understand not? Okay? And when it comes to vaccination, so like I say, because of my background as a doctor, a lot of people ask me weird questions when it comes to vaccinations. That's it. And I'll act out a conversation with a friend. You'll tell me at which point I want to take my shoe and slap his face. Okay? I asked him, this was in March, okay? True story. I said, "Hey bro, are you going to take the vaccines when it comes out?" My friend goes, "No lah bro. I don't want to take the vaccine." I say, "Why you don't want to take the vaccine?" Because the vaccine, a lot of dangerous chemicals. Just. It doesn't make sense, okay? And then some of them ask me stupid questions like, "But Jason, what if the vaccine, the ingredients are not safe? I am concerned with the safety of the ingredients in the vaccine." I was like, hello, you are Malaysian. Your favorite place to eat is at a hawker stall next to a road, next to a heavy traffic road, next to a dumpster, next to a dump site with rats bigger than the cats. The rats eat the cats, okay? And the char kway teow is cooked in a wok that literally hasn't been washed in decades. Okay, because they want to preserve the flavor in the wok. We call it the wok hay. You want to preserve the flavor in the wok. They don't wash the wok. They preserve the wok. They call it the wok hay. Wait, they call it the wok hay. It is so ingrained in the culture that if you ask the uncle, "Have you washed your wok?" The uncle, "How dare you say I wash my wok? I've never washed my wok. I've never washed my wok." Okay, and this char kway teow is cooked in an unwashed wok with that wok hay by an uncle who himself doesn't look like he has been washed in decades. The uncle has his own wok hay. And you eat the char kway teow while the trucks and lorries are passing by, you're inhaling the fumes, and suddenly you're asking whether it's safe to take the vaccines. No one has ever asked, is the char kway teow safe? So please, this is my last public service announcement. Go and get vaccinated. If not, I slap you, then you know. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Please donate generously. Donate until it hurts. Let's save Malaysia. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Back to you, Douglas.
Thank you so much, Jason. Yes, please guys donate. Also, kalau if you can't share, any sumbangan, share this live stream, because I noticed that like some of you are saying, oh, I shared. Some of you say, yeah, I've shared. But a lot of you have not gone as dah share. So please, guys, share this live stream. We want to get as many people as possible. You know, as banyak orang tengok. Kalau ada banyak mata yang tengok, harap banyak lagi lah sumbangan yang akan datang. Okay, that is our hope. Sebab ada, you know, ramai orang yang sedang menunggu bantuan. They don't know what to do. They don't know where to go. They don't know who to ask for help. And so we are just going to try to come together at Rakyat Malaysia as a bangsa Malaysia to just help each other out. Okay, now bersama-sama saya adalah Putri Nuraina Balkis. Dia koordinator live stream Derma Kilat Rakyat. This one, you saw her just now. Dan penggerak Maya Malaysia. Oh, nama banyak. Shock Maya Malaysia. Okay, gerakan bantuan asas di Taiping, Perak. Putri dan saya akan berbual santai dengan tetamu kita pada hari ini tentang usaha mereka sepanjang tempoh lockdown ini, iaitu Ultimate and Naim Daniel. So, they here.
Yes.
Sudah datang. Ultimate, Naim.
Apa khabar?
Assalamualaikum, apa khabar semua?
Finally.
Hi. Ultimate actually we met lah, kita terserempak dekat tempat beli barang keperluan itu hari. Ya.
Betul. Betul lah. Patut salam tapi tak boleh salam.
Tak boleh. But I'll tell you this because that time was like hanya ketua rumah boleh pergi keluar beli barang. All the guys were there, right? All the guys were there, and tiba-tiba semua macam jadi influencer because everyone doing live stream. Tapi stream dengan rumah. Like all of the handphone there. Yang mana bawang merah, yang mana bawang what? There's 3 types of bawang here. Yang mana saya beli? All the guys were there with their handphones. Things have changed. Banyak benda sudah pun berubah, and we are coping as best we can. So for those of you who are here, welcome Ultimate, seorang rapper, penulis lagu selama 20 tahun, juga antara ikon hip hop Malaysia dan Asia. And sekarang melakukan banyak gerak kerja melalui pemberian bantuan barangan asas kepada para penduduk yang terkesan dengan COVID-19 di sekitar UK, Perdana Bukit Antarabangsa, Lembah Keramat dan Gombak. Doing a lot of work there. Naim Daniel, penyanyi dan pelakon terkemuka, banyak menyuarakan isi hati rakyat dan turut menggerakkan inisiatif untuk rakyat, bermula dengan food bank di Semenyih. Well done bro. Menumpukan kepada usaha pemberian barangan keperluan asas buat rakyat yang terkesan di kawasan sekitar. So, Putri, you want to take over first from now?
Bisa. Alright, so let's get things rolling. So, mungkin Ultimate dengan Naim for the start boleh cerita apa sebenarnya yang buatkan korang start tergerak untuk turun on ground dan gerakkan kerja-kerja bantuan, and macam mana gerak kerja korang setakat ni? Okay tak?
Naim? Alamak, sama. Apa tergerak sebenarnya, kita tengok keadaan orang-orang atau dalam kawasan yang saya rasa jiran saya lah. Kan, jiran dalam kawasan ni yang jiran saya dapat tahu yang ada yang tak cukup barang asas ni. Jadi saya dengan jiran saya lagi seorang ni kata, jom kita buat benda ni. Kita tak fikir banyak, kita buat je dulu. Nanti kita boleh figure it out along the way lah. So, yalah, ni dah masuk minggu ketiga kami buat benda lah. So, Alhamdulillah.
Okay, Naim. So start dengan food bank, and now dah start target families juga. So macam mana start gerakan in the first place?
Macam lebih kurang macam Abang Ultimate, kita tak ada sebarang proper planning untuk buat gerakan misi ni, sebab this one morning masa Naim terjaga tu tergerak hati untuk kata macam hari ni kita nak buat food bank. So daripada situ Naim try to do some research on my place untuk tengok di mana tempat yang mungkin ada kekurangan dari segi bekalan makanan dan keluarga yang terkesan dan tertekan oleh PKP semua ni kan. So daripada situ juga Naim try gerakkan on my own, and Naim cuba untuk nak reach out to them, sebab this is the moment yang dia buat Naim rasa terhentak sikit tau. Untuk kita nak tahu the world doesn't revolve around us. Bukan semua orang berkemampuan, bukan semua orang berkesempatan, bukan semua orang berkebolehan macam mana kita ada. So daripada situ Naim rasa macam okay, now of course kita cuba bantu among us, which is my family, also the relatives, and now what else can we do kan untuk kita cuba reach out to them. Sebab right now Naim percaya kita tahu everyone around Malaysia sekarang losing their job, losing their life, taking away their life tanpa rasa macam tak percaya dengan hari esok kan. So kita cuba untuk jadi the beacon of light for them to actually believe yang kita masih lagi ada harapan, and that's why kita cuba untuk lakukan misi food bank ni lah.
Awesome. So memang whatever yang Ultimate dan Naim tengah buat sekarang memang dia jadi bualan orang ramai lah. And kalau tak keterlaluan untuk kalau saya cakap, sebenarnya bila Ultimate dan Naim dah start gerakkan tu, orang ramai pun macam terinspirasi dan juga nak menggerakkan jugalah. Jadi so far safe to say dah dekat sebulan lebih buat this initiative kan. So apa antara momen-momen yang macam paling terkesan di hati Ultimate dan Naim setakat ni?
Fui, banyak cerita ni. Kita food pack kami ni, kami gunakan satu pendekatan mana logiknya awak boleh terus makan. Maknanya ada mi segera, ada juga cukup barang untuk buat nasi goreng. Kan, jadi ada biasalah minyak masak, beras, kicap, ikan bilis dan juga sardin dan telur. Kan, jadi kami kira mereka apa ni, berapa banyak barang yang kami bagi tu lebih kurang seminggu lah dia boleh tahan kan. So ada satu brother ni dia ambil, dia kata dia satu family 4 orang. Laki, bini, suami isteri dan juga 2 orang anak. Dia kata, "Oh bang, terima kasih bang. Ini boleh last. Ini kita boleh buat apa ni? Barang ni memang kita boleh makan sebulan." Dan kita cakap, bro, jangan makan sebulan. Kita orang kira-kira ni boleh makan seminggu. Bro ambil dulu, bila bro perlukan lagi bro bagi tahu kita orang. So itu satu benda yang sangat terkesan lah. Sebab cara diorang nak satu makanan tu, sebab diorang tak tahu bila lagi diorang akan dapat makanan lagi. Jadi diorang akan tengok makanan ni, okey, biasanya seminggu, tapi kita boleh tarik makanan ni, kita boleh catu makanan ni sampai sebulan. So saya sangat terkesan pasal benda tu lah. Saya sampai terus terang cakap, saya hilang selera makan lah kat rumah. Sebab Alhamdulillah rumah saya makanan cukup. Orang rumah saya pun pandai masak, sedap. Tapi saya yang kurang selera sebab fikir pasal orang macam ni. Kan, so itu antara satu yang insiden yang buat saya terkesan lah.
Memang bila kita tengok sendiri on ground macam ramai lagi orang yang sangat susah to the point macam bercatu, kira makan untuk sebulan terus, it really hurts lah. Naim, any stinging moment sepanjang gerakan inisiatif ni?
Sebagai Naim katakan, boleh dikatakan muda lagi kan, sebab Naim tak pernah ada keluarga, maksudnya tak pernah ada keluarga sendiri, which is ada anak, tak pernah ada isteri lagi. So bila kita buat gerakan ni, and pertama kali Naim rasa macam betul-betul terduduk masa beli barang-barang keperluan tu. Okay, kita ada beras, kita beli sardin, Maggi, kita beli minyak, garam, gula semua. But antara semua inventory yang Naim beli kan tu, yang betul-betul buat Naim rasa macam, ya Allah, kita terhentak sekejap bila Naim berdiri dekat depan rak lampin bayi. So rupanya selama ni bila orang kata reality untuk tak ada duit nak beli pampers anak dan sebagainya tu, it is happening. Kita tengok kalau let's say awak tak ada dalam RM50, janganlah mimpi untuk nak beli pampers baby sebenarnya. And it is really satu pengalaman yang macam, ya Allah, buka mata betul-betul. And masa kita park our food bank, family yang datang, ada keluarga yang naik motor sampai 5 anak beranak. Abang dia dekat depan, mak dia pegang anak kiri kanan, nak bawa, nak ambil makanan semua kan, ambil barang keperluan. So kita nampak masyarakat keliling kita ni, sebelum ni kita just keluar pergi mana, kita pergi 7E ke, kita pergi Family Mart ke, balik. Kita pergi mamak ke sebelum ni, okey balik. Kita tak tahu ada rupanya mereka yang betul-betul memerlukan bantuan, and we are actually mengeluarkan kelompok-kelompok ini untuk kita tahu macam mereka perlukan bantuan ni. So daripada situ Naim terus tambahkan lagi dari segi kita katakan toiletries, especially kaum hawa dan juga anak-anak ni, kita bagi lebih lagi sebab this is somehow bukan benda yang kita katakan kita bermain dengan something yang biasa-biasa. It is a nature di mana kita perlukan juga. Kita tahu sekarang dengan period poverty and everything that is happening, so kita have to make sure yang kita target juga dekat situ. And itulah saya rasa banyak benda pampers lah bagi terkesan anak Naim lah. Sebab untuk orang, kalau orang cerita tak dapat nak beli pampers ke apa semua kan, benda tu real guys. So something to think about juga.
Faham. Dia memang membuka mata kan bila kita turun sendiri on ground. Because kalau tak turun on ground, we can like macam bersimpati. Tapi bila turun sendiri, kita lagi boleh muatkan diri kita dalam kasut masing-masing kan.
Ya.
So, saya pun ada, saya pun sebab sedang gerakkan movement di typing, so I totally can relate to this lah. And I'm going to move to next question. Ultimate, Naim dua-dua anak seni. Anak seni pun ada cabaran sendiri throughout this crazy time. Tapi kalian adalah anak seni yang sedang membantu masyarakat on ground. Jadi apa antara thoughts yang selalu bermain di fikiran? Dan kalau ada kata-kata yang anda nak kongsikan dengan mereka yang sedang menonton ni, silakan.
Saya rasa memang kami dua memang anak seni, tapi kami sebenarnya orang biasa. Kan, kami orang biasa and kami memang melalui benda-benda yang orang biasa lalui. Dan salah satu kuasa anak seni ni, orang seni ni, ialah kita boleh bergerak di mana-mana lapisan masyarakat. Kan, daripada petani sampai ke pemimpin, daripada postman sampai ke polis, semua kita boleh. And sebab diorang pun rasa dekat dengan kita. Kan, so itu satu keistimewaan, satu privilege yang masa ni lah kita boleh gunakan. And kita sebab kita gunakan seni kita untuk menghiburkan orang, ramai orang masih dekat dengan kita. Kan, kita ada pengaruh lah, kita ada influence. Bukan makna kita influencer, tapi kita ada influence. Jadi kalau kita tak guna influence ni, rugilah. Kan, saya tak suka jadi orang yang terkenal sebenarnya. Saya tak suka. Saya tak ambil gambar semua, tak suka. Tapi saya boleh gunakan benda ni untuk tolong orang, untuk inspirasikan orang buat benda sama. So saya terpaksa bertoleransi lah tentang benda yang saya tak suka ni, dan gunakan dia untuk sebagai alat untuk buat benda baik lah.
Faham. Thanks for the sharing, Ultimate. Naim, ada any particular thoughts tak yang selalu bermain di fikiran Naim? Dan kalau ada benda Naim nak share dengan rakyat Malaysia yang tengah menonton sekarang?
Pada hemat saya merasakan apa yang kita gerakkan ni, kita tak memakai baju selebriti, artis maupun influencer. Kita sekarang ni di saat yang di mana semua orang hanya perlu menjadi manusia. Di mana whatever happening in this world apa, be it you hilang harta, you hilang kedudukan, you hilang kepimpinan ke apa, but jangan hilang manusia dalam diri kita. And this is one more thing yang nak ingatkan, di mana bila kita dipertanggungjawabkan dengan jumlah pengikut maupun penyokong kita especially the people who are working in the entertainment industry, pekerja seni itu sendiri harus menganggap ini bukan lagi kita katakan sebagai hanya limelight maupun a fame, but this is also a tanggungjawab yang boleh kita lakukan untuk sama-sama menggerakkan. Sebab kita kena tahu setiap orang di dalam followers kita tu, mereka juga merupakan nyawa. Dan untuk kita sampaikan isi hati mereka yang tak terkesampaian itu merupakan kita katakan one of our tanggungjawab untuk kita feed our followers, kita feed our audience dengan apa yang mampu kita berikan. So untuk kita radiate the positivity and also kita cuba jalankan juga perkara-perkara seperti yang mampu memanusiakan diri kita, itu adalah kita katakan yang Naim kata tadi, untuk kita ada manusia dalam diri kita. Dan saya rasa untuk kita sama-sama membantu ni, as long as you ada suara, itu adalah kuasa you. And just like how Abang Ultimate punya lagu lah, yang indah di mata, tak semua je nyata kan. So whatever it is, you just have to make sure everyone right now, kita tak pakai baju pangkat, baju pengaruh ke apa, kita hanya memakai manusia dalam diri kita untuk kita tengok dunia dengan mata yang kita ada sekarang ni. Yeah.
Okay. So sekarang ni kita ada satu soalan daripada audience. So dia tanya, macam mana orang ramai boleh support inisiatif Ultimate dan Naim? Ada tak cara-cara mereka boleh untuk support this cause? Adakah you guys terbuka kepada donation ke apa ke, Bayani Chan?
Ada, tapi buat masa sekarang ni, dalam masa singkat ni, kita nak salurkan donation dekat Sinar.tv donation ni kan. Nampak kat bawah tu ada www.sinar.tv.donation. So buat masa ni salurkan. Siapa lepas ni benda ni semua dah habis nak salurkan kepada Naim, saya rasa mesti info ada kat media sosial Naim. Dan kalau nak salurkan kepada gerakan saya tu ada kat ni lah. Tapi tu bukan fokus dia. Fokus kita sekarang dekat ni. Ni kan projek Bangsa Malaysia ni. Jadi kita nak semua orang kan Naim. Kan? Kalau boleh sumbanglah kat projek Bangsa Malaysia ni.
Thank you so much. The shout out means the world to us. So kita akan ada lebih 40 NGO yang akan menerima manfaat daripada event fundraising ini. Jadi kalau boleh nak sembang lagi banyak dengan Ultimate dan Naim, tapi we're running out of time. Tapi thank you so much sebab sudi meluangkan masa bersama kami pagi Sabtu macam ni. Kami di Projek Bangsa Malaysia mendoakan Ultimate, Naim dan inisiatif-inisiatif yang lain di luar sana akan terus maju, dan mungkin kita sebagai rakyat Malaysia, semoga kita sentiasa di bawah rahmat Tuhan as always.
Amin.
Okay, thank you so much. Over to you, Douglas.
Thank you.
Thank you. All stay safe, guys. Thank you, Ultimate. Thank you, Naim.
Okay, be safe.
Thank you, Putri. Yes, actually I also pernah nampak lah things around here dekat tempat yang saya tinggal. Also orang susah. I've got old punya school group, the sekolah menengah punya group, kita connect balik, and then one of us dia pergi beli barang and buat sumbangan, and because the conditions are bad. So guys, again, kalau boleh sumbang, kalau tak boleh share live ini, share dengan kawan-kawan, because we're trying to get as many people as possible to just show up online. You don't have to go anywhere, tak perlu masuk kereta. I mean unless you suka kereta lah. Maybe lebih sunyi sana or whatever. But you don't have to go anywhere. Just get online, get onto this Facebook Live. You can listen to what's going on. If you don't listen, doesn't matter. Just come on, donate to help one another out. Because I mean, listening to Ultimate punya story, to Naim punya story, what I saw that day, which really buat saya betul-betul terkesan, was that saya pergi beli lunch, and on the side of the road, saya nampak bumblebee. Bukan lebah, the Transformers. Like that, there was bumblebee, yang warna kuning. Bumblebee was on the roadside. Tolong kawan dia jual air. Okay, ataupun ada orang kalau nak ambil gambar dengan dia, boleh ambil gambar, mungkin donate sikit, bagi sikit kutipan. Bumblebee in the hot sun outside my house, and all I can think of was like betapa zalimnya kerajaan Cybertron sampai warga dia bumblebee perlu datang ke Malaysia dan jual air di tepi jalan in the hot sun. Because lah, that means bumblebee is kira warga asing lah dekat sini. And we have our issues with warga asing. Number one. And number two, bumblebee dekat sini tak selamat langsung. There is no way bumblebee boleh register untuk vaccination because he is a robot. Very clear. So we see things that are happening, guys, and we need to help. We really do. I mean, yes, I still make jokes. That's what I do. I'm a comedian. I still make jokes. I still see things, but behind the jokes, inside, behind all the laughter, behind the sindiran, behind the sarcasm, behind the bumblebee mask, is a person that needs our help. So, guys, you can see the number. You can see the scroll there. Do donate. If you can't, share this live video supaya ramai orang boleh dapat tahu tentang inisiatif ini. No politics, no race involved. Tak ada warna kuning, warna hijau, warna putih, tak ada. It's just bangsa Malaysia helping each other out. Okay, guys. Next up, we've got a performance, some music for Saturday morning. This person is known as the Malaysian music circuit as a jazz vocalist, Junji Delfino. I know her. Obviously, kita pernah buat show sama-sama in KL, and also I think one of the first times I went to Johor untuk buat show, both her and her husband, David Gomez, was the one who took me there. But Junji is Hollywood, yeah. Yeah, you think orang Malaysia like, orang Malaysia ada Hollywood. because Junji actually appeared on the film Crazy Rich Asians. Hollywood, which I think it won an award for best ensemble or something like that, right? But I mean, of course, Henry Golding was there, and he's the guy we all know, like, oh, Malaysian, right? But no, Junji was also on Crazy Rich Asians. I auditioned, tak dapat lah. Sometimes life is hard lah. No, but no, congratulations, Junji, on that. I have not been able to see you. So dia akan ada di sini untuk menyanyi sikit, accompanied by David Gomez, one of the premier male jazz vocalists and also the country's pioneer in jazz. Hopefully, they can inspire people to delve into the richness of jazz music or of music in general, but also to entertain us. Kalau dengar sikit music jazz, mungkin feeling, nak bantu lah. Kalau boleh, the more notes. I hear all these notes, I want to give notes also. Notes of ringgit lah. So you can see the scroller down there. Do donate, do share. Ladies and gentlemen, Junji Delfino and David Gomez.
When you're down and trouble and you need a helping hand, nothing, no, nothing is going right. Close your eyes and think of me. Soon I will be there to brighten up even your darkest night. You just call out my name, and you'll know wherever I am, I'll come running. Yes, I will, just to see you again. And winter, spring, summer, fall, all you gotta do is call, and I'll be there. Yes, I will, 'cause you've got a friend. And if the sky above you should turn dark and full of clouds, and that old north wind just begins to blow, remember to keep your head together and call my name out loud. Soon you'll hear me knocking upon your door, and you just call out my name, and you know wherever I am, well, I'll come running, yeah, just to see you again. Yeah, baby, don't you know that winter, spring, summer, or fall, all you gotta do is call, and I'll be there. Yes, I will. Now ain't it you gotta call out my name, and you know wherever I am, I'm gonna come running, 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 yeah, yeah, just to see you again. Oh, baby, don't you know winter, spring, summer, fall? All you gotta do is call. I'ma be there, baby, yes I will. 'Cause you've got a friend. Yeah, you got a friend. Well, ain't it good to know? Ain't it good to know you got a friend? You got a friend. You've got a friend. Yes, you do. You've got friends in all of us here tonight. We're thinking of you. We're pulling everyone together tonight, especially for you guys, because we love you.
Getaran jiwa melanda hatiku, tersusun nada irama dan lagu, walaunya sederhana, tetapi tak mengapa. Semoga dapat membangkitkan sadarlah kamu wahai insan, tak mungkin hilang. Irama dan lagu bagaikan kembang sentiasa bermadu, andai dipisah lagu dan irama, lemah tiada berjiwa. Hampa. Smile though your heart is aching. Smile even though it's breaking. When there are clouds in the sky, you get by. And you smile through your fears and sorrows. Smile and maybe tomorrow you see the sun come shining through for you.
You gotta light up your face.
Light up your face with
gladness,
gladness,
hide
every trace of sadness. Although a tear may be ever so near, that's the time you must keep on trying. Smile, what's the use of crying? You find that life is still worthwhile. You find that life is still worthwhile. You find that life is still worthwhile if you just smile. Remember to smile. We know it's tough out there, guys. We know you're working so hard, and the whole of Malaysia is thinking about you and really, really appreciates everything that you are doing. And all we can say is how hard it may be, how tough it may be. We know you're tired. We know it's really, really taxing every single person out there. But smile. Find something to smile about. Find something to be grateful for. That's a given to make you smile. So, Malaysia, we love you. Frontliners, our hearts are with you. Everybody, take care and smile. Smile.
Thank you very much, Junji, as well as David. Smile, kan? But while you're smiling, guys, donate. Don't just smile. Donate. Share this video with your friends, because kita nak ramai orang tengok benda ni, ramai orang support dan ramai orang bantu. Kita bantu orang. Okay, that's what we're trying to do, because we see the reality and kita tahu apa yang at least kita boleh buat, apa yang kita perlu buat. Sebab ada ramai yang nampak situasi yang sama tapi tafsiran diorang off. Tafsiran diorang tak tahu ke mana. And this is it's a classic story. I don't know, it's a joke lah. Basically, I'll tell you one joke, okay? This Malay joke about Sepul the Frog. It's called, the joke is called Sepul the Frog, okay? So, dia ni dekat macam Malaysians lah, right? So, all the head, the big scientists all di sana, then they buat press conference, dia kata, okay, kita dah ada tafsiran ya, kita dah ada kesimpulan setelah membuat eksperimen yang berjuta-juta ni, dan kita akan terus they brought out this Sepul, ini Sepul the Frog, katak ni nama Sepul. So you tengok, kau tengok Sepul okay? Saya tengok Sepul lompat, and then Sepul lompat. Tengok kan? Sepul dia lompat. So bila kita ambil pisau and then kita potong satu tangan Sepul, potong tangan. Sepul lompat. And Sepul pun dia guna 3 tangan dia, sakit lah. Okay. Tengok dia susah dia lompat. Okay. So nak tengok kita potong the second tangan. Okay, Sepul lompat. Sepul susah lah, dia back leg lah, still try lah, lompat a bit. Tengok dia lompat lagi susah ni. Okay. So then dia potong kaki belakang. Okay, Sepul lompat. And Sepul one leg still boleh lompat. Masih dia lompat one time. Okay, tengok. Okay, now ni potong the last one. Sepul lompat. Sepul tak gerak. Kan? Tak ada kaki. Kan? Sepul tak gerak. Tapi dia punya tafsiran ni yang paling best. Dia kata, Sepul lompat. Tak lompat. So, ladies and gentlemen, nampak ini memang clear. Bila kita dah potong 4 kaki Sepul, dia terus jadi pekak. So anyway guys, kita tak pekak. Alright? We're gonna help each other out. Please help share this video. Donate if possible. Now can I welcome Fahmi Samsudin from Global Peace Mission Malaysia onto the virtual stage. Hi.
Hi Douglas.
Hi Fahmi. Hi. Just to let people know what is Global Peace Mission about?
Okey, terima kasih. Saya ucapkan terima kasih juga pada Projek Bangsa Malaysia kerana berikan peluang dan kesempatan untuk kita hadir sama pada pagi ini untuk berkongsi tentang apa yang kita lakukan. Global Peace Mission Malaysia merupakan agensi kemanusiaan bagi Angkatan Belia Islam Malaysia, ABIM. Jadi sejak tahun 2001 kita bergerak, hampir 20 tahun ni kami berada di lapangan kemanusiaan. Pastinya bila COVID berlaku dalam tempoh 2-3 tahun kebelakangan, 2 tahun kebelakangan ini, penumpuan kami sebelum ini banyak terarah kepada bantuan-bantuan di negara-negara konflik kemanusiaan, khususnya di negara Syria, Palestin, komuniti etnik Rohingya, Uyghur dan sebagainya. Tetapi pada kesempatan hari ini, kita banyak juga memberikan tumpuan program-program yang kita lakukan dalam negara terutamanya. Sebab tu bila mana ada disebutkan tentang inisiatif untuk kita bersama-sama dalam gerakan rakyat ini, saya tanpa berlengah dan kawan-kawan juga terus menyahut seruan untuk kita terlibat sama dalam derma kilat rakyat yang diadakan pada hari ini. Jadi sejak kita terlibat dalam kerja-kerja bantuan kemanusiaan, membantu mereka yang terkesan akibat daripada pandemik COVID ini, saya fikir ada 1,001 cerita lah yang kita boleh dapat rupanya. Sedangkan bila kita banyak pergi ke luar waktu itu, mungkin kita anggap bahawa isu-isu yang berlaku dalam negara pastinya boleh ditampung dan boleh ditangani oleh rakan-rakan agensi-agensi yang ada. Tetapi bila mana kita turun sendiri ke lapangan, kita dapat feedback, kita buka kita kata peluang untuk penyertaan ataupun permohonan dalam tempoh masa yang saya rasa ada pernah kami buat 3 hari itu 6,000 masuk permohonan daripada seluruh negara. Jadi sekarang ni adalah masa terbaik untuk kami menggerakkan kempen ini untuk kita pastikan mereka yang sedang menantikan permohonan mereka ini kita sama-sama dapat santuni. So saya rasa ini yang mungkin sedikit sebanyaklah Douglas apa yang kami buat sekarang.
So apakah antara gerak kerja GPM setakat ini, ada tak sebarang inisiatif khas yang mungkin you nak cerita sepanjang tempoh lockdown ini?
Kita ada program yang kita namakan sebagai Aid for the Needy. Aid for the Needy. So dalam Aid for the Needy campaign ini, platform yang kami gerakkan adalah melalui platform www.jomsedekah.com. Maksudnya kat situ kita tengoklah banyak kempen kita buat. Kita ada bagi bantuan kotak makanan, saya ada disebutkan oleh teammate dan rakan-rakan yang lain. Saya ucap terima kasih. Sekarang ni kita buat kerjasama dengan universiti UIA untuk kita memanfaatkan fasiliti. Sebab sekarang ni tidak ada pengajaran pembelajaran dalam universiti. Jadi ruang untuk kita manfaatkan dewan yang besar untuk kita buat packaging ribuan pada masa yang sama untuk kita agih-agihkan. Maksudnya kita mungkin boleh fikirkan macam mana ruang-ruang untuk kita perbanyakkan kolaborasi dengan banyak lagi agensi-agensi yang sebenarnya nak buat tetapi tak tahu siapa dan bagaimana. Bila kita buat atas nama Projek Bangsa Malaysia ni, memang saya rasa banyaklah lepas ni akan dapat feedback yang banyak. Kita ada bantuan barang basah juga bagi ayam mentah, kita ada untuk frontliners juga untuk support mereka, bagi mereka vitamin, bagi mereka minuman bertenaga. Kita bagi juga bantuan untuk camping bed baru-baru ni juga pada hospital yang memerlukan, sebab kita dapat request banyak daripada mereka yang on the ground, yang kita kata sekarang ni yang battle, yang berada dalam peperangan COVID. Bantuan untuk rumah sewa saya rasa paling banyak sekarang ni, bantuan untuk rumah sewa. Ada yang menunggu untuk dihalau keluar saja. Kalau tadi saya tengok performance tadi, bayangkan ada masa saya pergi hantar bantuan, saya tanya pada seorang kakak yang terima bantuan, saya kata, suami kerja apa kak? Suami saya tak kerja. Kerja apa? Dia kata, saya tanya kerja apa? Suami saya dulu buat busking tau. So busking ni dia dah, saya kata sebelum lockdown ni, dia kata dia dah siap buat satu kompleks set studio. Dan enak bila lockdown, dia kata studio tak boleh pakai apa semua, terpaksa tutup. Dan kita cadang, kita yang macam bajet hebat ni, kita cadang sebab saya pernah nampak ada satu iklan yang busking punya ni, dia buat online busking kan. So dia buat performance, you make it like live stream and then people can donate to you. Tapi bila saya bagi cadangan macam tu, saya kata, suami saya nak buat training dekat dalam rumah pun tak boleh. Sebab apa? Sebab kejiranan yang mereka duduk. So kalau yang buat performance tadi dalam keadaan rumah besar, orang tak mungkin kau. Dan kalau macam kita tiba-tiba pagi-pagi dah bising, orang anggap macam Douglas sebut tadi lah, katak pekak, dia tak memahami
kaki yang dipotong tadi tu. Memang kena tadi punya cerita tadi. So saya terus ingat cerita tadi tu. Maksudnya dalam keadaan dia nak buat sesuatu tu tapi keadaan tidak memungkinkan untuk dia buat. So memang kita sebutlah banyaklah, kalau saya sebut tadi 1001 cerita, sampai pukul 5 tak habis, Douglas, kalau kita nak cerita
tapi kena habis lah. I'm sure that but Fahmi, I think I have to wrap up because there are more people and the next MC is coming up. But before I end, ada tak, I mean we hear stories ni, semua tak ada story yang best punya lah. I mean story semua ada susah, semua yang betul-betul menyentuh hati, but do you have any kata-kata semangat kepada yang sedang menonton? Like what can you say?
Kata-kata semangat, saya rasa dalam keadaan sekarang pastinya setiap orang ada cabaran, tetapi di hujung terowong tu akan ada cahaya. Saya pernah pergi ke negara yang masa konflik, war zone, negara sendiri serangan, negara sendiri. Maksudnya dalam keadaan hari ni kita rasa macam kita ni dah rasa macam tu, kita kena fikirkan juga bahawa ada lagi orang di luar sana yang hidup secara tidak bermaruah. Rights yang mereka ada tidak dinafikan langsung. Bayangkan kanak-kanak itu tidak tahu apa maksud pendidikan. Bila kami bagi mereka buku, mereka minta mainan senjata. Sebab apa? Psikologi mereka waktu itu telah memikirkan bahawa mereka berada dalam war zone. So macam kita dalam keadaan hari ni di Malaysia, saya rasa kita kena bagi support semua. Psikologi support, motivation support. Kibarkan bendera Malaysia itu tanda solidariti kita. Saya ingat semua orang boleh buat. Inisiatif kita sendiri, saya nak kongsikan last satu survey yang dibuat setiap tahun oleh World Craft Index. Ranking saya tak berminat sebab Malaysia tidak berada dalam kedudukan yang agak baik. Tetapi mungkin dia tak interview Douglas, dia tak interview saya, mungkin dia tak interview lagi lah orang-orang dalam program kita hari ini. Tapi 3 indikator yang digunakan dalam survey tersebut adalah 3 benda kita boleh buat lepas ni. Hari-hari bangun tidur, tanya dulu 3 benda ni, sebelum tidur kita tanya 3 benda ni. Pertama, dia kata kita punya masa yang kita peruntukkan untuk tujuan kita terlibat dalam kerja-kerja kebajikan dan kesukarelaan. Kita peruntukkan masa. Jangan diprogramkan, jangan diarahkan. Kita sendiri yang ada inisiatif untuk bantu. Itu pertama. Yang kedua, donating money to the charity organisation. Bagi saja. Kita ada Sinar Current Craft. Ada banyak sumbangan platform yang dibuat oleh banyak orang sekarang yang bagi. Dalam keadaan kita rasa bantuan yang kita bagi barangkali itu doa-doa orang yang dapat bantuan ni, barangkali doa mereka, bantulah dan berilah, perihalalah ataupun kayakanlah orang yang bagi bantuan kepada kami. Kita tak tahu doa orang-orang yang teranyanya ni, bagi kami orang Islam, kita kata Allah akan dengar doa mereka. Dan yang ketiga, bantu orang tidak hanya mereka yang kita kenali, bantu orang juga orang-orang yang kita tidak kenali. Termasuk juga haiwan, termasuk juga alam. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Fahmi. Harap kita semua, I mean, memang in English we call it an emotion cocktail. I mean, okay lah, I mean yang tak minum tak tahu cocktail lah, but cocktail basically dia campur lah minuman yang ada banyak campur. Yes, betul-betul, I mean kita rasa, ada yang rasa geram, ada yang rasa sedih, ada yang rasa marah, ada yang rasa nak pergi lawan, nak pergi tumbuk orang, but at the same time kita kena tahu juga, macam saya, I have to feel gratitude. I kena rasa berterima kasih, I kena rasa bertuah in a sense because I have a house, I ada benda yang cukup. So for those of you who are in this situation, I know you are angry at what's happening, but what can you do about it? Yes, you want to be angry, but at the same time, help those who don't have the energy to even be angry. So with that, thank you so much for inviting me to do this. Guys, continue to share the video, continue to sumbang. We hope to raise as much as possible to help our fellow Malaysians. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of each other. I now pass the time to the next MC. Sorry, I'm a bit late. Sujita, over to you.
You're forgiven, Douglas. Thank you so much, Douglas. Such an amazing job. I mean, you were entertaining us. Saya tak pandai buat lawak, saya tak adalah pandai buat sindiran, tapi saya pandai bercakap. Okey, baik. Nama saya Sugita dan saya akan menemani anda sepanjang 1 jam ni dari jam 12 hingga 1 petang. Baik, tadi kalau bersama dengan Douglas, hiburan pun ada, kita ada serious talk pun ada, insightful, pelbagai emosi kita diungkitkan dan saya suka apa yang Naim Daniel cakap tadi, janganlah kita hilang manusia dalam diri kita. ada, dan situasi inilah yang akan membolehkan kita semua datang bersatu sebagai Malaysia, bangsa Malaysia. Dan bagi anda yang sedang menonton live stream Derma Kilat Rakyat Projek Bangsa Malaysia ni, kita bantu, yang mana boleh bantu kita bantu melalui sumbangan seperti yang tertera di skrin anda. Tapi yang tak boleh bantu tak apa, seperti yang Douglas kata, kita share lebih banyak kita share, lebih ramai orang yang akan menonton. Dan mungkin hari Sabtu ni tak adalah buat apa dekat rumah je kan, we can all sit and watch, have some fun together with your family. Alright, so yeah, once again my name is Sukita, and I've got an amazing list of guests who's going to be with us throughout this session. So I think without further ado, I am going to introduce, or rather call upon, our first guest. He is one of the finest actors in Malaysia. Antara pelakon-pelakon ataupun anak-anak seni hebatlah Malaysia, banyak menyuarakan, memberikan suara beliau buat anak-anak seni Malaysia, seorang screenwriter, producer, director, dan pernah juga memenangi anugerah bukan sahaja di Malaysia tetapi di luar negara. Antaranya adalah ASEAN International Film Festival Awards. Yang peminat-peminat dia, saya lah antara salah seorangnya. Baik, kita akan bersama dengan Bron Palare.
Hello, good morning. Assalamualaikum semua. Hai Sugita.
I'm Bron sihat?
Alhamdulillah. Saya sihat tapi tak berapa happy. Cuma bangga that kita semua bersama-sama hari ini together. And bukan saja kita di side kita tapi juga anda semua yang sedang menonton sekarang ni.
Ya, betul Bron. Okey, baik Bron, sebagai anak seni mungkin Bron ada juga perkongsian yang ingin dikongsikan bersama dengan kita semua, satu rakyat Malaysia ni.
Macam Douglas tadi cakap pasal emotional cocktail, saya rasa saya sebagai artis pun tak ada bezanya dengan rakyat Malaysia yang lain. Maksudnya kita sebagai rakyat Malaysia terasa keliru, tertanya-tanya dengan apa yang berlaku, dan kita dalam pada kita navigate keadaan itu juga, kita tak dapat lari daripada terfikir apa yang boleh kita buat, apa yang mampu kita lakukan. Dan masing-masing sebelum ini cuba buat dalam kapasiti masing-masing, dan saya rasa sangat bangga ada inisiatif seperti Projek Bangsa Malaysia dan juga Livestream Derma Kilat Rakyat yang menyatukan semua inisiatif ini dan semua yang mereka yang rasa nak contribute. And hari ini kita semua bersama untuk cuba melakukan sesuatu pada negara kita. Kita channel positive energy and kita tanya persoalan-persoalan untuk kita sama-sama fikirkan, sama-sama jalankan sebagai anak Malaysia.
Tapi Bron, mungkin Bron juga boleh kongsikan lah, sebab saya kira anak seni pun terjejas disebabkan tiada penggambaran dan mungkin sumber kewangan mereka pun terjejas lah. Ramai saya kira kru production tu mengalami situasi yang cukup susah sekarang ni. Dari segi bagi Bron sendiri lah, apa antara inisiatif yang diambil untuk membantu anak-anak seni? Saya tahu ada campaign sekarang ni kan, apa khabar anak seni?
Ada macam-macam, sebab bila kita cakap pasal anak seni mungkin automatically kita nampak artis, tapi artis pun seleb, tapi sebenarnya dia merangkumi benda yang lebih luas. Dari sudut artis pun kita ada pengukir, kita ada bahagian heritage, traditional craft. Dari side industri kreatif kita ada macam Sugita cakap tadi, we have the crews, we have the logistic side, the production side, the technical side. Jadi susah lah kita tengok diorang struggle dan sama macam semua rakyat Malaysia yang lain, semua struggle dalam space masing-masing dan keliru, tertanya-tanya. So that's the situation right now lah. Cuma inisiatif seperti delegasi anak seni, I think it's a good initiative yang diorang buat. So trying to come together and reaching out and tanya. Mungkin after 15 months, semua orang macam okay, kawan-kawan kita macam mana, adik-beradik kita yang lain macam mana, jiran-jiran kita macam mana. So it's a good reaching out initiative lah.
Right. This is the time where everyone can come together as one. Sebab saya tahu ada antara pelakon yang dah orang kata masuk dalam bidang pertanian sebab dah memang tiada jalan lain. Dan ada juga kru yang tak mampu nak beli diapers untuk anak mereka. Kan?
Itu antara struggle yang sekarang kita dapat lihat, yang kita tak ada segregation itu. Maksudnya kita tak ada separation yang kerja ni apa. Sekarang realitinya adalah semua rakyat Malaysia terkekang, terdesak dan tertekan. Tak kira latar belakang, tak kira pekerjaan mereka sewaktu keadaan okey sebelum pandemik itu apa kerja dia orang. And I think that's the most important thing. Kita semua di sini sebagai manusia, kita semua di sini sebagai rakyat Malaysia and cuba membuat sesuatu yang positif lah.
Okey, tapi mungkin mereka juga nak tahulah, Bron sendiri kat rumah sekarang ni, buat kita santai sikit nak tanya. Bron sendiri macam mana Bron meluangkan masa di rumah sepanjang
saya sangat committed dengan kerjaya baru saya sebagai suami rumah, jadi suri rumah sepenuh masa. So buat kerja suri rumah lah. Sambil tu we support the initiative and try to be productive. Try not to get distracted with the situation. Try to see what positive contribution we can give. So dari situ tu lah, just to try to remain positive and productive and
Okay, baik Bron, maybe you could give some words of encouragement and sedikit pesanan daripada Bron sendiri lah bagi seluruh rakyat Malaysia.
Saya sebenarnya ada sesuatu nak dibacakan. Apa yang luahan ataupun nukilan one of the sectors of our frontliners lah. So if I may.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Inilah nukilan dari frontliners kita dan saya bacakan ianya dalam bahasa Inggeris. The amount of patience is ever increasing. The public lacks knowledge as to how severe this is. How one man can infect several others by just walking around the street. The leaders should emphasize on that on social media in whichever way possible. What if one day the frontliners burn out to the point where we refuse to go to work? After all, it is the contract MOs that are chosen to be the frontliners and what the leaders are doing in return for us. Contract. We are paying for something we didn't even ask for. We are facing the consequences of someone else on a daily basis. It's frustrating. It's exhausting. Listen to us. Listen to our concerns. That was it. So that's the thing yang sesusah-susah kita ada lagi yang lebih susah. Apa yang penting adalah kebersamaan kita di sini untuk sama-sama bantu, sama-sama tolong salurkan apa yang kita ada sedikit sebanyak kita salurkan ke tempat yang memerlukan. Melayu, Cina, India, Punjabi, tak kira apa bangsa, kita di sini semua bertanggungjawab sebagai satu bangsa anak Malaysia. And kalau kita tak buat, siapa lagi nak buat kan?
Betul.
So I'm very proud yang all semua orang come together today, daripada saya NGO, saya artis, pelbagai cabang disiplin, dan anda sendiri di rumah, anda juga selain daripada terhibur dan bersama-sama kita dalam perjuangan membantu ini, sedikit sebanyak jangan lupa untuk salurkan, tak kira apa jumlahnya, jumlah sekecil-kecil mana adalah sebesar-besar sumbangan buat negara dan anak bangsa.
Yang penting kita ikhlas. Okay, baik, terima kasih Bron.
Thank you. Thank you Subita.
Thank you so much for spending your Saturday with us. Thank you.
Sure.
Alright.
Thank you.
Palare. Okay, dan ini adalah masa untuk kita menunjukkan kebersamaan kita. Jadi rakyat Malaysia kita, we are one, we are bangsa Malaysia. Jadi anda, sekiranya anda ingin membuat sumbangan, anda bolehlah mengikut link yang tertera di skrin anda. Anda bolehlah membuat sumbangan, tidak kira lah sebesar mana, RM1, RM2, RM10, RM100, ikut kemampuan anda. Dan kalau tak boleh menyumbang, tidak mengapa, anda boleh share live stream ni. Mungkin ada yang boleh menyumbang, ada yang tak tahu ada live stream ni sedang berlangsung. Kalau anda share mereka mereka akan tahu, mereka pun boleh membuat sumbangan. Okey, baik. Kita dah dengar sedikit daripada Bron Palari dan mungkin ini juga waktu untuk kita mendapatkan sedikit hiburan, dan untuk hiburan ini kita ada seorang yang berada di Singapura. Wow, di negara jiran. Someone who's from Singapore. Her name is Cheryl Chiti Tan. She's an actor, singer, and a voice teacher who has played leading roles in theatre and TV in Singapore. So give it up for Cheryl Chiti Tan.
Nothing can prepare us for the current extent that we are facing now. Starting early this year, we've been seeing really sick people. And we are not talking about elderly people. We are talking about people who are young, people who don't have any medical illness, getting severe COVID, Cat 4 and Cat 5.
We are losing lives, we are losing people's mothers, fathers, children. And to know that this has come, to our country.
I'm just thinking of when is this going to end?
So I had to come on behalf of my colleagues because it's just heartbreaking.
I've been fighting COVID since last year in the front lines. The numbers are not fake. The numbers are actually under recovery. I can tell you that based on the positivity rates, 1 in 10 people that you know, among your family members, among your friends, are already having COVID.
Actually, even the death rate of COVID yang we announced in the mass media is not exactly reflective of the rate that we are seeing.
The deaths are much more higher. KTN doesn't report if the patient dies something else with COVID, or patient has already passed the 14 days and then they suffer from, let's say, blood clot in the lungs, blood clot in the legs, or heart attack or stroke.
Why we are getting more deaths? Because we have not enough resources to support all of the patients.
And you can see patients piling up outside EDs, patients holding out extension beds in wards, patients who are one tile away from each other. You think that we could hold the fort and keep going?
People kept saying that if the patient needs more ICU bed, why can't we create more ICU beds? Because ICU beds are not just buka satu katil and put the patient there. It's a team. And right now, we have people who are selalunya tak train untuk jaga patient ICU, kena jaga patient ICU. And we are creating ICU beds dekat tempat yang bukannya ICU. Macam operating theatre, oncology wards, kena kita ventilate patient dekat dalam ward. We're not supposed to do that actually. I'm aware of plans nak.
Saya Cheryl Chiti Tan dan pada hari ini saya ingin menyanyi 1-2 lagu untuk saudara-saudari. Sebelum saya bermula, jangan lupa kita sedang mengutip derma yang akan digunakan oleh NGO-NGO untuk menolong rakyat yang lapar, rakyat yang takut, yang sudah dilupakan. So tolong please donate. Yes. Lagu pertama saya dikeluarkan oleh Ratu Rock Malaysia iaitu Ella untuk Sukan Commonwealth 1998. In 1998, I remember a nation that was full of pride and hope. Semoga kita dapat membangkitkan semangat itu sekali lagi. This goes out to all the NGOs, and this is Standing in the Eyes of the World. Pahit getir hidup dan pengorbanan terpaksa dihadapi demi kejayaan. Terdidik sejak muda tanpa berusaha, tanpa cuba melangkah tak ke mana. kau berada, pencapaian tak tiba dengan mudah. Kini standing in the eyes of the world, hanyalah selangkah dari nyata. Keazaman membara di jiwa, menanti saat bebas merdeka. Tiba masa kau melangkah gagah, bersemangat ke arah matlamat sedaya upaya. Engkau terunggu, wajar standing in the eyes of the world. Harapan yang pernah terkulai layu kembali segar mekar, bawa bayanganmu. Setiap manusia ingin berjaya, namun tak semua miliki tuah. Kau menghampirinya, kesempatan telah pun tiba. Kini standing in the eyes of the world, hanyalah selangkah dari nyata. Keazaman membara di jiwa, menanti saat bebas merdeka. Tiba masa kau melangkah gagah, bersemangat ke arah matlamat sedaya upaya. Engkau terunggu, wajar standing in the eyes of the world. Standing in the eyes of the standing in the eyes of the world. Thank you. If you like that, please follow me on Instagram at Cheryl Chititan. Now, in Malaysia nowadays, we have a lot of racial tension everywhere because people make money off of it, basically. And they tell us that this is a problem that's been there since the start. But I don't really believe that. It's not what I remember from my childhood. What I remember from my childhood is things like Academy Fantasia, Malaysian Idol. You know, the nation was united in watching these singing shows. And when Vince Chong and Jacqueline Victor won, they weren't Malay and nobody cared. You know, I think that's who we really are. Saya akan mengakhiri hari ini dengan Gemilang oleh Jacqueline Victor karya Aubrey Subito. Thank you for listening to me, and remember, please donate. This is Gemilang. Berjuta bintang menyanyi, ku di antara yang satu. harus jangan, jiwaku harus bertenaga. Mungkinkah ini menjadi lalu ku reda onak duri dan lautan api, kemencaknya ingin ku tawan, aku jelajahi. Oh, oh, kini gemilang itu semakin pasti ku genggam, gemilang suara keyakinan kian dalam, gementar harus jangan, jiwaku harus bertenaga. Mungkinkah ini menjadi reality? Oh, kini gemilang itu semakin pasti ku genggam, gemilang suara keyakinan kian dalam, gementar harus jangan, jiwaku harus bertenaga. Mungkinkah ini menjadi reality? Terima kasih.
Thank you, Cheryl Chiti Tan. Gementar jangan, jiwaku harus bertenaga. Dan selagi kita ada tenaga itu, selagi kita mampu, kita harus kita bantu satu sama lain. Mungkinlah kan, seperti yang saya dah kata tadi, mungkin bukan dari segi kewangan pun kita bantu, dari segi kata-kata semangat. Kita bantu, kita tanya orang di sebelah kita bagaimana keadaan mereka. Kita berikan, kita jadilah manusia yang lebih berberi hati. Terutamanya sekarang, kita tak tahu apa yang berlaku dalam minda, dalam jiwa orang di sebelah kita. Mungkin anda perlu bertanya kepada orang-orang di rumah anda juga bagaimana keadaan mereka sekarang ini. Baik, kita dah banyak lagi perkongsian bersama dengan anda, dan kalau tadi kita dah sempat bersama dengan Putri Noraina Balkis, salah seorang koordinator livestream Derma Kilat Rakyat ni, tapi tak sempat nak bertanya, nak mengetahui apa antara inisiatif yang diambil oleh Putri Noraina Balkis sendiri, sebab Putri ini sendiri ada banyak inisiatifnya, antaranya adalah Save the Schools Malaysia, Save the Schools My, dan juga Maya Malaysia. Jadi jom kita jemput Putri Noraina Balkis untuk berkongsi antara inisiatif yang diambil oleh Putri sendiri. Itu dia Putri Noraina Balkis.
Hi, Sugita. Thanks for having me, and thanks for being a part of us today. I appreciate it.
You're most welcome. I'm very happy that I'm part of this.
Alright, cool. I'm just going to make this a very quick lah. So since I'm back in Taiping for like almost a year now. I'm working in Bandar Utama, but I'm back in my hometown Taiping now. So gerak-gerak kerja saya ni terinspirasi pada ibu bapa saya yang memang konsisten hampir setiap hari turun on ground cari orang susah untuk bagi barangan-barangan kepada yang memerlukan di kawasan sekitar. Jadi ada satu hari itu macam mana Maya Malaysia ni boleh mula sebab ada satu TikTok clip yang viral di kawasan Taiping lah. Kakak ni dia nak jual telefon. So TikTok ni viral sangat. And then saya pun just macam okay, hey, actually my parents dah tolong, betul, my parents dah pergi cover the family. Tapi ramai sangat orang nak menyumbang. So saya just macam okay, here's my account number, then feel free lah. And then sampai account tu kena block, so dapat a total fundraise of 4,000. Dan tapi mak saya pesan cakap, kakak kalau boleh janganlah fundraise untuk family tu je sebab kawasan tu memang perkampungan setinggan. Dan saya 26 tahun lahir dan membesar di sini, saya berkerut macam ada perkampungan setinggan kat Taiping ni. But anyway, so pergi. And memang ramai sangat orang susah dekat that one kampung. Dan barulah parents saya buka cerita, sebenarnya memang ramai orang susah sebab tu mereka tak boleh berhenti untuk tolong orang-orang yang memerlukan dekat area ni. Jadi saya set up satu account current account Maybank, Dan sekarang ni setiap sumbangan tu kami akan agihkan kepada kawasan-kawasan memerlukan. Kami memang akan turun sendiri dan masuk ke kawasan-kawasan kampung ni, memang tak ada middleman ke apa, memang tak ada. Kita ada supplier kedai kita sendiri, dan untuk RM60 30 sen kita dapat cover dah hampir 15 barangan macam beras, tepung, gula, bawang, kentang, dan kita akan masuk dan pergi tengok sendiri orang-orang yang memerlukan ni lah. Jadi saya punya observation from on ground setakat ni, especially related dengan keadaan kita sekarang, orang susah memang dah ada even sebelum COVID lagi. COVID ni if anything dia just tolong escalate lagi keadaan-keadaan yang memang dah ada dalam masyarakat kita. Dan sebenarnya NGOs nationwide memang memerlukan sokongan rakyat, sebabnya mereka mainly beroperasi dengan belas ihsan rakyat Malaysia yang nak menyumbang. Jadi kalau untuk para penonton semua, kalau ada gerakan-gerakan yang berhampiran dengan rumah anda atau berhampiran dengan kawasan anda, macam jangan segan-sila untuk zahirkan sokongan. Sumbangan sekecil RM1 pun sebenarnya dah membawa maknanya cukup besar untuk semua NGOs dan gerakan-gerakan yang ada di sekitar. Kalau anda ada masa dan kudrat untuk sumbangkan, just feel free to join because they will be definitely more than happy to do so. Dan moving forward, like macam things are not going to be the same dah post-COVID ni. Kita sedang melihat jurang-jurang yang makin meluas. Kita sedang melihat bagaimana juga semangat-semangat rakyat Malaysia untuk saling membantu antara satu sama lain. So kita sebenarnya ada for each other. Jadi dalam masa yang cukup malap pada pendapat saya, tapi kita still ada untuk each other. Jadi just tunjukkan sokongan anda, be kind, be empathetic. And this is definitely not the time untuk kita saling menuding jari sebenarnya. Because this is the time di mana kita lagi memerlukan antara satu sama lain. Jadi saya pun tak berhasrat nak bercakap panjang because we have more amazing lineups coming up. Tapi for now just derma dekat akaun Sinar Karang Craft ni, sebab hasil kutipan ini akan kami salurkan kepada NGO terpilih di seluruh Malaysia. Dan saya daripada Maya Malaysia, namun saya juga beruntung sebab jadi antara general of this event, and it's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for giving me the platform to speak up. Just keep on supporting Rakyat Malaysia. Thank you.
Amazing effort, Putri, Noraina, Balkis. You know, it's nice to see young people coming out to do what they can within their own means. And speaking of young people, our next guest is someone who is extremely young, and she's been doing a lot for the refugees. Okay, she's the founder of Refuge for the Refugees, Heidi Kwa, one of the recipients of Queen's Young Leader Award, and she has some very interesting facts and sharings for us regarding her own initiatives for Refuge for the Refugees. So let's hear it out from Heidi Kwa.
Hello, welcome back. It's me, Putri and Balkis from Livestream Derma Kilat Rakyat. And I'm going to speak to Heidi Kwa, the founder and chief of Refuge for the Refugees. It's an on-ground movement that has been around since 2012, where it has been taking care of a lot of communities, such as like the homeless, orang asli and whatnot. So without further ado, Heidi, how did Refuge for the Refugees started in the first place, and who are the general main beneficiaries so far?
Yeah, Putri, so good speaking to you. So maybe just a bit of a background of Refuge to Refugees. Refuge to Refugees is a non-profit organization that seeks to raise awareness regarding the plight of refugees in Malaysia, as well as provide education for refugee children. We started in 2012. We currently have about 35 schools, 2 halfway homes, and a social business school under our umbrella. It started really when I was very young. So right after secondary school, I had a couple of months before I started college when I decided that I wanted to spend my time doing something that was impactful. I asked around about need on the ground here in KL, and I found out about a refugee school in the heart of the city center that needed English teachers. I went in to teach, right, really thinking that, that's all the community needs, only to realize that, only to then, kind of be further exposed to the plight of refugees in Malaysia and the struggles the community face. 4 months into teaching, I remember going to my headmaster's office and telling him that I was done teaching and I had to focus on college after, only to find out that these kids were being they were about to lose their only access to education. And then it dawned on me, that I was about to pursue higher education, right? but that these kids were losing their only access to education. The disparity gap was so real. How could I do something about it? And that's why Refuge for Refugees started first as a project by a bunch of 17, 18-year-olds trying to raise awareness regarding the plight of refugees in Malaysia. But I guess as we expanded on the issue and kind of dive deeper into the complexities around it, we realized that, a project can only bring us so far. Projects are always short-term impacts. How can we do something that was more long-term and sustainable? And that is how Refuge for Refugees came about. Yeah.
I see. So what started as a small humble project turns into like a solid movement like 9 years after from the establishment.
Yeah.
Right. So you've been on ground for, safe to say, 9 years. So from this perspective of the lockdown that we're going through at the moment, so how do you see the needs on ground has changed over this period of time?
Yeah, so while our focus has always been education, and just empowerment, advocacy work within the realms of the refugee community, we've looked into quite a fair bit of human trafficking cases as well, because a lot of times refugees and undocumented community fall victims to trafficking. When the MCO hit last year, we realized that beyond just, I think our first response plan was going like, okay, how do we transition all schools online? That's when we realized that number one, the digital gap was so real. Number two, more than just education, these people needed food, right? How can we expect these kids to be able to tune in for online classes when they can't even focus because they're so hungry? We realized a lot of families were losing their jobs. People working in construction sites and service industries, factories were all losing their jobs. And so our response plan in March 2020 was to roll out groceries and pack grocery bags, where it will last a family for about 2 weeks. At that point of time, we're feeding 1,000 families on a weekly basis. So at a peak of just how bad things are, we're feeding about 1,000 families on a weekly basis. And until now, last weekend we fed another 1,000 families, and we're still going on feeding anywhere between 600 to 1,000 families on a weekly basis based on just the needs and the resources that we have. But this MCO things has just changed so drastically. Despite doing this for the past 1.5 years and being on the ground and meeting the community, we've seen just an increase in desperation. People are desperate. People are angry, people are aggressive to a certain extent because they need food, and you can't blame it because they're struggling. I think just over the past couple of weeks, distributions on the ground has been rough, right? Only because each and every time we go down with food, even though it's only for like a certain number of intended recipients, people swarm us because they need food as well. People come to us and tell us, how, within their high-rise flats, there's been an increase in suicide cases, which is extremely heartbreaking. People are not just dying from COVID now, people are committing suicide because they're struggling. And that has just been heartbreaking. Families are not coming to us just because they need food. They're coming to us because they need rent. And if they can't meet rent, they stand a chance of being evicted, and becoming homeless, having to stay under the bridge or by the sides of the road. Families are coming to us, with medical bills that they cannot afford, and it's really heartbreaking. Fathers, mothers have to choose between, do I continue providing my child with the healthcare that they need, or do I pluck my child out, just so that our family can eat? A couple of weeks ago, a father came to us, with just 70 ringgit left to his name, and his daughter needed treatment in the NICU, right? But he had to make the decision to pluck his daughter out from urgent healthcare because they simply couldn't afford the hospital bills anymore, and because they just needed to eat, right? And they have gone days and days without eating. So I think this is just really what's happening on the ground at the moment. It is really heartbreaking. Our hotlines have just been exploding. Not just our hotlines, my personal phone, every day we get calls and text messages of people just begging for food, begging for help, begging for someone to see them and to hear them. And these calls roll on throughout the day, all the way to 3, 4 a.m. at night. And yeah, so it's just so much has shifted on the ground. We've not seen such levels of desperation in a really long time.
I believe that this burden that has been on for the refugees' shoulders is also shared by other NGOs on ground, I believe, nationwide.
Yeah.
And so,
Yeah.
given with that, this desperation that hasn't been seen in so many years, so how things have changed for the refugees in terms of like any special initiatives or the way that you guys executing things at the moment, how that has changed so far?
I think nothing much has changed because food relief has been a new thing in that sense that we've been doing only during COVID. Yeah, so I think that has been our response plan, right? But I think what has shifted for us is that now we're not just reaching out to refugees. We're reaching out to migrants. We're reaching out to Malaysians, just anyone and everyone within Klang Valley and Selangor, KL and Selangor that needs help. Previously, a lot of our reach in that sense was just the refugee community. I mean, because we are called refugees, but now, we've got just other marginalized communities reaching out to us. And I guess a stand that we've taken as an organization that even though that's really outside of our reach in that sense, whoever that comes to us, no questions asked. If you need food, you get food, and we'll try our best to meet you and to help meet your needs. Yeah.
All right, cool. No, I just like to take a step back to listen to that, because from refuge, you guys actually spread your wings to impact more people, and hopefully that and I would love to just like ask, how may the public support your cause at the moment?
I mean, every bit of funding will go very far in helping us feed a family. With just 60 ringgit, we are able to feed a family for 2 weeks. I mean, that's crazy, right? Us staying in the Klang Valley, 60 ringgit is probably, one of our Grab orders for like a family meal at home. Sometimes we spend even more than that. 60 ringgit is 5 cups of coffee maybe. But 60 ringgit can feed a family for 2 weeks. So if you're able to donate to our cause, right, it will help us just further our reach, not just to refugees, not just to migrants, but to B40 Malaysians as well. I think, Putri, just to add on to your question before this, right, on the ground we've also seen a big shift in just different groups of people reaching out to us. And I think a very dire need is just literacy. A lot of times we realize that we've got plenty of resources online, but the most marginalized don't know how to access these resources. So as we go down on the ground to do distributions, what we're also doing is to try to educate them on literacy. This means, putting QR code scanners to our packages so that they can scan and watch a video online, for example. This means sometimes it's also capacity building, right? A lot of times, we're trying to get communities to be more organized. So for example, if you're going to a certain PPR flat, right, where, it's not, people reach out to us as individuals and not through a community leader, we will we will tell them that like, hey, we need you guys to get organized. How can we identify a community leader amongst this group and train the community leader up? Because we think it's really important for them to be able to organize themselves before they get help from outside even more. And so I think capacity building is also a huge component of what we're trying to do with the communities at the moment. Even as our bags go out, we attach little info cards of just mental health hotlines that they can call, or just hotlines that they can call for food or medical aid. Only because we realize that more than just feeding the communities, we need to equip them with info kits of just emergency numbers they can call when the going gets tough. And I say this, right, in just remembering that there has been an increase in suicide rates, and how do we address that as best as possible, right? So what's really cool is that I'm currently also working with a bunch of kids and mothers, in their 4 to 5 years old. But these kids, with your moms, have taken initiatives to write kind notes of encouragement to slip into grocery bags. People can think it's just a note, but I think at this point of time, when it's so difficult for all of us, it goes a really long way in boosting morals. And I guess, the long-winded answer to your question is, our initiative has grown quite a fair bit over the years. Not only have we grown in numbers and just volume of what we can push out on a weekly basis, but we're also growing in a sense where we're thinking, how do we make sure that these grocery packs isn't just food, which is important, it is also educational and filled with information that can benefit the community, just so that they know who to reach out to when they go and get stuff before they resort to committing suicide if they're at that point of desperation.
Fantastic work on ground, Heidi. Everyone give Heidi a virtual round of applause for their amazing work. Refuge for the refugees. And remember, just with 60 ringgit, you may impact a family for 2 weeks. That could be our Grab ride for just like one session, just show them some support on their social media pages, and they would definitely appreciate your contributions. Heidi, it's a delight to speak to you. I wish Refuge for the Refugees all the best. And for the audience, stay tuned for more awesomeness from Livestream Dharma Kilat Rakyat.
Hi everybody, Assalamualaikum. I am Diane Trisha. I'm a singer, songwriter, and actor. And I just want to thank Balkis for inviting me to be a part of this live stream for Dharma Kilat Rakyat. I'm sorry I won't be able to be live with you on that day, because as you're watching this video, I'll be currently doing my weekly initiative as a volunteer at PPV UKM. So I can only send this video instead. And I hope that will be enough to fill in my participation for the live stream. So a little bit of sharing. I am in lockdown, I am at home, same with everybody else, and sekarang ni dah tahun kedua kita masih berperang dengan virus COVID dan perang banyak lagi isu-isu yang lain. So siapa-siapa yang follow I dekat social media tahu yang I've been vocal about things. I've been voicing out my opinion and what I feel. Sebab sekarang ni memang masa yang sangat critical. So dan memang rasa having a platform means having a responsibility to bring awareness, to shed a light into important issues. So I hope that with whatever that I've been talking about and speaking about and the issues that I've highlighted would help in giving you guys some insight in the importance of these particular issues like vaccination and making school a better place, and apa khabar anak seni. So these are all some of the issues and the movements that I feel close to, and I feel like I want to be a part of advocating it to society. So let's start with vaccine. Some of you may know that I have been volunteering at a PPV, and it's been ongoing. And today, right now, I'm currently at PPV UKM Bangi with Kualitas Health Medical Group, continuing my 3rd week of volunteering. Sebagai salah seorang sukarelawan yang bertugas di PPV, I have a deeper sense of appreciation to our frontliners. Walaupun Dayan baru volunteer untuk beberapa hari, dapat rasalah sedikit rasa penat tu untuk and takut tu untuk be one of the frontliners, sebab kita tak tahu siapa yang positive COVID, orang-orang yang asymptomatic. All we have to do is just deliver our duty, guide people throughout the vaccine process, and kind of bring comfort to the people to get vaccinated, share some infos about vaccination. So itulah salah satu duty yang memang Dayan buat every time Dayan volunteer. And it's been really good so far. I encourage other people to volunteer as well. Kalau setengah korang nak volunteer tapi takut, what I can suggest is to keep on bringing awareness about the good of vaccination, because we know masih ramai lagi orang yang anti-vax, yang masih takut, masih was-was untuk dapatkan vaksin. Tapi kalau ada rakan-rakan kita di luar sana yang terus memberikan image yang baik terhadap vaccination, mungkin mereka-mereka di luar sana akan terbuka minda untuk dapatkan vaksin, insyaAllah. And I heard that our vaccination rate is one of the best in the world. So adalah sedikit harapan, there's a little bit of a glimpse of hope that we can cling on to as of now. So insyaAllah dalam masa 3 bulan kita akan capai herd immunity. Kita doa banyak-banyak supaya keadaan makin pulih secepat mungkin. Okay, so the second one Dayan nak share dengan student-student di luar sana. Dayan ada a few times lah, I call it class crashing. I've crashed into some of your online classes just to lift up your spirits, bring a little bit of joy into your classes supaya tak ada rasa macam lemah ke apa semua, and I really enjoyed doing that. So to all my students out there, I think that you guys are doing great. Thank you for still going to classes, finishing up on your assignments, sitting for your final exam. It hasn't been easy. It has been a struggle. It's been a challenge to study dalam keadaan UDL. It's really hard to stay motivated and to keep your hopes up. Tapi what I can tell you guys is that as of now, it's okay to not strive for excellence. I think it's the best if you just make sure that you are okay mentally and physically, and just, you know, your whole being is just okay. And to be okay at this current moment is excellent for me already. So teruskan usaha anda untuk menghadiri kelas dan menjalankan tanggungjawab anda sebagai student. I'm here with you and I'm very very proud of you. Dan seterusnya, dan nak sentuh sikit tentang hashtag apa khabar anak seni. Untuk rakan-rakan seperjuangan saya dalam industri kreatif, we are here to bring awareness and bring attention to our people. And kalau boleh kita masing-masing check on each other lah. Tanya kan, abang-abang kru buat apa, buat business, support akak-akak makeup artist and buskers and penyanyi and dancers, pelakon, penyanyi, semualah anak-anak seni yang sekarang ni kerja mereka terbantut kerana pandemik. Jadi harap-harap kita boleh sama-sama memberikan kekuatan and be there for one another. One of the objectives is to create a healthy support system for the people in the creative industry. Thank you so much for having me. Kepada sesiapa yang ada rezeki lebih, boleh derma untuk orang yang kesusahan dan memerlukan. Kalau tak ada rezeki lebih, tak apa, kita boleh menyumbang dari pelbagai segi yang lain, daripada mentally kan. Kita boleh check up on our friends, check up on our family, check up on your neighbors, your community, reach out to them, ask them if they need any help. Dan rasa dengan inisiatif-inisiatif kecil seperti ini, ia akan memberikan impak yang besar kepada mereka yang betul-betul terkesan dengan lockdown dan pandemik ini. That's it guys. Speak up to what you believe in and stay strong. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Diane, Trisha. What a great initiative for you to be volunteering as in one of the centers, our PPV centers. And also thank you, Heidi Kwa. Such an inspiring young lady you are. And I believe just like Refuge for the Refugees, there are many NGOs out there who's trying their best to accommodate, to help as many people as they can. But they probably need our help. Okay, so this is the time. If you would like to help, head on to the link that you see on your Facebook screen right now. You know, just click on that and you'll be guided on how you can make a donation. Okay, baik. Bagi anda yang sedang menonton, kita ada banyak lagi untuk dikongsikan bersama dengan anda. Seterusnya, we will be with Chiu Kin Wah, who also has something very interesting to share with us. So here you go, Chiu Kin Wah.
Hi everybody. I don't know what to say after that long speech, so I guess I'll probably read what I was given. This is not written as a work of fiction. This is not written out of joy of sharing. This is not written to get a lot of likes or retweets or reposting. This is written by our frontliners to tell their story. So here goes. It's so heartbreaking to see people who are dying every day. COVID patients, especially category 4, category 5. For your information, category 1, 2, 3, not so serious, but category 4 and 5, they deteriorate very fast and early as they arrive in the emergency department. So we straight start CPR and intubate them at first sight. The intubation process are rarely shown on social media, on TV, on any other platforms, but it's very painful for both the patient and also for the doctors who are doing it, because they force something into your throat. It's mentally exhausting, and we sometimes argue to decide whom should we save first. Who needs oxygen more? Because for us, each life is precious. Guys, you must remember, all doctors take the Hippocratic Oath to save life. So they are not just COVID patient. They are somebody's mother, father, sons, daughters, husband, wife, friends, the uncle you meet walking down the street, or the char kway teow seller that you go and buy your breakfast from, or the makcik that sells nasi lemak on the roadside, or maybe just the foreign workers who man most of our shops now. However, they keep saying the numbers are fake. They're not real. Frontliners are just doing some stunt actions to scare off people. Ladies and gentlemen, they are real. What I do on screen, they are not real. So, seriously, I'm telling you, the Malaysian healthcare system is on the verge of collapsing at any time soon. COVID situation will be like in India. God knows if we are already like in India 2021. And worse comes to worse, the corpses are piling up by the roadside. We'll be gasping for oxygen. We have to fight for that. When the nightmare comes, we need to prioritize who will have the higher chance of survival. I really hope it will not happen. But by looking at the number of cases, only God knows what might come after us. This is just one letter written by one frontliner. We have a lot of other letters, a lot of audio recordings that are being transcribed now so that people like me can read it in the comfort of my room, seated here, looking at you guys. So please, tolonglah, sumbang, bagi sikit pun tak apa pada kita, supaya kita jaga kita. Terima kasih.
It's 1 o'clock.
All right, thank you so much, Chu Kidwa. It's really heart-wrenching actually when you were reading. It's a devastating moment, and like you said, it could be anyone. It could be our dad, our mom, the char kway teow uncle, the nasi lemak auntie. It just could be anyone. So this is a time for us to come together and, like you said, kita jaga kita. So once again, thank you so much. You stay safe.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Okey, baik, itu dia perkongsian daripada Chu Kinwa. Tertarik saya apa yang dikongsikannya sebab tadi Brown pun berkata, what if one day our frontliners feel the burnout and they refuse to go to work? So think about that. Think about what they are going through. With that, allow me to invite Nadia Akila, who's got a performance up for us next.
Bicara hati, mengapa aku masih di sini menanti hadirmu bak mimpi, terus aku terbuai lagi, tenggelam hilang, kau menyepi. tiada lagi terang berseri menantimu bak mimpi kosong lagi. Yeah, I'm trying to make it to a place I can fly, fly, fly so high till I can touch the sky. Do anything that I want to, believe in all the things I'm gonna do. Keep standing strong, holding on, cause I know the sun, it will come shining through. See, the world is so round, whatever you do, you will fall to the place that you never wanted to be, and it breaks you down. But if you're with me, sing this loud, sing it loud and proud. Here we go, ladies. Ladies, put your hands up. Tell the whole world that we are all just looking for love. Oh, ladies, put your hands up. Put a smile on the pretty face and say what we want love. Ladies, put your hands up. Tell the whole world that we are all just looking for love. Oh, ladies, put your hands up. Put a smile on the pretty face and say we want love. So when you fall, don't be shy, you may cry, cry, cry so hard till those tears come out dry. Don't let them other haters judge you. We don't need them telling you what to do, darling. No, cause you so damn strong, holding on. You know the sun, it will keep shining through. The world is so round, whatever you do, you will fall to the place that you never wanted to be, and it breaks you down. But if you're with me, sing this loud, sing it loud and proud. Ladies, put your hands up. Tell the whole world that we are all just looking for love. Oh, ladies, put your hands up. Put a smile on the pretty face and say we want love. Oh, ladies, put your hands up. Tell the whole world that we are all just looking for love. Ladies, put your hands up. Put a smile on the pretty face and say here we go. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna live our life like we're supposed to. Gonna get on our feet, gonna move to the speed, gonna lead our very own destiny. 'Cause in time you'll see we'll leave happily. That's alright with me. Oh, oh, oh. Hands up for life, hands up for life. Say it's gonna be alright. Everybody say, what? Ladies, put your hands up. Tell the whole world that we are all just looking for love. Oh, ladies, put your hands up. Put a smile on a pretty face and say, ooh. Ladies, put your hands up. Tell the whole world that we are all just looking for love. Oh, ladies, put your hands up. Smile on the pretty face and say, baby, I'm just all beautiful. You are beautiful. We are beautiful. Just looking for love. Oh, ladies, put your hands up. Smile on the pretty face and say what we want. We want ladies, put your hands up. Tell the whole world that we are all just looking for love. Oh, ladies, put your hands up. Smile on the pretty face and say we want love. Put your hands up. We are all just looking for love. So ladies, put your hands up. Smile on the pretty face and say we want love.
Hang in there, guys. We'll get through this. Love you guys.
Saturday mood, and like she said, we all want love, so let's show more love, spread love, okay, especially now. All right guys, we are towards the end of this session, but we have one more guest, so tanpa melengahkan masa, let me introduce Dr. Hartini Zainuddin dari Yayasan Chowkit. Dr. Hartini Zainuddin is a child activist but works currently as a consultant for various government and UN organizations. Hi Dr. Hartini, how are you doing?
Hi Sangeet, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm all right.
Okay, right. We are running short of time, so maybe we can quickly jump into what we want to share with the ones who are watching. Perhaps you can share a bit more on what Yayasan Chowkit is and who are the beneficiaries in general.
Okay, well, Yayasan Chowkit is an NGO working on child rights and child protection. We work on providing services for children in and around Chowkit, but also work on advocacy issues that affect children in Malaysia. So that's in a nutshell. So the work that we do right now during the pandemic is twofold. One is, yes, the work within Yayasan Chowkit itself, but the other is actually a private initiative where we're actually working with other groups, other organizations and individuals working to support and provide aid to people in Sabah and Terengganu and Johor and Kelantan. So there are two things going on at the same time, like I said. So one is through Yayasan Chowkit, the organization, and one is through personal organizing groups that are working on helping others in other states.
Okay, well, speaking of initiatives, has there been any initiatives now during the lockdown, during this COVID period? What are the initiatives?
So basically the first thing is food supply. So we're doing that in Chowkit. So my colleagues at YCK are actually going around to ensure that the 121 children and their families get food on a weekly basis, organizing and ensuring that they are safe, providing access to online education or alternative education. We're also working with other NGOs looking at food distribution, helping sick children who cannot access health services right now because, you know, the parents are poor or they don't have easy access. We're also working with pregnant mothers who have no access to hospitals. So that's going on within the organization. And like I said, within Sabah and the other groups, it's really about food supplies and providing cash transfers so that there is some dignity in choices that the poor have when they get this aid. And then trying to come out with alternative verification processes and ensuring that, you know, we try to help as many as possible. But it's out of control, yeah. There are too many. There's so many, too many. Cannot cope. We can't.
Totally understandable, but well, kudos to you and your team. But perhaps you can also share with us, are there any changes that's needed on the ground, and also how can the public help you guys?
Well, first of all, I think please donate to this initiative because every little bit helps. I think it's been repeated over and over again. I think that we need to stop differentiating between Malaysians and people in Malaysia. Everybody is in need. Everybody needs to get help. Everybody needs protection. There are too many children out there, elderly, those with special needs and marginalized groups, orang asli, etc., who need a lot more support because they cannot access whatever is out there right now. The government initiatives are not enough. There is no way it's reaching everyone. I get 100 to 150 pleas a day. My phone doesn't stop ringing and doesn't stop beeping. So whatever you do, the best way you can do it is, yes, please share this link so that more people get to watch what we're doing now till 5 o'clock. But also, of course, if you can donate, that would be amazing. For us, you know, 10 ringgit is one meal. 100 ringgit helps a family of 4 to 6 people have food for more than a week. 300 ringgit supports a family for 4 weeks.
Right, precisely.
So everybody can do their bit.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Dr.
No
Hartini. We would love to chat more, but we are running short of time.
Please, go get to the others. And, you know, and amplify the message. Thank you so much for giving me the time and opportunity.
Thank you so much for whatever you're doing, your contribution and helping out everyone. All right, thank you so much. Right, that was Dr. Hartini. And once again, everyone, kalau anda ingin menyumbang, anda bolehlah ikut link yang tertera di kaca screen Facebook anda. Boleh menyumbang sebesar mana anda nak ataupun sekecil mana anda nak. Dan teruskan berkongsi live stream Derma Kilat Rakyat ini bersama dengan rakan-rakan anda. Baik, Masa saya telah pun tamat di sini, tapi anda jangan ke mana-mana sebab kita ada ramai lagi tetamu-tetamu istimewa, persembahan dan macam-macam lagi yang ingin dikongsikan bersama dengan anda. Jadi kita terus bersama dengan rakan saya Arif Subhan.
Hai, thank you so much. Thank you. Apa khabar semua? Melati kuntum tumbuh melata, sayang merebah di pohon cemara. Assalamualaikum mulanya kata, saya sembah pembuka bicara. Thank you so much for being here with us, with Bangsa Malaysia. Bangsa Malaysia merupakan satu inisiatif untuk membantu rakyat Malaysia dan juga orang yang lain yang berada dalam kesusahan. Kita sedia maklum bahawa pandemik COVID-19 ini telah menyebabkan pelbagai isu dan kemelut untuk rise to the surface, dan kita mengharap dapat membantu rakyat Malaysia dan juga orang yang duduk di Malaysia, yang tinggal di Malaysia, kerana kita bangsa Malaysia. Bangsa Malaysia itu berlain daripada kaum-kaum yang berbeza, kerana kaum-kaum yang berbeza itu menjadikan bangsa Malaysia. Tanpa melengahkan masa, for the sake of brevity, with me, the first guest that I have in my time slot is Ms. Stephanie Chai, founder and CEO of the Luxe Nomad, Asia's leading luxury villa booking portal and management company. She's an overseas Malaysian, but that doesn't mean she has forgotten. So please.
Hi Arif, thanks so much for having me. As you can see, it's a bit cold where I am. I'm wearing a turtleneck. I just want to say kudos to you guys and the whole committee at Project Bangsa Malaysia for putting this together in such a short span of time. And this is a serious matter. I've been reading the news, even though I'm overseas, and I think I speak for all overseas Malaysians. It doesn't matter how far you travel, where you are in the world. Home is home, and you don't forget your roots. And it's heartbreaking to see what is happening. I've seen the videos of the frontline staff lying on the floor of patients in the car parks of hospitals, and it is, sadly, it is a big mess. I was very sad to read about how the white flag movement was sort of clamped down by authorities instead of focusing on the main issue, which was getting food to people who need it. Why are we spending time on clamping down on things like that? I think if I can say anything, it's more important than ever that all our politicians, our government, etc., whether you're in ruling party or opposition, come together to work for all Malaysians. Having said that, I think this is not the conversation or the time to point fingers. We are in a very crucial time point where we want to make sure we don't become the next India. And I think one thing Malaysians are very good at doing is coming together. We still have that Malaysia Boleh attitude. And I think if anyone is watching this, I think as the people before me have said, whether it's $1, $10, 100 ringgit or so forth, every bit counts to helping people. I think one thing that really stuck with me this week is one of my good friends, Deborah, told me that everyday Malaysians who were maybe earning 5,000 ringgit a month and now have to put a white flag out to get food donations. I mean, that is how serious the situation is. I can't sing, I can't really be a live comedian, but I do have a letter from a frontline worker, one of our courageous frontline workers, and I'd like to share that with everyone here, so you can get an inkling of what it's like to be there. Tired. I am extremely tired. All the patients in my hospital are in critical condition. All of them need oxygen, and many will require intubation. Every day, I feel disappointment. Disappointment at our leaders for treating the well-being of our people like discardable toys. Disappointment at our policymakers for not listening to science, for not listening to the experts. Disappointment at our top civil servants for not standing up to clearly wrong practices and for speaking out against them. I am tired. I am actually crying as I type this out. I am just a contract healthcare worker who will be discarded after this pandemic, and I don't know what to do. I want to serve, and that's why I'm still in the service. But there is only so much I can do, and all my colleagues are as tired as me. But we cannot rest, because if we do, who will take care of our patients?
That is true. Who is going to take care of our patients if it's not, not the
They're the heroes of Malaysia at the moment, and I think our healthcare system is suffering. I know there are difficult times for everybody, whether you're rich or poor. It's not easy, but I do hope everyone watching this, please give what you can, even if it's just a little bit. And don't forget, everyone, our Malaysia Boleh spirit. We will get through this, and we will if we do it together.
Yes,
So
that's
that,
very
yeah.
true. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much,
Thank you,
Stephanie.
guys. Keep up and keep strong, everybody. Don't lose hope, because this will pass. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Stephanie. Hope all is well on your end. All right, thank you so much. And it is deeply moving, the fact that our frontliners, our medical workers are facing such a tough time. We need to work together and to alleviate their pain and their plight. Without further ado, our next guest is Mr. Alfred Ho. Alfred's singing career started in the 1970s when he participated in RTM's talent contest Cut TV, where he managed to qualify for the semi-finals, singing his own compositions. He's also the first visually impaired entertainer to have participated in Asia's Got Talent 2017. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Alfred Ho.
Getaran jiwa melanda hatiku, tersusun nada irama dan lagu, walau hanya sederhana tetapi tak mengapa, moga dapat membangkitkan segala kamu wahai insan, tak mungkin hilang irama dan lagu, bagaikan kembang sentiasa bermadu. Andai dipisah lagu dan irama, lama tiada berjiwa hampa, tak mungkin hilang irama dan lagu, bagaikan kembang sentiasa bermadu. Andai dipisah lagu dan irama, lama tiada berjiwa hampa.
All right, thank you, Mr. Alfred Ho, much appreciated. I do apologize, my internet is lagging, it's a bit slow. I'm not sure if you can hear me properly. Even though my internet is slow, I'm pretty sure you're not as slow. I mean, you can be fast with the help, inshallah. Yeah, so I've got bad internet, but do apologize. Without further ado, we've got one of KL's favorite rock bands back with a new single called Nothing Lasts Forever. A song for hope, for solidarity, for solace and comfort, because nothing does last forever in this world. With regards to the COVID-19 pandemic as well, it will pass, hopefully. And this is Kyoto Protocol's new song after the release of the maiden live album 10 in 2020, which celebrated the band making it past the decade mark. Presenting Fuad from Kyoto Protocol.
Thank you, Arif. Nothing lasts forever. It's nothing we can mend. Understand, understand. Nothing lasts forever. There's nothing we can mend. Our heroes started falling, reached their end. 'Cause nothing lasts forever. The finale impend. What's left of us misfits, the dead end. Stop listening, what of you? Are you listening? Nothing lasts forever. There's nothing to extend. Comprehend, comprehend. Nothing lasts forever. There's nothing to extend. We try to help the helpless, we defend. 'Cause nothing lasts forever. The finale impend. The song and tunes were ageless, the past tense. Stop listening, what of you? Are you listening? Thank you. This next one is another song of hope. And remember that your donation is a hope for the people out there. So thank you for your time, but it's now time for action. This next song is called Delta Wing. Thank you. Just like a marvel of history, we were ahead of our time. An installation at Ripley's how we ended mystery, unexpected decline. As we strapped in for our takeoff, our love was beginning to take flight. Nobody could have stopped us. In traffic control, I flew by night. We were approaching speeds of Mach 2, sonic bombs slicing in the sky, smashing on the windows of the homes we passed by. If you ask me forever where we gave it a try, we're on our way down. The economics were misty, perhaps the cost was too high. Gave too much to the industry, treated you unfairly, priorities misaligned. Once we fired up the thrusters, we left all our problems behind. Nobody could have stopped us, so we were faster than anyone could find. We were approaching speeds of Mach 2, sonic bombs slicing in the sky, smashing on the windows of the homes we passed by. If you ask me forever where we gave it a try, we're on our way down. We were approaching speeds of Mach 2, sonic bombs slicing in the sky, smashing on the windows of the homes we passed by. To tell you that I'm sorry that I made you cry, there's no turning back now. No turning back, no. Always glad to count on you as co-captain. We had some great times up in the sky, but the time has come for us to say bye. Was always glad to count on you as co-captain. We had some great times up in the sky, but the time has come for Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Fuad. That's Fuad from Kyoto Protocol. Nice jersey, by the way, brother.
Thank you. I just thought, since Project Bangsa Malaysia, I should represent, right? Except it's being covered by the strap. Unfortunately, I'm a right-hander.
Fair enough.
Just wanted to say, the lyric in Delta Wing goes, glad I could count on you, and really hope that we can count on the viewers over here to keep sharing. And of course, as I said earlier, our donation is a hope for other people. So I think that's my message today. It's a message of hope.
Thank you so much, Fuad. Much appreciated, brother. Your music inspires people, and thank you for the 2 songs. I hope it is a catalyst for people to understand that we are not in this as individuals, but we are very much a collective.
I hope so too. We can only try our best.
Yep. Cheers, Fuad. Catch you around.
Thank you. Stay safe, everyone.
All right, that was Fuad from Kyoto Protocol. Thank you so much. Without further ado, we've got another guest who is very much an interesting person. He works for an NGO called Solidaritas. So perhaps a brief introduction of Solidaritas. This is based on their website actually. It is kolektif idea yang berpegang pada suara kesaksamaan, keadilan sosial, hak asasi manusia dan perpaduan sejagat khususnya di Malaysia. Aspirasi kami adalah untuk mendukung kembali semangat Malaysia yang asal selaras dengan cita-cita negara berdasarkan kepada prinsip-prinsip yang terkandung di dalam rukun negara dengan cara memupuk satu pemikiran liberal dan progresif di kalangan rakyat Malaysia merentasi sempadan kaum, agama dan budaya. Brother Muhammad Najib, floor is yours.
Hi, thanks Arif. Terima kasih banyak-banyak kerana beri kami peluang untuk bersama dengan semua rakyat Malaysia yang lain dalam program Derma Kilat Rakyat oleh tim Projek Bangsa Malaysia ini. Terlebih dahulu saya Najib mewakili NGO Pertubuhan Solidaritas dan kita merasa banggalah menjadi sebahagian dari usaha murni Derma Kilat Rakyat ini untuk kita sama-sama menggembling tenaga dan berganding bahu dalam peperangan kita melawan pandemik COVID-19 ini. Arif telah menyebut dengan jelas sekali tentang apa itu solidaritas. Cuma saya nak tekankan sedikit adalah kami diasaskan pada tahun 2019, 15 Julai 2019, masih baru lagi. Dan sebenarnya solidaritas ini asalnya adalah untuk kami menguruskan sebuah laman web yang bercorak opinion based website, solidaritas.my, yang macam mana yang Arif quote tadi. Dan ia lebih kepada untuk menyajikan, menerbitkan artikel-artikel yang berunsur politik, ekonomi, pendidikan, sosial dan sebagainya lah. Tapi sejak bermulanya pandemik, fokus kami telah beralih juga untuk ke arah misi kemanusiaan. Bermula dari tahun lepas lagi bila PKP dilaksanakan, dan kita detik permulaan pertama bila mana kami terlibat dalam misi kemanusiaan ini adalah bila Solidaritas mendapat permohonan daripada permohonan bantuan daripada YB Dr. Mazli Malik, ahli Parlimen Simpang Renggam, untuk membantu beliau mengedarkan bakul makanan di kawasan Simpang Renggam yang dikenakan PKPD pada masa itu. Jadi bermula pada detik itu adalah pelibatan pertama kami dalam aktiviti-aktiviti amal dan kemanusiaan ini, dan sejak dari itu kami telah terlibat dalam banyak lagi aktiviti lain seperti membantu golongan warga asing di Masjid India ketika PKPD dilaksanakan di sana. Kita ada terlibat juga dengan YB Howard Lee, Adun Pasir Pinji di Ipoh, Perak, untuk membantu gelandangan Ipoh membekalkan bekalan makanan, pek makanan harian kepada mereka. Dan kita pernah juga buat program solidaritas bayi PKP, iaitu kita bekalkan lampin dan susu formula kepada keluarga-keluarga yang ada anak kecil yang memerlukan bantuan sedemikianlah. Jadi itu apa yang telah kami buat selama inilah sepanjang tempoh bermula PKP sehingga ke hari ini.
Saudara Najib, memang saya rasa Solidaritas ni memang satu NGO yang cukup menarik, dan saya tengok ada rencana-rencana di laman sosial anda.
Yes, okay.
Mungkin bagaimana jika ada yang ingin menghantar rencana mereka, adakah itu satu perkara yang dibolehkan bagi?
Memang dibolehkan. Sebenarnya kita memang mengalu-alukanlah untuk sesiapa yang ada orang kata minat dalam menulis artikel, dan kita memang alukan. Even kalau kita masuk dekat website solidaritas.my tu, memang dekat atas tu ada ruang untuk hantar artikel dan anyone can click on that dan boleh tulis kat situ dan boleh hantar artikel lah, submit artikel to our website. But of course lah kita akan tapis dan tengok dulu ia kena atau tidak dengan kami punya pendirian lah, yang like what you said just now tu. Our ideology mostly stands for liberal punya principle and also progressive punya ideas lah. So kita tengok pada kesesuaian tu dan memang kita buka peluang untuk sesiapa yang nak join sekali untuk menulis di situ, sebab kita pernah ada beberapa penulis, antara yang terkenal contohnya adalah saudara Faizal Terani yang memang merupakan penulis yang kerap yang selalu contribute artikel di Solidaritas.
Baik. Terima kasih. Itu mungkin bagi mereka yang aspiring writers yang boleh contribute rencana-rencana mereka di Solidaritas.
Yes.
Saya ada soalan seterusnya, iaitu mengenai cabaran sebagai satu NGO dalam masa pandemik ni. Mungkin satu soalan yang biasa ditanyakan tetapi penting. Saya percaya penting. Dan mungkin bagi saudara Najib ada cabaran-cabaran yang lain yang mungkin berbeza dengan NGO lain?
Saya rasa cabaran kebanyakan NGO lebih kurang sama saja. Bila kita commit ourselves, bila kita committed untuk terlibat dalam satu program ataupun aktiviti projek amal tu, satu isu utama adalah dana. Kita ada masalah dana ataupun masalah penajaan lah. Antara yang kami buat sekarang ni contohnya adalah bakul solidaritas. Yang ini kita mulakan semenjak bermula PKP daripada bulan Jun hari tu. Bakul solidaritas ni adalah kita bekalkan bakul barangan asas, bukan setakat terhad pada barangan makanan, tapi kita bekalkan juga barangan asas lain seperti barangan penjagaan diri, toiletries, sabun, shampoo, ubat gigi, pelitup muka, hand sanitizer dan sebagainya, dan juga barangan keperluan bayi untuk family yang ada anak kecil kan, susu dan juga lampin bayi lah, lampin pakai buang. Dan bila kita implement this kind of project, satu isu dia adalah kita selalunya memang akan dapat permohonan yang lebih banyak daripada bekalan yang kita ada. So selalunya kita punya resources tu sangat limited. Kita memang tak ada cukup bahan apa semua, kita tak ada cukup dana untuk apa semua. Dan cabaran untuk NGO adalah of course lah untuk pergi untuk dapatkan sumbangan dana derma daripada orang awam. Tapi I think berbeza dengan tahun ini dengan tahun lepas, tahun 2020 dan 2021 ni adalah kalau kita boleh lihat banyak masa tahun lepas bila NGO dia commit untuk involve dalam satu projek amal atau projek kemanusiaan, sumbangan derma daripada orang awam tu bertalu-talu masuk. But things is different 2021 ni. Sebab I think one of the reason kita boleh tahu adalah ramai rakyat yang sekarang dalam kesempitan, terjejas pendapatan mereka dan sebagainya. Dan you can see from that, daripada situ kita dah boleh nampak keupayaan mereka untuk memberi sumbangan, memberi derma pun sudah terjejas. So it means like macam kita semua dalam this kind of situation sekarang. Kita semua dalam keadaan yang terdesak sekarang ini. And sebab tu saya rasa benda macam derma kilat rakyat ni adalah satu inisiatif yang baik. Walaupun sasaran tu memang sangat besar. You nak collect
ambitious tapi insyaAllah
very ambitious. You nak collect 3 juta dalam tempoh satu hari sampai petang ni memang something which is really orang kata macam very ambitious lah. But of course kalau kita tak cuba kita tak akan tahu, dan inilah yang kita cuba buat sekarang.
Ada kata-kata dia, aim for the moon, even if you fail you land among the stars.
Yes, betul.
Brother Najib, I have one more question maybe about Brother Beras. Saya tak arif sangat mengenai Brother Beras ni, mungkin saudara
Brother Beras ni actually Nathaniel Tan, projek Bangsa Malaysia punya pengasas ni dah buat dulu. Dia dah cerita, bukan dah buat dulu, dia dah cerita dulu dalam BFM 89.9. So since Arif dah tanya balik, so I just nak cerita sikit lah. Masa kita mulakan bakul solidaritas hari tu, kita dapat satu permohonan lah from this one person, a complete stranger. He just like macam DM saya, dia personal message saya dekat Facebook, dan dia just minta permintaan, dia kata dia cuma nak duit untuk beli beras saja. Dia tak nak benda lain, dia tak nak apa extra money or anything, dia tak nak bakal makanan, dia just need duit untuk beli beras saja. Sebab dia kata anak dia, isteri dia dah makan Maggi untuk beberapa hari dan sekarang dia perlukan beras. So because masa tu dah malam, and then because of PKP, kalau saya keluar pun nanti satu hal pula kena tangkap dengan polis kan. So apa yang saya buat adalah saya just transfer money kepada dia malam tu, dan esoknya dia beli beras. Dan dia ucapkan terima kasih apa semua. Dia siap tunjuk gambar bukti beras yang dia dah beli beserta dengan resit tu. And I was like macam, oh it's okay lah, fine. I mean like macam, okay you need help, kita dah bantu, then that's about it lah. Saya tak expect apa-apa daripada dia balik sebab duit yang saya bagi itu pun adalah dana daripada sumbangan orang ramai. So memang kita bagi untuk bantu orang lain. But it turns out a few days later, bila dia dah dapat gaji apa semua, dia dah ada duit balik, he texted me back again. Dia message saya balik dan dia cakap, bro, hari tu kau dah bantu aku untuk beli beras dan aku dah beli beras. Sekarang aku dah ada duit balik, boleh tak kau cari siapa-siapa yang memerlukan bantuan sekarang yang perlukan duit atau sebagainya, dan aku nak bagi duit tu pada dia. So at the same time, ya Masya Allah, at the same time, ada seseorang dari Sabah yang WhatsApp dekat saya juga dan dia pun minta bantuan juga. But of course lah, dia dekat Sabah, sangat jauh kan. Dan I thought about like macam just transfer the money to him lah, transfer duit pada dia. Tapi since yang brother beras tu dah tanya dulu, so I pun cadangkan pada dia, why not, aku ada someone yang dekat Sabah ni yang perlukan bantuan, dia nak perlu beli barangan runcit untuk family dia. Dia budak lelaki, tak kerja, ada parents dia kena jaga, dah ada adik-beradik dia, so dia perlukan duit tu. Dan dia brother beras sikit, okay, so why not, just bagi dia account number, aku transfer duit pada dia. And that's what he did. In fact, dia bagi duit tu lebih banyak daripada duit, sebab masa dia nak minta beli beras dulu, dia memang tak minta banyak, dia kata just duit untuk beli beras. So of course lah, you know lah, beras is about like macam paling-paling pun RM20, RM30 kalau yang 10 kilo punya kan. So I just like macam just give him the account number, and then dia transfer, dia tunjuk the receipt. So dia bagi 2 atau 3 kali ganda lebih banyak daripada apa yang dia dapat dulu to that guy in Sabah. And then that guy in Sabah pun the next morning dia text to me back again, dia bagi gambar, dia dah beli barang runcit apa semua dekat kedai apa semua. So that's what we call it, like macam pay it forward lah. Dan benda tu satu yang memberikan inspirasi, sebab orang banyak fikir bila ada orang susah minta bantuan, dia just tahu nak minta bantuan, tapi we never know that macam some people ni dia just minta bantuan tapi dia ada intention yang murni juga. Bila dia dah dapat tu, dia tahu dia pernah susah, dia dah dapat bantuan, and then bila dia dah senang sikit, then the first thing that come into his mind is like macam nak pergi tolong orang lain pula untuk balas balik tu. Dan itu satu benda yang memang inspiring. Yes, dilipat gandakan benda tu. So that's just one of like macam inspiring story lah yang kita boleh jumpa bila berlaku dalam keadaan macam ni. That's about it.
Najib, thank you so much for sharing. I know I would love to speak even longer, but you know, masa mencemburi kita lah.
Yeah, masa mencemburi kita. Thank you very much untuk semua organizer Demo Kilat Rakyat, Projek Bangsa Malaysia, and Arif for this opportunity lah untuk peluang saya bercakap dekat sini. And I hope kita sama-sama dapat achieve target kita 3 juta. Even though orang kata kita aim for the moon ke apa ke, it doesn't matter. Whatever amount that we can have by the end of this session petang ni nanti, that will be a good thing, and it shows something yang kita rakyat Malaysia bila kita bersatu, we can achieve something. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, and hopefully, you know, keep up the good work.
Yes, insyaAllah, I will do. Alright, thanks bro, bye.
All right, thank you, Brother Najib, for sharing such an inspirational story. We can learn so much from it. And again, as he said, you know, even if you want to share some articles with them, you can do so. And thank you, Solidaritas. Now we have an interesting personnel. She is Davina Goh, who is a performer and plant-based lifestyle advocate. You can also find her food content on social media as Davina the Vegan. Plant-based diets.
Thanks a lot, Arif. And thanks very much, Project Bangsa Malaysia, for having me. And thank you so much, everyone who's tuning in for watching. It's such an important day, such an important event for us to collaborate and realize how much power we have in numbers. I do have a story from a frontliner which I would like to share. And it goes, I think I am demotivated and burnt out. I have no empathy or feeling at all for my patients now. Having difficulties to sleep. The hospital doesn't really care about our safety, especially our head of department and some specialists, and many other reasons that I can't explain. I hope our superiors appreciate what we do and give tokens of appreciation instead of criticizing us.
It takes more than one person to make this work. Please have some empathy and learn to look out for others. We are humans, not robots. And I just reading this makes me feel like really getting into the shoes of the frontliner. It's extremely difficult what they're doing because they have to do their job, and at the same time they have to cope with the emotions that come with the job, and it's not easy. And I think it's all the more important for us to stay healthy as possible within our means. Like when we look out for each other, we can't do it before we look out for ourselves first. So in my work as a plant-based lifestyle advocate, I'm telling everyone, stay healthy, eat healthy. You can't afford to get sick because the frontliners are overwhelmed with what they are doing right now. So it's a reminder for you to eat your vegetables, eat your fruits, drink plenty of water. Yeah. And if it's all right, I know I don't have that much time, so I would just like to share a story of a very quick story of my own, which I experienced about I think it was late last year. So this is when we were able to eat out for a very short frame of time. So I went to the mamak with my husband, and with social distancing and everything, very few people there. And there was a salesman, I think he was selling pens or belts or something like that. Very clearly, he didn't seem Malaysian. He seemed like he was maybe from Pakistan or something like that. So he came over and he offered us like things that we might be interested in buying, but whatever he was selling us, we have in abundance. So we politely declined. And then he sat down on a table right next to us, and he looked so exhausted. And it wasn't even like 10 in the morning. He was probably walking all day trying to get all these sales. And he sat down, he was so exhausted, and he just looked at us. And he was like, he gave us this sign. I'm like, wow, okay, times are really, really tough, especially for people. I mean, it's really a tough job in a non-pandemic time. Can't imagine how much more he has to push his sales during this time. And he was like that, and he was just like, and he called the waiter and he asked for what was it? He just asked for a glass of water. And me and my husband were like, I was thinking like, wow, I wonder if he can even afford to eat or drink anything apart from ordering a glass of water. And I looked at my husband and I was like, Sayang, could we maybe treat him a meal? And he's like, yes, of course. And I was like, wow, okay. So we went over to him and we told him, please help yourself to a meal. Like, just take anything you want. We will foot the bill for you. And oh my gosh, like the way, like his face lit up like he hit the jackpot, like he hit the lottery and he won grand prize. And he went and he lined up and he took his rice and he piled on every piece of meat there was in that section where you can put on nasi kandar and all that stuff. And like his meal was that high. And I'm a vegan and I'm like, whoa. I was very like, there was a little conflict in my head, like, wow, what happens if I said, well, you can eat whatever you want, just make sure it's not meat. That would be me projecting my expectations of what being a good person is onto someone else. And the fact that I didn't do that, and just to bear witness to this person probably eating things he most likely hasn't eaten in a really, really, really long time because he couldn't afford it, made me think, wow, maybe veganism is like it works for me, but like to really be able to turn the compassion that I have from being vegan into an unconditional love, and to see what kindness truly is. And it
manifests itself, right? It manifests itself. You conduct yourself and the way you treat others.
Yeah. And it also showed me like, we only helped that one person out that day with we dropped like 20 ringgit on that meal, but the way he sat down and raised his hands in prayer made me think like, wow, we changed someone's life today with 20 ringgit. So it really sent home the message every little cent matters. And if it's with good intention, it's going to go really, really far. So whoever's watching, whatever, like I've seen how much a life can be changed with 20 ringgit. If you even have 10, I think it's going to go really far, and it's going to make someone's life out there. So yeah, make sure you check out all the details here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Davina, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure having you on. I do apologize for the sake of brevity. You know, we've got to keep it.
I got
but
it.
yeah, thank you. And people
so much,
people can find you on Davina the Vegan.
Davina.vegan. Yeah.
Vegan. All right. Cheers. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Stay safe.
All right. Thank you, Davina. We have a video now by a journalist by the name of Hakimi Amri.
I begin, yeah. I think the pandemic. What strikes me the most is that journalist is a thankless job. We don't receive much appreciation, with some even haters. But one thing for sure, you need news, especially in the pandemic. Therefore, you need us. I believe that the pandemic has further highlighted the need for news that are credible as well as crucial information among society. It is because with the pandemic, the situation is changing ever so rapidly. Therefore, news organization, journalists, we play a vital role in keeping the society up to date. Yes, it is our job to get the story, but we do that at the expense of our health. We risk our health just to keep the society well informed. As we are speaking nowadays, we see the increase of active cases, but that's not the only thing on the rise. In fact, if you have been keep updating with the news, you know the recent Bendera Putih campaign really awakened a new side of story of the pandemic. For example, at the moment, I'm actively covering stories involving this Rakyat initiative, be it the initiative from the NGOs or from the generous individuals, as well as stories on the ground involving those who hoisted their flag, signaling their need for help. However, if I may, from my point of view, I think we have two sides of opinion regarding this campaign. There are those who feel that white flag is a symbol of defiance against the government, the authorities, and could in fact stir trouble. But that's on them, not on these people who are desperately need help, need assistance. In fact, white flag can be regarded as a beacon of help for me, for them to continue their lives throughout the pandemic. Also, with the Bendera Putih campaign, in my opinion, it shows that humanity does exist regardless of our religion, our races, our political differences. It shows that we can put aside our differences and unite despite the narrative that have been, I would say, embedded in our society. For example, there's this one time I wrote a story about a restaurant owner who set up a food bank at his restaurant. However, he specifically told me that he only accepts halal food donations because he's worried that Muslims living nearby his restaurant won't be able to take the food item if he doesn't set such a requirement for donation. These kind of moments, these stories are what what impact me the most and makes me more motivated to do my job properly, to give good news, good stories, good information to other people, to the society. And also, I'm a person who give credit when it's due. Yeah, and I believe this time the credit goes to Rakyat. Thank you.
Got another performance. Yeah, thank you so much, Hakimi, for that wonderful message. Now we've got a wonderful another performance by Liaism, which was birthed in 2016. Her music is a blend of tropical soul, electronic sounds, chill vibes, and husky vocals. The different layers in the composition and arrangement of her songs are movement of emotions to help translate her words of love, anger, and mixed emotions.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Okay, awesome. All right. Okay.
How's everything?
Okay, yeah. Okay lah, kan?
Sila.
Thank you, Arif. Hi, I'm Leah or Leaism. I'm a local singer-songwriter. First of all, I would like to say thank you to Rakyat Malaysia for having and for organizing this, for having such great lineups, of course, and for the initiative. So whoever that's watching now, please do enjoy. And I think every segment that I've also been watching have really been entertaining and also informative for sure. So if you guys find this initiative and this fight important to you, and if you guys want to support, please do donate di bawah ni. Yes. Wow, this feels like, oh my god, I have done this a few times, but this always gets me excited. Woo! Sinakan kursi yang berhad di bawah ni. Yes. So okay, I don't really have much time, so I'm gonna start playing. So I hope you guys gonna enjoy. This first song is a song that will be released in a few months. It's a new song, so it's about being in a very dark place this pandemic. But I would like to celebrate that, and I would like to celebrate that darkness and the fact that we should not deny that. We should not deny our feelings. We should not deny our process and our pace in going through mentally and physically what we're all going through. So I think in a way that we should embrace it, but also go through it and get better and fight our way until the end. So I hope you guys are going to enjoy. This is called Suri. Dingin hari, suara siapa yang berani bertanya mengapa kita fikir kita berbeza. Segala yang ada hanya sementara. Segala yang ku rasa kan
Tiada yang berani untuk meneruskan semua. Dikala kau jatuh dan terduduk, segalanya musnah. Siapa yang berani bertanya mengapa kita fikir kita berbeza? Segala yang ada hanya sementara. Segala yang ku rasa kan hilang juga. Kan hilang juga. Tiada yang berani untuk meneruskan semua. Dikala kau jatuh dan terduduk, segalanya musnah. Tiada yang berani untuk meneruskan semua. Dikala kau jatuh dan terduduk, segalanya musnah. Suri. Aku dingin bersuaralah. Woo! So that's a song.
I tergamam sekejap. Sorry. I tergamam. Jam. Serious. I macam, even though kita bukan live as in live physically kan, tapi I dapat rasa dia punya vibes. You know, I just wish that we can enjoy it physically soon, you know.
Totally. Yeah. I'm praying for that.
Dengan lighter kan.
Tengok kan macam. But I totally get what you mean.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure you miss having a crowd as well, kan?
Yeah, totally. But I did got the chance like masa bulan puasa when it was lifted for a bit and we had like a quick show. So I did had that chance, but it was not enough because we still can't perform like the whole band and everything. So I usually perform my band. So ini macam I seorang je. So it's very intimate and different lah for me, totally.
So for those yang mungkin they want to hear more from you and your band, how can they contact you? How can they find you on social media?
Yeah, you guys can find me Leaism. Just search Leaism. Leah is my name basically. So Leaism, it's like the character that I kind of created a few years ago. So because I'm super smart and so great at branding, if you guys Google Leaism anywhere, it will just come out me and my
Ni
face. So
bukan apa-apa politik Leaism ni tak ada benda.
Ada sebenarnya. It's actually like a joke. It's actually my dad's name. My dad's name is Ismail. So I kind of like, oh, that sounds cool, and it's my dad's name. So I have an excuse to be able to cakap macam, oh, so it's an idea, and I know it's my dad's.
That's sweet. All right, okay. Hopefully people can connect with you online and we can hear more of you in real life as well virtually. Thank you so much, Leaism. Much appreciated. Stay safe. All right, that was Leaism. It's such a beautiful rendition of Suri, if I'm not mistaken, as the title of the song. Yeah, so we've got one more guest, but this is a recorded video by a student by the name of Rihanna Kaur. Sat Sri Akal, Rihanna Kaur.
Physically meet our friends, hang out with them, do assignments together, give ourselves a break without even the thought or fear of a pandemic. Seems pretty shallow at first when there are people who are going through much worse. But these are all the things that we might have taken for granted and are now missing very dearly with almost 2 years into this pandemic. Now all we students do are sit in front of our laptops, computers, phones and tablets for hours attending online classes. Classes drag on until the evening and even until nighttime at times, and then us students just move towards getting assignments done or studying. It's an endless cycle that doesn't stop. As I am sitting down and making this video, Malaysia just recorded 13,000 COVID cases in a day. I think a lot of us can agree when I say that it feels as though there's no light at the end of the tunnel at one point because things don't seem to be getting better. We have endured lockdowns after lockdowns with no end in sight. We started another lockdown in June with hopes that cases would decrease, but they only kept increasing. Seems like a nightmare slowly unraveling now whenever we check the daily numbers released by KKM. I weep for my beloved country. I weep for our frontliners who are tirelessly trying their very best for our nation. I weep for those whose livelihoods have been lost, families trying to make ends meet, families who have been separated for months to a year. I weep for students trying their best to adapt to online classes because we don't have a choice. Nobody deserves the hardship that this pandemic has put everyone through the past year and a half. Even with online classes, students are very much struggling. I think I can speak for most university students when I say we are all having a difficult time coping with ODL, especially with COVID looming over us like a dark cloud that doesn't want to go away. Even if the perception is that online classes is supposed to be easier compared to physical classes, it is very much not. A lot of us miss our university campuses. The environment there when COVID didn't exist was something to behold. Friends physically helping each other with work, helping each other understand subjects better, just being able to go out without the fear of COVID itself is such a blessing and privilege that we do not have now. Releasing stress was easier for all of us because we had each other. We were not alone, friends had our backs and were there for us when we needed them and vice versa. The students that are in campus right now are mostly paranoid to leave their rooms and prefer just to stay in. And now they cannot even go home either with the lockdown in place. Mental health is a huge struggle. I would like everyone to imagine being stuck in a small dorm room for long periods of time. That kind of gets to you. Kita tak manja. We are hard workers, sacrificing our sleep as well as physical and mental health to get assignments and projects done because we know how important they are. We are all trying our very best. It is also very important to note that not every student is as privileged as the other. Students from rural parts of Malaysia have been struggling with online classes because of issues like not getting proper internet coverage, as well as not having the privilege to own smartphones and laptops. Those equipped have to leave their homes, climb trees, create temporary study tables on the side of the roads just to get good internet coverage. All those actions are very dangerous and puts them at risk of endangering their lives. You can see that these people are far from lazy. They try their best to reach for the skies to make sure they can attend their classes. Our students deserve all of the basic needs for them to be able to at least comfortably sit through their ODL classes in their homes. That's the very least anyone can do for them. With all of us who I'm sure that are feeling as demotivated as I am, there's still this little inkling of hope that wishes for Malaysia to heal as quick as possible. Our aspirations and hopes for this country and its people are the same. We hope to achieve immunization quickly. We hope to recover our country's economy back. Too many people have experienced hardship, poverty and discrimination made worse by COVID-19, but many lessons have been learned on how to bounce back stronger. Hopefully, this will also be aided by a public policy agenda that places the well-being and prosperity of the people first. One very hard lesson that I've learned throughout this pandemic is that the Rakyat are always there for each other no matter what. The saying really does go, Rakyat jaga Rakyat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rihanna Kaur. Hopefully the students can go through this tough time with our help as well. All right, that's all from me for Bangsa Malaysia right now, Project Bangsa Malaysia. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I would like to pass the baton to a very long friend of mine. Her name is Ili Ruzana. She is also a Fly FM announcer and is known as Hello, It's Ili on TikTok with a piece.
Arif, thank you so much for that. Thank you so much.
All right.
Hi, everybody. Hi, guys. I'm Ili. And to those of you who are watching right now for Project Bangsa Malaysia, thank you so much, guys. You know, this whole idea that we have done from 11 a.m. onwards till 5 p.m. We were trying to get as much funds as we can to help other Malaysians, of course, through the NGOs. And just want to let you guys know, okay, thank you so much to everybody who has donated, because right now at this very moment, we have accumulated a total of 51,000 ringgit, 150 ringgit and 70 cents. That is amazing, guys. Just want to say, if you guys want to donate, you can. All of the information is right here on the screen. If you want to share this stream to everybody else so that they can watch it and hopefully they can donate as well, that would be amazing, okay? Let's go to the next person of today's Project Bangsa Malaysia. Now, we all know her with the name Asha Gill, all right? She's Malaysia-based model, television host, DJ, VJ, writer, producer, film director, and women's rights activist. Girl, we stand this kind of energy, okay? She's known for her versatile career as an award-winning TV host, writer as well, and for over 2 decades, okay? So she has embarked on a journey as a life coach in the past 5 years. So everybody, let's give it up for Asha Gill.
Right, this is a test recording for Suzanne. I'm going to read a couple of pieces I'm going to lift from Gabor Mate's Scattered Minds books, just to give a sort of sense of, I guess, different nuances slightly. Okay, this is a piece by Henry Miller from his book Sexist, which is quoted in the book. If you persist in throttling your impulses, you end by becoming a clot of phlegm. You finally spit out a gob which completely drains you and which you only realize years later was not a gob of spit, but your inmost self. If you lose that, you'll always race through dark streets like a madman pursued by phantoms. You'll be able to say with perfect sincerity, I don't know what I want in life. And this is moving to a piece and a real account by someone he's interviewed. It is typical too in the deep dissatisfaction with the self it reveals. I have not achieved enough in life. I feel that my abilities exceed my attainments. I feel I could do more. I vegetate, my ambitions like rotting weeds around me. I want to paint. I want to study languages, French, German, Spanish, what else? I want to exercise. I want to meditate. I want to read. I want to see people. I want to take in more culture. I want to sleep enough. I don't want to watch junk television anymore. I want an end to the binge cramming of food into myself every evening. I want to live. Characteristically, what this man did not think to write was, I want to learn to accept myself.
Sorry, guys. You know what? Sometimes when we do this virtual streaming, right? The mute and unmute thing is always a thing that happens. Anyway, guys, I just wanted to say, if we can hear Asha's voice all day, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind. That was so beautiful. Oh my goodness. To those of you who are here, oh my gosh, guys, just found out that the total amount that we have accumulated is 72,000 ringgit, 369. That is amazing. To those of you who have donated, thank you so much. And to those of you, if you want to donate, you can, or you can even share this live stream to everybody so that everybody knows what's going on, because we are doing this to help other Malaysians, okay? All right, y'all. Just want to let you know that the next person that you are about to meet is somebody so amazing, so funny, and so quirky. He has been doing this for over 12 years, okay? Give it up for stand-up comedian, Pappy Zach.
Hi.
Hey.
What's up? Hey, well, it's a funny thing when because when we were backstage, I was asking, hey, how much do we raise? And I remember this person said 53,000. And then when you said it, you're like, we raised 51,000. I said, how did we lose 2,000? And then it's like, okay. No.
Now you know, Pappy. Now you know.
Now we know. I was like, whoa, what's going on? But thanks for having me. Thank you, Project Bangsa Malaysia, for having me. What's up, people? My name is Papi Zach. I'm known as Malaysia's biggest stand-up comedian in size. I hope you guys are staying safe, being safe, and doing your part to fight this pandemic. I believe during these tough times, I think laughter can help a little bit. Not a lot, but it can help a little bit. What I've learned throughout this pandemic is, Malaysians, we are a lot cleaner now. We're gonna take better steps to assure that we clean ourselves before we do anything else. Okay, and I'm talking about you guys in the toilets who, after you done doing your business, don't just walk out the door, and you have the gall to say, "Hey, Papi Zach, I'm a big fan. Shake my hand." I know where that hand has been. Okay, now clean yourself. All right. So if anything you take away from this pandemic, always clean yourself. And another thing, social distancing. I don't know what is it. What is it with Malaysians and social? Like they always have to be like all up in your face. Like when you're waiting in line, you're like, hey, I'm a big guy. I like my space. Like give me space. But sometimes I don't know. Like being up close to me just gives you that I'm gonna be next. Nobody cut in line. Okay, whoa. Don't be kiasu. Okay, we are not Singaporeans. I said it. So yeah, this is the few things I'm taking away from this pandemic. But guys, a lot of people have come up to me and said, "Hey, Papi, your job is very hard lah. But I have to disagree. I think the hardest job out there right now is the ones that our frontliners are doing. So I'm going to take a little break and I'm just going to read a letter from a frontliner, and I'm going to do my best Asha Gill impression. But I'm going to try to beat her at her own game. All right. So we, the frontliners, have always been in a combat for millions of diseases out there. By far, this COVID era is one of the toughest battles we are facing. And for the record, it'll be the first battle that we are about to lose if we don't have any solutions. All of us Malaysians are facing difficulty dealing out with emotional and financial burdens. We are all out dealing and also trying to give the best quality of health that we all deserve. As for now, we are all burnt out. Our mental health, concentration, focus are all messed up. We are begging, crying. Please don't leave us alone. We need a pillar of strength. We are overwhelmed with patients who need acute attention. We don't have space, equipment, or manpower to face this. So what's next is, if this continues, you all know the answer. This is another version of a zombie apocalypse. It's not a video game anymore. This is reality. Let's do this together. Nobody should be left out, as this is for a better healthcare and a better future. Hashtag together. They know what we need. Just stop playing games and don't gamble on us. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That is a letter from a frontliner, and it can't get more serious than that. So guys, whatever you can, however small, however big, please donate. And you've heard some of the speakers before. Every little amount helps. So props to Project Bangsa Malaysia for taking this initiative. Congratulations to everybody who's donated. Thank you so much. And I'm Papi Zach, guys, signing off. Stay safe.
Thank you so much, Papi Zai. That was amazing. I mean, I know you wanted to try to speak like Asha Gale, but you had your own thing going on. Like I felt
thank
that.
you very much. I try.
If you wanted to basically share where people can find you, I mean, you can.
Oh, people can find me at home in Tamanton at this address. No.
I mean, that one.
No. Okay. At Papi Zach, it's simple on Instagram and Facebook, and I don't know about TikTok. I think I'm a little too old for TikTok and to do that. But at Papi Zach, PAPIZAK.
We should find you on TikTok. After this, you do the TikTok account, okay? We'll follow you there.
You know, all the editing, I'm going to be like my mom, when every time she's like, hey, Zach, how do you save the file? How? Where do I press? I said, Ma.
See, that's a TikTok video right there. But Papi Zach, thank you so much for being here and doing this with us.
Hey, thanks, Ailey. Thanks, guys, at Project Bangsa Malaysia for having me too.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yo, to those of you who are here with us, thank you so much for being here for Project Bangsa Malaysia. Of course, this whole purpose is to help other Malaysians at a tough time like this. And, I'm just really, really happy. And I think all of us are knowing that we have collected up to 72,000 ringgit. That is awesome. Yo, we got to keep going, okay? We got to keep the spirit alive. I love it. This next person, you all know him, especially because of sports. DJ Roshan, y'all. I mean, come on. You've seen him on Astro Super Sport, kan? And I know he's a fan of Borussia Dortmund. So if y'all have anything bad to say about the team, don't la. Let's meet him in a bit.
First and foremost, I apologize for my hair. I kind of look like the guy from the History Channel talking about aliens. Or I look like a long-lost member of Alley Cats. I'll tell you what, just for everybody's sake, I'm just going to put on this hat. First and foremost, thank you so much for having me here today. And I'll be honest, I was a bit apprehensive about being a part of this. And for the simple reason is, what am I going to say or do that's going to make a difference? Do I actually have the right to talk to you about what's going on in life? Do I have the right to even comment on what you're going through? These were the things that were going through my mind. And the first thing I told myself is, I'm just going to be honest. I do apologize if you hear some kids fighting in the background. Those are my kids trying to kill each other. Don't worry, they're just playing, but I do apologize in advance. I'm a father of two beautiful girls. My wife is my boss, and I have a dog in the house, so it's a full house. 2020 was a bittersweet moment, and that's the last time I'm going to use the term bittersweet to describe 2020 for me, because my second daughter was born in April. It's literally dead smack MCO, the first one that was declared and you couldn't do anything. That was it was an entertaining time because I had to sit down with my wife's doctor. No, without my wife, and she told me that, listen, Roshan, there's a few things that's going to happen. One, nobody knows what this disease is all about, what COVID-19 was all about. And let's be honest, now, if you do get it, you know, all right, there's a procedure, you go to Sungai Buloh, you're a bit more relaxed because you know there's light at the end of the tunnel. But last year, you didn't know anything. I wouldn't say I was panicking, but I was just so worried about, you know, what was going to go through, you know, what was going to happen to my wife, my kid, my family that was in my house. So my doctor, rather not my doctor, my wife's doctor, no, I don't see a gynecologist. You know, I'm fine. Everything is working for me perfectly. But I sat down with my wife's doctor and she just told me, see, these are the things that's going to happen. And you need to mentally prepare yourself for it. And then slowly talk to your wife about what's going to happen. First and foremost, she said at that point of time, now it's a bit more relaxed. If you were going to expect a kid, it's only the husband and wife that were allowed into the hospital after a COVID test, which is that 48-hour test. Nobody else was allowed into the hospital, so I couldn't take my kid, and I couldn't go in and come out. I just had to go to the hospital and stay there. So I was like, okay, what do I do? I was like, okay, fine, I found an answer. Get my in-laws across, let them take care of my eldest daughter and my fur ball. His name is Sky, by the way. So we were like, okay, that's taken care of. And then suddenly, the next bit of information was the one that really put me in a situation where I was really not comfortable with. In case our COVID test was positive, all of us, everybody in this house was going to go to Sungai Buloh. And remember, at that point in time, the moment you thought COVID, you just thought death. Yep. So now imagine going through all of this and trying to manage everything. It was unbelievable. It was like, she told me, like, listen, your wife and your unborn, I mean, as soon as my kid was born, my wife and my kid would be taken to Sungai Buloh. I wouldn't see them for 2 weeks at all. My eldest daughter and my in-laws would be taken. I would go in as well, but oh my God, it was just entertaining, as I would say. Yeah, not as entertaining as the Marvel movies, but entertaining. So then, okay, blessed with a beautiful daughter in April, who's just now throwing things in the background, so I do apologize again. I got 2 hurricanes for girls, yeah. And then the big kahuna happened, which is the country completely shut down, right? And in 2020, I took this big risk of leaving the job I had done for close to 15 years, that's radio and television, and took this big risk of going into something brand new. And that was to bring down a summit from Spain, a global football business summit into Malaysia, which we did. I was very proud of what I had done. That for me, listen, I've never done marketing. I'm horrible with maths. 1 + 1 is 10 for me, yeah? That's how bad my maths is. So got it done. Got it. We had been given the unofficial thumbs up saying, all right, you can bring the summit across. That's my daughter agreeing with me as I speak. And now she's fighting with my eldest daughter. I do apologize. So got the unofficial approval from the government to say, all right, we're going to bring the summit down, a part of the whole Visit Malaysia 2020 campaign. And for me, if you're a football fan, trust me when I say this, that's like Wayne Rooney scoring a hat-trick on his debut against Fenerbahce for Manchester United. I was like, oh my God, this is my first foray out of broadcast, and I got it done. And I was like, yes, it's going to happen. And finally, just being honest here, because I don't want to lie, I was looking at my biggest paycheck ever. So, and as soon as you see numbers in you start thinking about, I can do this, I can do that. And guess what? Dead. Done. Gone. Nothing. Thanks for the sound effects to my daughter. But yeah, it was cancelled. And then I started to have mini panic attacks. Thinking like, oh my God, how am I going to take care of my family? I mean, what am I going to do? But the only thing I could do was first allow myself to have that little moment of little panic attacks. And then I had to sit down and just figure out what I had to do to make sure that little tornado is fed on a daily basis. So just started putting things in motion slowly. The first thing I did was swallow my pride, swallowed my ego, and I reached out for help. It's okay. Set those 2 things aside. Those are the biggest hurdles when you are asking for help. And if people are going to judge you, it's okay. You can't control their thought process. You can't tell them what to do. The only thing you're in control of is you. Swallow your pride, swallow your ego, reach out for help, and I guarantee you, the first 7 out of 10 will be like, bro, cannot lah, bro. But those 3 will be the biggest difference in your life. They won't be the first 3 to say yes out of the 10, because the first 7 said no. Say, I told you I'm bad with maths. I really need a calculator. But somebody will be out there to help you. And I can tell you this, you will be crushed, you'll feel zip, nothing in there. But the only thing you can do, and I promise you this, the only thing you can do is sort this out. Believe in yourself. Nobody else is going to help you. The moment you help yourself and you say, you know what, I'm done with my ego and my pride and I can reach out for help, things will change. I give you my word. Things didn't happen overnight. It's about, I started putting things together again, starts from scratch, from zero, August onwards. And I won't say a year later, but 7 months later, things picked up for me. Because the only thing I did for myself was never give up. Financially, zip, yeah. Tell you, I was on a fun time. It was not a fun time. Because I'm not trying to bring, sex into this, but as a man, you just have this responsibility on your chest, on your, everywhere, on your, every sector on your body, that you are responsible for your family and you've got to make this happen. As a mother, I know for a fact my wife was not happy at the fact that we were all in this situation, and she was also starting to blame herself that maybe she could have done something better. All of this will happen, and it's okay to let it happen. But after some time, you've got to make a decision and say, enough. No more wallowing in your own misery, because that's a fantastic feeling. Yeah, feeling sorry for yourself is the greatest feeling in the world. I've been there. I've dabbled with that, and I can tell you, it is up there with being in love, and up there watching football when your favorite team scores and wins a tournament. It is up there. Feeling sorry for yourself is a high. It gives you a very, very bad high, but it is up there. So the one thing you can do right now is stop that. Stop feeling sorry for yourself. I'm sorry, I hope I don't come across as lecturing or thing, but that's the only way I knew how to deal with it for myself. I had to look in the mirror literally and tell myself, enough, no more. Swallow your pride, your ego, reach out for help. First few people might not say yes, but people will be there for you. Your family, some of your friends. Yeah, you see? Can I finish this? Okay, thank you. Okay, don't scream. I mean, look, I cannot tell you what to do. I cannot tell you why you should do it, but all I can do is just tell you what I've been through and then channel that out. I promise you that things will turn around once you start believing in yourself. It won't happen tomorrow, it won't happen next week, but it will happen. You've got to keep going. You've got to keep going. That's the only thing I can tell you. I promise you, I've been there. I have bought the shirt literally as well, but I've been there, done it. I know. I believe in you. I know for the fact that you can do it. This is not some Guruji or one of these Robin Sharma kind of inspirational feel-good videos. All I can do is tell you what I've been through and tell you that it will be okay. But you've got to start to believe in yourself first. It's okay. It's fine to cry. It's fine to second guess yourself at times. It's all okay. It's a part of the journey. But always, always keep moving forward. I promise you things will turn around, and I promise you I'm going to tell my children after this, why were you screaming? Why are you trying to pull my shorts down? That's my youngest daughter. They're trying to pull my shorts down. And that's my eldest one trying to have a good laugh at my expense. So I do apologize if I sound a bit... my daughter's trying to push my legs now. And my eldest daughter is enjoying this. I do apologize if I came across a bit too strong, but the only reason why I did it is because I know you can get through it. I promise you will get through it. but it starts with you. And pointing fingers is a very bad habit. I've been told this, I've got to stop that. All right, on behalf of my bad hair and my family members who have been through it firsthand, I know you will do it. I know you'll move forward, and I've got nothing but love and respect for each and every one of you. I promise. I need to point right now because I have to switch off the recording. I like you guys. Take care.
Hello everyone, thanks for joining us today. I am Putri and Balkis, and it's a delight to actually speak to Hunger Hurts MY. And joining me today, Sarah Mag, which is the Vice President of Hunger Hurts MY. Thanks for joining us, Sarah, and also Imran Shah, the Ambassador of Hunger Hurts MY.
Hello.
Thank you so much for joining us today.
Hello.
So this
Thank you
would
for
be the
having us.
spotlight for both of you. So I'm going to start with Sarah. How did Hunger Hurts MY start, and who are the beneficiaries in general so far?
Okay, so basically, Hunger Hurts was founded in 2016, and that is like about 5 years ago by my friend, Faris Hazim. And he really wanted to eradicate poverty and elevate the lives of the poor communities, not only in Malaysia, but ultimately in Southeast Asia. And that's how it started. And what the cool thing about us is that we always use the three-pronged strategies in our efforts and also tackling issues dealing with poverty. And that is sustainability, awareness, and education. Yeah, and good question in terms of beneficiary. When identifying beneficiary, it's normal for us to look at household income because that's the most acceptable way, right? But for us, we also take into account the multi-dimensional poverty index, that we look into the lack of access to education, lack of access to healthcare, and also other basic facilities as well. And essentially, our beneficiaries were just the B40 communities. But because of the impact of the pandemic, it has really shifted the ballgame. And now we have categories like the B60s, which they only live with a household income of below 1,005 ringgit a month. And because of that, we're not only catering to the B40 and also B60 communities, but we're also extending aid to the bottom 20% of the M40s, unfortunately, because of this. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
And,
yeah, unfortunately.
And if I get this right, that Hunger Hurts not only focusing on Klang Valley at the moment, right?
Yes, correct. Actually, Hunger Hurts is now actively in Klang Valley and Sabah for now.
Okay.
But we have other parts. We have other parts like in Seremban and in Perak as well.
All right, awesome. So throughout this, like we've been going through this countless amount of lockdown. So any special initiatives that have come out of it?
Well, I mean, Hunger has always been helping these communities even before the pandemic. But in specifics, throughout the year, we have started about 6 ongoing campaigns. And it shows how alarming it is, like how bad it is, the situation is in Malaysia, and the fight that a lot of people are in need of help. And we started Kinda Aid and Feed a Kid to help provide grocery items to families. We have Mask Up to help with hygiene essentials, Connect Rakyat to provide electronics for kids to go through PDPR classes, One Meal to help small vendors, and also recently is the White Flag Movement lah. And from my opinion, like from humanitarians on ground, it's not usually the case of getting funds because we'll always get funds from people. It's more of getting the overwhelming demand and also meeting the request of many people and helping everyone, because you can't help everyone, right? And as much as we're helping a lot of people, there's going to be people that go undetected and people who fall out the cracks. And it's even sadder because these cracks have been in existence even before the pandemic, but has increased tenfold since the pandemic. Yeah.
I agree that when it comes to demands, it's indeed that it's definitely more than just, groceries bags, that we're looking at multiple scale of help needed on ground. And I also agree with the fact that as how much as we try to help everyone, but it's almost impossible. Hence, the reason why Malaysians should be together in this ship, right? So that we can just help with each other within our own capacity. Imran, I was in awe of your recent mini thread on Twitter when you focus on why poor people also deserve nice things, and the mini thread is backed up by extracts from an UN report. So mind sharing with us more about it?
Yeah, sure. So with the recent white flag movement that we've seen on social media recently, we've also seen the backlashes that poor people receive regarding the situation. We've seen how people actually villainize or like call poor people demanding, and by posting this vile post on social media into saying that, why are you asking for these things? Why are you asking for meat? Why are you asking for chicken? Why are you asking for specific things? And I was spiraling, like I was really angry about it. And because like I was fighting a notion that is hammered into our minds in a capitalist society, because people with economic privilege want to micromanage the poor into saying that, you know, we shouldn't give them cash because they might spend it on alcohol or drugs. But this is misguided for so many reasons. And this is proven by the research itself, by the UNICEF, and also with the UNFPA reports 2021, which debunks a lot of myths in regards to the poor. And I think people should really go ahead and like look it up and actually read about it, because for example, in terms of like people asking, why do poor people need to eat like chicken? Why do they ask for chicken? Or like, why do they ask for fish? If you look into the report, like we've seen statistics into saying that poor people actually like don't have access into getting enough nutrition for their children and for themselves. All they've been eating is, majority of them, they've been eating rice and eggs. Now imagine the children, imagine if they have babies, imagine if they have kids. And this was result into like child malnutrition, for example, and this is very concerning. So, and we've also seen people saying that poor people are lazy, but in actual fact, if we look into the report, poor people actually work longer hours than average, and they work, and yeah, this is really, really sad to see, because like, we listen so much, we are so dense into thinking that these are the things, like the issue of poverty is so simple when it's actually very complicated and involve a lot of issues.
I definitely agree that poverty is a complex issue and requires cooperation from every layers of society to tackle. If it's not for being so complex, it wouldn't be the first first item on the SDGs by United Nations, right? All right, cool. So, given with all this opinion and with all these stands that you guys are having at the moment, so what would be the future plans of Hunger Hurts MY, and how the public can support further?
Right. If I may speak on the current project that we have right now, which is 1 Meal Project. So we recently launched this 1 Meal Project back in March 2021. So our aim is always to maximize our impact, always to maximize our aid to the people in to the society at large. So 1 Meal is a 2-in-1 initiative that reaches out to small business owners in Malaysia who are struggling, you know, by purchasing meals at the cost of 10 ringgit per meal, specifically from these owners from the marginalized communities, and including the disabled and the refugees as well. So we will give these small business owners the platform to market their businesses for a month at least on our social media. And as of July 2021, we have assisted about 4 business owners from the underprivileged communities by providing at about 2,000 per month through purchasing meals from them. So with a cost of only 10 ringgit per meal. So our donors have been really generous about it. And we have distributed the food to the across the Klang Valley to the orphanage centers and to the migrant workers, to literally everyone. And right now in July, we have extended our aid to small business owner in Johor Bahru, and we also have one in Sabah. And next month we're gonna ramp up our help to like Kuching, Sarawak as well. So we'll probably ramp up our our vendors to up to like 5 to 6 vendors next month. So we went really small from 1 and to 2 per month to right now to 5 to 6 per month.
fascinating work, and how the public may support this initiative or Hunger Hurts MY at large.
Right. So what they can do, what you guys can do is like, you can go to our Instagram page, you can go to our Twitter, you can click the link on hungerhurts.asia, and you can click the initiative of one meal. By donating 10 ringgit per meal, you will not only be able to help small business owner to sustain, but you will also be able to help families. We will also be helping families to feed as well. So this is how we maximize our impact again.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Imran and Sarah from Hungers MY for sharing
Thank
with
you
us the
so much.
amazing work.
Yeah,
appreciate it.
Thank you
And
so much for having us.
we wish Hunger Hurts all the best. And for the audience, stay
Thank you so much,
tuned for
guys.
more fun and awesomeness from Livestream Derma Kilat Rakyat.
Oh my goodness, guys. The fact that an organization like Hunger Hurts is doing so much for Malaysians, that is just amazing. To those of you who are watching right now, this is Project Bangsa Malaysia. We are trying to get as many total funds at a very high number to help other Malaysians at a very tough time like this. If you look at the screen, there is an account number that you can donate if you would like to, or you can even share this live stream right now. Let all your friends watch it so that they know exactly what they can do to help Malaysians at a very tough time like this, okay? Now, this next person you're going to meet is a very interesting person, okay? He has spent the last 2 years baking really ugly bread, getting his car batteries replaced and expanding the face mask collection he never knew he wanted. Half Chinese, half vaccinated, entirely Malaysian, even though he doesn't sound like it. Yo, let's meet Will Kwa.
Hello, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm good. Hi, Will. Thank you so much for being here with us.
It is a pleasure to be here. I'm so glad that so many people out there, and it's amazing. I mean, good job for all the money that's been raised so far. Let's try and get it even higher, because I know I'm going to a very worthy cause. And right now things are not looking good, but we'll get through it, I hope.
We will all get through it. Take it away, Will.
Thank you. Now, obviously, we've been using the word hope a lot today, and I thought I might just read a little bit of something out that I wrote, and it's something that was inspired by something I read from Neil Gaiman the other day, and he said that when we're in troubled times, we don't tend to look at the great titans of our age, things like commerce and government and industry and technology. Those things we actually seem to be more critical of during the difficult times. He says that we tend to look for comfort in the fragile things, the things like hope and the beating of the heart and the first falling snow. But I don't think those things are actually as fragile as he thought. For example, snowflakes. We use the term a lot nowadays. They float, they melt, they're tiny. They're not very common in Malaysia, so I apologize for that if you've not actually managed to touch one or see one. But they are very, very unique. Every single snowflake you've ever seen or you ever will see is like no other in the world, apparently. They're all individual. They don't conform to rules. They're not regular like bricks, so you can't build walls. And they're not rigid and reliable like the links that you turn into chains. They're very, very special. But despite the fact that they're so very different in shape and size and design and even the color of their flags, if they had them, they know that inside all of them are still snow. And just by holding hands and linking together, they can become a lot more than just snowflakes. They can become snow. And if you get enough snow, they can become an avalanche, which can pour down mountains and thunder over cities and crush them. Snow can become icebergs, which can wait beneath the waves and sink the greatest of ships. And snow can even blanket the entire world in a layer of solid ice for years, hundreds of years. So cold and so strong that not even the oceans can move, which is not bad if you consider they started out as just snowflakes. Now, if you were to read through all of the written work that humankind has ever put down on paper, or even on song or anything really, you'll find that the most profound and touching tales of the human spirit tend to always draw upon our most fragile and broken moments and our most delicate of parts. And no part of the human body is portrayed quite as delicately or as fragilely as the human heart. Now, as you all know, the human heart can sing, it can swell, it can burst, it can glow, it can burn, it beats out of your chest, but 99.9% of the time, whenever we hear about the heart, all we hear it do is one thing, and that is break. Now, it's no wonder that we have an unhealthy obsession with broken hearts. Some people out there, if you're very, very, very lucky, might not know what it feels like to have your heart broken. But for everybody else out there, I think you know exactly what I mean when I say that it feels like dying 100 deaths all at once, all at the same time, all day long. So no wonder we're obsessed with how terrible it is. We're always trying to give someone our heart, or we're trying to keep it safe from someone who wants to take it away, or we're trying to pick up all the little pieces that are left behind and put them back together again. They're quite delicate, except that they're actually not. Your heart can break into 1,000 tiny pieces, and you will feel it every single crack, but one moment later it will still beat. And then a moment later it will beat again, and again, and again. A heart can be completely broken over and over again, but it never stops beating, not until it's finally done. And that heartache that you feel, it doesn't slow a heart down. It can take a licking and literally keep on ticking, and yet we call it fragile. Actually, I think the things that we see broken, like hearts, or battered and cracked, like other things like faith or belief, those are not actually weak at all. The really weak things that you'll only ever see are the things that you see either whole or not at all. Things like hate, ignorance, greed, revenge, avarice, jealousy. You never see those things broken. You never see those things in pieces. You either see them complete or not at all. That's because when they break, they just evaporate. They disappear. They break down and they don't leave anything behind because they're hollow. It's the strong things like our hearts and our will and our faith that we see all cracked and dented and ugly and scarred because they're not weak. They're strong enough to be broken again and again and still remain standing. So really, hearts are kind of indestructible. And hope, which we've talked about a lot today, is a very strange thing. We tend to think of hope as, I don't know, the light at the end of the tunnel, I believe somebody said earlier, a beacon in the dark, something we have to light for other people to lead the way. But the first people to actually talk about hope were the Greeks. And the Greeks had a weird relationship with hope. They weren't entirely thrilled with it. They believed that hope came from Pandora's box. And that's not a shop which sells costume jewelry. That was actually the first woman in existence who had a box which contained all the evil things in the world which she accidentally let out. So really, the Greeks were not big fans of hope. They reasoned that hope couldn't be a good thing because it made you look for something good while you were actually looking at something dark and dangerous. It could be a trick. And how many people had walked needlessly into danger thinking that they would definitely find something that they were hoping for right there, when really it might not have been there at all. So they put hope into the box with the rest of the bad stuff. Now, some people say that Pandora found two things inside the box. The first was a small star, a little tiny one. And she kept that in her heart and the hearts of her daughters because women didn't have fire in their hearts like men did to give them courage. Instead, they had this faint, weak starlight, which they could only have to shine in a small area in the darkest of times. It was called faith, and it didn't burn very bright, but it burned forever. The second star that they said that she found was a little bit less timid. It was a cunning one. It was a dark star. It was bright, and it was actually the one that commanded all the other dark things to escape from the box. It was the one in charge, and it actually shone so bright that it made the shadows darker and it made the darkness sharper. And they called it dread. And it's that terrible feeling that something which should go right and has always gone right and should go right again might not go right because, well, for no reason at all. And so these two together were what made hope. As you can see, the Greeks were really not very big fans of hope at all because they believed that the harder you hold on to hope, the more it could lead you astray, and that hope made the road ahead look harder and more dangerous than it might actually be. So today, I want to tell you something. Do not worry if everything ahead looks dark, if we're in the middle of a night that never ends, and if shadows are all around us, because darkness and shadows are always there. The brighter the light you shine, the more you see them, but they never go away completely. So forget about trying to see the end of the tunnel. I know it sounds a bit defeatist, but you don't need it. And don't try and look for glimmers around the corner. They're just distractions. Instead, take that little tiny light of faith. It's not going to shine very far, I admit. It'll only maybe shine as far as one footstep in front of you. But that's all you need. Just keep your eyes on the ground, one step ahead, place one foot in front of the other, and step forward safely. Because your journey, no matter how long it is only going to be one step at a time, no matter how many steps you can see ahead. So just focus on the one you're about to take, and you'll get there eventually. And if you fall, or if you slip, or you shatter, or you break, it's okay. It won't destroy you. No one will judge you, and you're not lost. Just take as long as you need. Pick yourself back up and carry on. Because the strongest things aren't unscarred or perfect. They've been beaten and broken so many times that they became stronger than they were to begin with. And so will you. And last of all, even though right now we should all be focusing on working together, even though we're all apart, there are some people who are more interested in serving themselves and keeping us all divided. You know who they are. But we have to remember that even though we're all unique and we're all special and we might be alone, we only have to be as different as we choose to be. So instead of looking for all the things that make us unlike each other, which is really quite easy, why don't we try and look for the things that make us the same? And it's not hard. We can do right here, right now. We're all people. We're all Malaysian. We are all here together and we all care. And that's just a few things. There's hundreds more, I'm sure, and you can try and explore and find them yourselves. But remember, just because we're unique and special, we can get over that. There's nothing that great about it. What we need to remember is how we are the same and what we can do together. So let's all hold hands and start an avalanche and sink the Titanic and start an ice age. Because once we stop pulling each other down, we can finally ignore all of those fellas who want to pull us apart, and then we can start pulling ourselves up together. Because who needs hope if we've got each other?
Will, thank you so much for that amazing.
Thank you.
I feel like a lot of us will have a different perspective now. Thank you
Well,
for that sharing.
fingers crossed. You know, keep safe, keep well, wear your masks, and get vaccinated.
We'll hold hands virtually though, okay? At a time like this,
We're all holding hands in our hearts.
Yeah, thank you so much, Will. Thank you. Guys, this is Project Bangsa Malaysia. Just want to let you know that we are collecting funds to be given to NGOs around Malaysia to help other Malaysians going through a tough time like this. There's an account number right there. Please donate if you can. And if you want to share this live stream so that everybody else can watch it and hopefully donate as well, you can do that, all right? Now, this next person, oh my gosh, her voice is amazing, okay? Her name is Maya Bayu. She is from Sabah and she has been singing since she was 11 years old. And she's gotten awards like the Global Vima Award for overall Best Female Artist, as well as becoming the sole female finalist in Malaysia's inaugural Levi's Music Project. Y'all, we gotta give it up for Maya Bayu.
Hi, Ili.
Hi, it's so nice to see you. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing okay. It's nice to see you too. How are you
Thank you
doing?
so much for doing this, Maya. Cannot wait to hear your voice. Oh my God, let's do it.
Thank you so much. Hi guys, my name is Maya Bayu and this is Simi, my housemate, as well as producer extraordinaire and keyboardist. Thank you Project Bangsa Malaysia for having us. The times are really hard right now and a lot of families out there are in need of provisions and also all the help they can get. So if you have a ringgit to spare, you guys know what to do with it. The account number is just below. We're trying to hit 3 million in donations. So please help us reach that goal. This song that I'm going to sing is a song called Oh Sayang. It's a song of my upcoming album dropping 30th of July, guys, on Spotify. This song is called Oh Sayang and it's dedicated to all of you guys sitting at home right now, staying safe. Oh sayang, my only love, is there anyone more fair than you? Brave and kind, you came to claim and capture all my heart. You capture all my heart. Dengarkanlah puisi hatiku, sayang, you are the one
Di arus sungai mimpi, setiap melangkahkan hadir dalam hidup lagi masa macam terhenti. Masa macam terhenti. Dengarkanlah puisi hatiku, sayang dewa Tuhan. Even if the sun should cease to shine, kita tiada akhir. Kita tiada kita tiada akhir. Oh sayang, mayong lila, ku minavozo dia. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for listening. It's kind of weird not having an audience, but I trust that you're having a good time. Yeah. Hi, Nick.
Maya, thank you so much. That was amazing. So beautiful. Can we just talk about your voice for a second? I love it.
Thank you so
Maya,
much.
Maya, before you go, please tell everybody where they can find you.
Oh, okay. You can follow me on Maya Bayu Music, exactly like how it sounds, spelled exactly like that. And she is Simi _ music with a Q.
You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for doing this for Project
Thank you.
Bangsa Malaysia. Thank you. Oh my gosh, guys. Honestly, it's been a great day, okay? Because so many Malaysians today, all thanks to you, will get the help that they need at a tough time like this. If you see the bank account, please donate if you can. And if you want to share this live stream with everybody else watching, you can as well. The more, the merrier, okay? Because it is a very tough time right now for Malaysia. And that's the whole point of Project Bangsa Malaysia, okay? Trying to help out other Malaysians as we speak. Now, this next group of people, I would say, are very, very amazing. They are an NGO called Cheka Movement, okay? They are a charity organization started in 2018 by a group of 4 Malaysian youths, all right? Very passionate about making a difference in the world. And of course, during the pandemic, they have been running food banks in various states across the country. And they have reached over the goal to support over 1,000 families. And right now, it's supplying food in selected locations in their Instagram post project. Give it up for Cheka Movement, guys.
Dalam sidang media sama, Timbalan Perdana Menteri turut mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Pertubuhan Bukan Kerajaan NGO yang turut sama menyumbang. Katanya penyelarasan SOP akan dilakukan bagi memudahkan NGO bergerak menyalurkan bantuan.
Dan berikut inisiatif dilakukan sekumpulan anak muda dengan nama Cheka Movement mewujudkan bank makanan di 11 lokasi. Mula beroperasi 1 Jun lalu, usaha itu memberi manfaat kepada 1,200 keluarga.
Wartawan Juliana Syarin ada butirannya.
Ketika pelaksanaan Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan PKP pertama sebelum ini, bantuan disalurkan pihaknya secara rawak. Namun untuk PKP ketiga, sumbangan diberikan secara bersasar. Mereka yang memerlukan diminta untuk menghubungi talian yang tertera. Pemohonan disaring, hanya yang betul-betul layak diminta untuk hadir ke lokasi yang telah ditetapkan. Ditanya dari mana peruntukan untuk membeli bekalan ini diperolehi, katanya RM55,000 terkumpul hasil sumbangan individu yang diraih menerusi Facebook Ceka Movement sejak inisiatif ini dijalankan sebulan yang lalu.
Mungkin seorang kita tak mampu untuk membantu semua, tapi kalau kita buat bersama-sama, insya-Allah kita boleh membantu dan boleh meringankan beban mereka yang memerlukan. Jadi you don't have to do so much, tak perlu untuk menjalankan inisiatif besar-besaran. Boleh buat dengan rakan-rakan macam mana yang kami buat, dan mungkin dengan bantuan yang kita ada ni, yang kita salurkan ni, kita boleh membantu lebih ramai orang yang memerlukan, insya-Allah.
Syafiq yang terlibat aktif dalam misi bantuan kemanusiaan lebih 10 tahun ini berkata, pihaknya mendapati kebanyakan pemohon terdiri daripada golongan M40 yang bertukar ke B40 akibat tekanan pandemik.
Ini antara permasalahan kedua yang terbesar yang kami jumpa lah sepanjang kami jalankan inisiatif ni. Ada keluarga-keluarga, family yang ibu bapa yang masih muda, ada anak-anak kecil yang tak mampu lagi untuk beli, orang kata lampin pakai buang dan juga susu untuk anak-anak kecil mereka. Mereka sanggup ikat perut, ataupun bila mereka memohon bantuan daripada kami, mereka kata mereka tak nak bantuan makanan asas. Mereka perlukan pampers dan susu untuk bagi pada anak-anak.
Siapa sangka inisiatif Syafiq ini turut mendapat pujian bekas Setiausaha Negara Amerika Syarikat Mike Pompeo. Ceka Movement ditubuhkannya bersama 3 lagi rakannya turut disertai 7 sukarelawan selain mendapat kerjasama ahli keluarga di kediaman yang menempatkan 11 bank makanan itu. Ceka yang bermaksud senyum dalam bahasa Swahili mendorong kumpulan ini untuk terus bersemangat mengukir senyuman kepada mereka yang memerlukan.
Oh my goodness, that was Cheka Movement. Guys, I just need to share with everybody right now, okay? So Cheka Movement is now focusing on their campaign lah to babies Cheka, okay? It's to focus on, you know, all of the needs for babies, essentials basically, like milk, diapers, and so forth. So please support Cheka Movement because they are right now helping a lot of other Malaysians as well, which is the whole purpose of Project Bangsa Malaysia, guys. If you're watching this right now, thank you so much for being here with us. You can donate if you want in the account right there. It's on the screen. And if you want to share this live stream so that everybody can watch and hopefully donate as well, that would be amazing. We're trying to get to a goal to really help Malaysians right now at a very tough time like this, okay? So my name is Ili. That's it for me today. We're not over yet, okay, guys? Keep it up. Be here with us. Next, Matt's got you covered, all right? Thank you again. Bye-bye.
All right, thank you so much, Ili. My God. Okay, so we have about 100 plus of you guys here. And I'm very, very happy to announce that at this point, we have about 61,000 ringgit collected so far. So for those of you who've donated a ringgit, 5 ringgit, 50 ringgit, 100 ringgit, thank you so, so much. Now, we still have a little bit more time. Get people on the stream. If kalau tak mampu nak buat donation, tidak apa. You can still share this stream. I think it's so important to get the word out. My name is Matt. I'm actually a host. And today I am so, so excited to be with you on another hour of Project Bangsa Malaysia. And this is actually a multi-hour fundraising live stream, and it features all Malaysia's best performers. You've seen Douglas, Ultimate was here as well. And in this hour, we have some amazing performances as well. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about that. This is the Rakyat Jaga Rakyat initiative as well. And we're going to get some reports from them about what's happening on the ground and what is going on in Malaysia right now. It is extremely, I've never seen Malaysia in this state. I would say it is the best of times, but it is also the worst of times. It's horrible seeing all these things happening, but I am so, so blown away with everyone coming together and especially donating at this point in time. So Right now, I would love to challenge you to donate a 1 ringgit or even 2 ringgit at the very least into it, and know that this money will be channeled to the right funds. We are aiming, it's a very lofty aim, guys, but I believe we still have a couple hours to go. We are aiming to raise 3 million ringgit, if not today, within the next couple of days. And the fundraise will be dispersed to all the NGOs. Dia akan disalurkan kepada NGO-NGO di sekitar Malaysia. Dan bukan saja di Selangor dan Kuala Lumpur, but also outside as well. And these NGOs are doing the amazing job of providing basic necessities, its communities, and all the marginalized groups who are the worst affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. People without homes, people without food, no lunches, and the stories that are coming out from our communities, people not being able to feed their kids, their babies, stories from early on, people not asking for food for themselves, they're asking for milk and diapers for their kids. These are really desperate times, and with your help, hopefully, with just 60 ringgit, we can feed a small family for 2 weeks. So again, it's Sina Craft, Karang Craft, sorry. The Maybank number is right below 56427652968, and these funds will be managed by people, and it will go out to the NGOs who need it most. Now, we're going to talk with a couple more people. We've got a few sharing sessions later on. But right now, I want to introduce to you a man who's really special in my heart. I first met this guy back in college days. It's not that he's old, it's just that he was a lecturer at a very, 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 very young age. His name is Asmil. He is Malaysia's independent English and Malay language singer-songwriter. He's a multi-instrumentalist, a true academician. He's a brilliant writer. He's a journalist and a filmmaker in training. And he's like the Bob Dylan of Malaysia, and he's here to play us a couple of tunes. Ladies and gents, please put it up for Encik Asmil.
Hey, apa khabar, Matt?
Hey, khabar baik.
Hello, Malaysia. Apa khabar? Okay. All right, let's do this. Okay. So all my songs are about Malaysia. So this song's to our frontliners. This song's called It's Not Easy. It's not easy being different. It's not like I'm meant to be this way. But has it made you tough and patient? You used to feeling dismayed. What don't kill you makes you stronger. What don't kill you makes you stronger. It's not easy being patient. It's not like anyone is anyway. Turning rocks into diamonds. That's your calling, that's your trade. What don't fills you feeds your hunger. What don't fills you feeds your hunger. So wave goodbye to the miseries of yesteryears and take pride with what you've gained and turning grit to gold. You save the soul. What don't kill you makes you stranger. What don't kill you makes you stranger. So wave goodbye to the miseries of yesteryears and take pride with what you've gained and turning grit to gold. You save the soul. So say goodbye to the miseries of yesteryears and take pride with what you gain and turning grit to gold. Save the soul. Save the soul. I'll say that's my first song. That's to all of you. Hang in there, Malaysia. It's not the easiest time to say hang on, but we gotta hang on together. And because we're in this together. Love this country. We're not gonna let this go to a bunch of pirates. Thank you again, Project Bangsa Malaysia making this happen. For tuning in. Please do donate if you got sort of any inclination. All right. If you got any spare change, just drop it in to the needy and also the frontliners. That is very important. If you want to look for my stuff, just Google my name. Spell my name properly. So again, thank you. This is my second song and last one. Thank you again. This song's for all of you out there. This song's called Orang Kita. Aku, engkau, mereka, kami, kita, dia tu siapa? Kiri, kanan, atas, bawah, tak ada. Siapa orang kita ni sebenarnya? Alos tak Kanga, George tak Victoria, Keke kucing JB Ipoh Melaka, Seremban Kuantan Shah Alam, BKT KL Putra Jaya. Orang kita tu orang Malaysia, Timur, Barat, Selatan, Utara, lagi bermarik bila berbeza. Tak perlu mau semua ada. Oh yeah. Orang kita tu orang Malaysia, Timur, Barat, Selatan, Utara, lagi menarik bila berbeza. Tak perlu mau semua ada. Aku, engkau, mereka, kami, kita. Hey, engkau ni apa? Hey, ini jawapan muktamad gua. Aku manusia. Aku manusia. Aku manusia. Aku manusia. Terima kasih.
Yeah.
Stay safe and stay sane, Malaysia. Please stay sane, all right? Alhamdulillah. Take care. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you so much, Azmel. So we can find you probably on social media again.
Yes, Google my name. It's somewhere there. AZMYL. Thank you.
Buddy, stay safe, stay safe, stay safe.
Stay safe. See you guys.
All right. So for those of you guys still joining us, welcome once again. This is an initiative by the Rakyat for the Rakyat, and we are looking to raise more money. Sorry, earlier on, I did mention that we've collected about 60,000 ringgit. Tapi hakikatnya, actually, we have already collected a total of 84,831 ringgit, you guys. So well done. We still have a long way to go. And if you have not donated just yet, please just look at the bottom over there. Just 60 ringgit can change the lives of a small family of 4 to 5 and keep them well fed for up to 2 weeks. Okay, so this is the main intention of why we're doing this stream in the first place and why everyone has gathered together today to do this. Okay, a Rakyat initiative for the Rakyat, no politicians, no politics involved. Now, we have still a couple more people to come on who's going to share with us a little bit, some stories, and perhaps tell us a little bit more about their experiences, what have they seen on the streets. Right now, I want to invite Encik Kavin J. He's a stand-up comedian. He's been around the streets and blocks. He's a former co-host as well of the Red Jam on Red FM, a fellow radio DJ, and he loves Robin Williams, Chris Rock, Eddie Izzard, and you can also listen to him on the Matcha Man podcast on Spotify, iTunes, or KavinJ.com. Hey, Kavin.
Hey, what's up? Hey, I love the way you said, like, you can find him toiling the streets. Like, what?
Bro, it's true. It's true. You're downstairs. You're asking people to come up for the comedy show in Taman. that is toiling the streets, lah.
No, like the way you made me sound like I'm such a toiling the streets, like just going home to home, just like hello. Would you like to hear a joke?
Knock.
No, but it's great. I mean, welcome to the stream. If you're new, if you've been listening, great. This is Matt. I'm Kavin. But yeah, it's great to be here. I mean, it's one of those things where this pandemic has changed a lot of lives, right? And you hear celebrities and stuff like that coming up to you and saying, oh no, we are all in the same boat. We are all together. No, we're not. We're not in the same boat, guys. Our boats are different. All our boats are different. Okay, different sizes, different stuff. These people could be in a yacht. You could be the sampan. Okay, it's very different for everybody. But you know what? One thing we need to realize is that we need to beat this virus by staying apart. But we only can help each other by being together. And I don't mean being together physically. I'm just saying that, all of us, we need to kind of, chill out. I mean, just check up on your friends, check up on people and stuff like that. And this stream helps a lot as well, and it's nice. And it's hard for me to grow up in an Indian household in a pandemic because my aunties and uncles are the best when it comes to medicine, right? Because these people are the kind of people who, my aunt is like a walking, pharmacy, right? She has a bag with all sorts of medicine inside. I don't know why, but she has everything. Right? If you got headache, right? You go to her and say, I got headache. She will look at you and she'll go like, okay, you want to treat the headache or you want to wake up in Mantakap 3 days later, naked in a police station? She got all sorts. She got the strength. She got the mild one to the super maximum strength. Like somehow or other, it works. I mean, she has the medicine. I don't know where she gets this medicine from, but somehow or other she has it. Like for every illness, you got coronavirus. Don't worry, you take a potato, you boil it, right? Then you take and throw outside, and then you take an onion, you go around 3 times around the water that you boil the potato with, you'll be free. It doesn't work. All right, guys. Just one thing you need to know is that you need to listen to the doctors. They tell you to do things and stuff like that, but you got to listen to the scientists. You got to listen to the science, which is great. But also, I do have a letter here from one of the frontliners, and I'm going to read it out to you guys. The frontliners have been working hard, right? They clearly the frontliners. They're clearly the the essential service that we need. Like we always argue about who is essential now, what is essential and stuff like that. Guys, everybody is essential, all right, but none more essential than these frontliners who are making our lives better. Like doctors, nurses, very important. Grab food drivers, we never looked twice at these Grab food drivers before, but right now you realize how important they are, because they are the ones keeping you fed in a way, because you can't go out to buy food, so they bring it to your house. And if you order things online, guess who's going to bring it to you? Is these delivery guys who bring things to you. And now the letter from our frontliners. Our frontliners have been betrayed by our leadership. While we toil away in full PPE, doing our level best to withstand the physical and mental strain for the past 18 months, We expected our policymakers to lead the way by implementing proper containment strategies to combat the pandemic. Instead, we are rewarded with an alphabet soup of MCO, CMCO, RMCO, EMCO, TEMCO, FMCO, LMFAO, KFCO. Okay, I did the last two myself. And their corresponding rules, all of which do not make sense. More recently, we have seen Klang Valley being overwhelmed by a surge of cases. People are dying. The healthcare system is collapsing. Our frontliners are being pushed beyond exhaustion. Yet, when the images of on-ground situation surfaced, the authorities' first reaction was to clamp down on the so-called troublemakers and bring up the gag order again. What nonsense is this? If you want to do it right. If not, just get lost and get the right people to do their job. All of these are these people who are irresponsible, selfish, and power crazy. Karma will certainly get all of you back. I promise you that. May we all be safe when that happens. Well, listen, I mean, we've heard so many letters from these frontliners, and it's very painful to hear their experiences and how they struggle for it. And you know what we can do to help? Follow the SOP. Stay at home. Don't go out and actively try to get the virus for yourself. I mean, look, at the end of the day, if it's anything, selfishly, I want to perform comedy again. I want to be able to work and do what I do. I can't do that now because, you know what? Your health is more important. And I don't want to be the reason why, something happens. So, you know what? Help me and help everybody else. Help these frontliners. More importantly, stay at home. Be responsible, and let's fight this pandemic together by staying apart. All right, Matt, it's back to you, man.
Man, so at this point in time, since you're not doing comedy on a stage, I suppose if they donate right now to Sina Craft, Karang Craft, Sdn Bhd, they can expect you to knock on their doors, right? To give them a...
Yeah, but don't worry. I'm okay because I got a sugar mommy. She's also known as my wife. So yeah, I'm okay because she does have a job. So I'm okay with that. I've already donated as well to the account right there. You can see stuff like that. So yeah, please donate. Please help the people who are really in need. Matt, I'll tell you a joke.
Okay. Let's
so this
let's
MCO, right?
Hold on. Do I have to pay or not?
No, it's not free. For you, free, bro. Okay? So, this whole MCO, right? One thing good that's come out of it is that nature is healing, correct? Like, for instance, when you see, wait, put Matt back, I want to see his okay, so this whole MCO, one thing good is that nature is healing, right? So, like, the turtles have come back to Terengganu because there's not a lot of people there now. They can do, their business in peace, right? They come back to Terengganu. Like the dolphins have been coming back to PD, right? Which is a bad tourist destination because they came from Japan, right? And the first thing they see is PD. Like, what is this? Okay, that's a bad this thing. But one thing, most important thing is the monkeys have come back to Putrajaya. Well, that is the joke, ladies and gentlemen. If you get it, you get it. If you don't, it's okay. This is a great time to cut me out.
Hey, thanks so much, Kevin. I'll talk to you really soon, all right?
All right.
So if you like that joke by Kevin, be sure to donate down below. Anything for a couple of ringgit. Thanks so much, Kevin. But it's absolutely true. I think what Kevin says is correct. A lot of us are actually having difficulties. For example, Kevin can't work. Neither can I. There aren't any more events to host. There are no live events. But having said all that, we are still in a position of privilege, and Malaysia and Malaysians are really, really hurting right now. And so if you can, or if you can't donate at this point in time, if it's a bad time for you, it's okay. Just share this video out right now. I believe we have 100 over people watching. Let's get it up to 200 or even 300. And within this hour, I am very confident that that number of 81 or 83,000 ringgit will jump up to 90. Okay, I'm extremely confident. Up next, ladies and gents, just to share a little bit more about what's happening, is an ex-co-worker of mine when I was on Mix. Prem is his name, and Prem, he is an overachiever. He does a little bit of everything. In fact, he's going back to school, to college, sorry, and he does an amazing job on the Mixed Breakfast Show with Aisha and Rod as well. And not many people know this, but Prem actually started his career in the music and entertainment industry as a member of a hip hop crew from Klang, no less. Ladies and gents, give it up for Prem.
Yeah.
Hey.
You had to say the hip hop part. I didn't see that one coming.
What? Wait, hold on. Before we get into it, like, what hip hop gang is this? Number one, and number two, is it from Klang? If it's from
Man, it's not a hip hop gang, bro. It's a group.
hip hop. I say clan, hip hop clan. You know, like the Wu-Tang clan. Okay, you know what?
Yeah. Well, it started way back in time. I mean, when I think it was 15 or 16 that I chose to get into a hip hop group with Balan Kashmir, who's still very actively in the Tamil hip hop scene now. So shout out to Balan. It was me, Balan, and two other members, and then the three of us decided to go our own path into the corporate world. Well, I still stuck with entertainment, which is radio and TV and the rest. And Balan's still stuck with music. So yeah, Matt, why are you gone away? Come back. I feel all alone now. Matt, come back. Matt? Okay. So I'm waiting for Matt to come back. Anyway, the reason why I am here today, for those of you watching, all 100 of you, well, the beautiful team at Bangsa Malaysia reached out to me and asked me if I could say a few words of what's happening. I didn't write anything down, but props to Kavin, by the way, for saying it as it is. Since Kavin had already spoken about the situation that we're in, I'm not going to say much more because we all know the truth, how the people in power are handling stuff. But it does come down to this, right? I've been thinking about a lot of how we say kita jaga kita, but the truth is, are we actually jagaing ourselves or not? Because today, I had to go out and buy something for my wife, so I had to go to the pharmacy. But there were so many people outside, and I'm thinking it's like as if any other Saturday. So the truth is, if we don't look out for ourselves, if we don't stay home as much as we should, then we can't blame anybody except for ourselves for taking this to another level, right? But anyway, that's besides the point. What I'm here to say is, it's the beautiful thing about this is how Malaysians have come together. The white flag movement, this movement, the Bangsa Malaysia movement, it's beautiful, right? Because it's one thing that all of us have been asking for throughout is how we should all be Bangsa Malaysia. And one thing I've been preaching is, at this point, we should all be colorblind, right? Colorblind meaning it's high time we stop looking at our skin color. We should be race blind. Forget about the races in Malaysia. We should be religion blind. Forget about the religion in Malaysia, because as soon as we blind ourselves, that's when we see each other as human. And that's what matters most to me right now, and should matter to all of us, is one thing, and that's the human race. The only race that should matter is the human race. So it doesn't matter, whether it's Melayu, Cina, India, Kadazan, Iban, Bidayu, Sikh, Bangladeshi, Pakistani, whatever. As long as we're in Malaysia together, we have to help each other. And we've been doing that, and that's really beautiful. I like it. Many funds, different things around. An initiative that a few radio friends and I have started just under 48 hours ago is we realized that as much as us Malaysians, every one of us is suffering in some way, the arts and entertainment industry has taken a big, big hit. It hasn't been on for about 1.5 years. So if you think about this, right, your DJing friends, Matt said it earlier, as MCs ourselves, we haven't had a job in 1.5 years. We haven't gone on stage to hold a mic in 1.5 years. So imagine the professional MCs. I'm fortunate to have my radio job. I'm very grateful to God and the universe. But the professional MCs, the ones that rely only on MCing, the sound man, the makeup artists, the production crew in TV and film industry, the directors, the actors, the singers, the singers that sing for you in the bars and the pubs, the buskers that entertain me on the streets. So what some of my friends and I have done from the radio industry, a few radio DJs, we've got together and started this fund, and we are also collecting donations from our friends in the industry, and we'll be passing people of the anak seni industry a bit of cash flow just to help them get a bit of help here and there, a bit of funds to survive at least 1 week of groceries or 2 weeks. Just, yeah. So other than that, I just want to say thank you for having me on. We have to stay strong together. We have to help each other in any way possible. And don't forget the anak seni. Even people like Kavin, let's bring it back to Kavin, the comedians who have relied very strongly on stage performance, right? Because they sell out with their gigs, they get a cut from the ticket money. Where have our comedians gone? We have to help them. So the least we could do is support them. If they go online, maybe they have a show online, support them. This is the smallest things that we can do right now. The small businesses. So yeah, that's all I have to say today. Let's just be Malaysian for once. Forget the fact that we are, again, Malay, Chinese, Indian, Bidayu, Kadazan, Sikh. We're so multiracial in this country, so multiracial. But for once in this life, let's be Malaysians.
It's also the best time to do it, honestly, because of I've never seen Malaysia in this state, Prem.
Yeah, I guess this is something we will talk about to our children in the future if we get out of this alive, right? Kevin said it as it is. I mean, he was truthful. It is difficult, but we have to hang in there. Kevin's on. Yay! This is a party.
It is. Hey, thanks, man. You brought tears to my eyes, babe.
Macha, don't say it like that.
No. But when you said it's true, I mean, the fact that, look, it's not only comedians, it's the people behind the scenes that you don't see, behind the camera, behind the stage, behind everything. That, the industry is so much bigger than what you see. We are the face of what you see, but, the people that support us, the people whom without we cannot do what we do. And these people are suffering.
Yep. Even the smallest guy, like the mic engineer who turns up that volume for the mic, is an important person of this anak seni industry. So we have to help each other. Really.
At this point in time, I'm just curious, just before we go on to Cikgu Nazira Rosli, which we have on next, what would you say is the number one most effective thing to do to help your fellow Malaysians at this point in time? Prem? Like, what's the one thing that we should be focusing on?
Support. It's the smallest and easiest support, right? Even this thing right here, for us to log on. I mean, I'm sure you guys all got the DM or the email from Bangsa Malaysia. This is us showing support because Bangsa Malaysia is trying to do something to raise funds. So, example, if Kevin goes on and say, hey, I'm doing a comedy live with Papi Zach, and I'm doing it to raise funds, support him. Even if it's 10 ringgit that you're going to give Kevin, that 10 ringgit can buy him a nasi lemak, example. You know what I'm trying to say? And that is the thing we can do. Don't think of it like, it's only 10 ringgit. No, it's not only 10 ringgit. 10 ringgit is 10,000 for some people. We have to start thinking that way and support the smallest industries, whether it's the roadside stall. If you see that auntie looking frail and sad, just go and buy 5 ringgit worth of curry puff. If you can't eat it, give it to someone. Hey, feed the pets, the strays. You're doing something. That is the support that we should look at.
Oh, absolutely true. Yeah. I think a lot of people walk away thinking 5 ringgit, 2 ringgit, 3 ringgit, 1 ringgit is too small an amount and it won't amount to anything. But after hearing all these stories of people scraping by just to buy milk has really shook me up. Because again, I've never seen Malaysia like this.
The math is simple. So, like I was saying earlier, this fund that a group of radio DJs and myself, we all started this fund to help the anak seni, literally, right? Anyone, like people like Kevin, anyone who's part of the arts and entertainment industry. We calculated this. 100 ringgit of groceries can last someone at least 1 week, 1.5 weeks. Easy. So if someone can take that 100, if let's just say if I have 1,000 ringgit to spare, I can now reach 10 members of the anak seni industry and give them 1 week of support. And with that, I know I've done my part. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Kevin, what do you think is the one thing that we should be focusing on at this point in time? What's the most effective thing to focus on?
Look, if you have extra money, great. Support, give as much as you can. If you don't have enough money for yourself as well, the one thing you can do to help is reach out to someone who you know. And the fact that, look, even if it's not financial support, it's mental support, it's moral support. It's very important to know that someone out there still cares for you. Just imagine being alone and being, in this situation where you cannot get out of. You are in a box and you're sealed in. That's it. Like, just imagine if there's someone who just cares about you enough. That brings people to kind of come out and go like, look, I need help.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, thank you guys so much. We really got a show on. We still have some amazing guests to come out. Thanks, Prem. Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Prem.
See you guys very soon.
Take care.
All right. Okay, so we still have a great show. We have about 20 minutes left on the clock. Time flies. Chelsea is coming up. But first, here is Cikgu Nazira Rosli. Now, Nazira Rosli, she's an EXCO of the Malaysian Youth Council at MBM. She's won the Malaysian AIDS Council MAC EXCO lineup election for 2020 and 2022 session in conjunction with the 15th MAC biannual general meeting. And she is one person who's really been on the ground. Let's hear from Nazira on what she has to say.
Hello everyone, Nazira here, and I would like to share with you some of the insights through the lens of the teacher as we experience the pandemic. The pandemic definitely have impacted on my teaching experiences, especially on how I go about the curriculum and the relationship that I have with my students. Now, previously, everything goes. Let's start. Let's make storytelling. Let's do language arts. Bring stuff from home and then let's create together. So it was very engaging. It was very hands-on. And then suddenly we shifted to online learning. And then when it's online learning, and I'm teaching 7 years old and 9 years old, it's definitely a challenge for me. Suddenly I am put in a position where I didn't think I have the skills for, so I have to learn about it. Suddenly I am expected to become a content creator, create videos for the students, and I didn't know much about content creation before. Suddenly I'm learning about how to edit videos, how to create interactive worksheets online, and these are the tech skills that I didn't have before, but now I think I'm semi-good at it, so quite okay. And then I have to ensure that the lessons are engaging, but while being on an online platform. Now, screen fatigue is so real, and we are expecting, 7 years old, 9 years old to just sit in front of their laptop for quite a specific long time, that I have to ensure that it's not just passive learning. I mean, I don't think 7 years old would just sit there and then just listen to me droning on and on and on. Definitely, who wants to learn that? Even I don't want to learn that way. So I have to figure out the different platform or applications that I can use to ensure that it is as engaging as a face-to-face lesson. And it has been a challenge, but at the same time been fun for me, because suddenly I'm seeing new things, and then teachers are sharing right now. So that is something that wasn't happening as much before, but then I get to see all these wonderful teachers that go off beyond that they can do, and then started creating stuff and sharing it, and it has been a wonderful thing. Not that wonderful thing that there's a lot of positive things actually that comes on with online learning, but it does come with heartbreak, especially when you go on the news and then you figure out, okay, the kids here can go off with having fun with online learning, but what about the kids that have to be on top of trees to learn? And then we found out like kids are being on the side of the streets and even being on boats. Well, Malaysians are so beautiful. We've been helping out each other. We've been taking care of each other, and we have this really big heart. but I do have this hope that we are going to take into action about the education gap that we have in Malaysia. There's so many kids that are not getting the quality education that they deserve, so we need action now. We cannot wait for the pandemic to be over. I hope that we can get out of this pandemic stronger than we did last year, and then we can have parents and kids reunited, families reunited, and kids playing at the park and running. I can't wait for that. And thank you, Malaysians, for those who are helping.
Awake in the dawn to showers of light, moments of emptiness around, floating away on oars of hope. Reality brings me to the ground. What can I do? What can I say? I need a place to hide away, just for a while, just for a smile, just for the life I used to know, where every song was filled with words of love and not of anger. Where did they go? Why did they leave me far behind? 'Cause I don't wanna be alone. Living life on my own. I don't wanna live my life in isolation, filled with empty decorations. 'Cause I wanna be with people that I know who do the things I do. Making all my dreams come true. I don't recognize the shadows of my door, though I've seen them all before. Because the only thing I really want is to be with you. Hi everyone, my name is Chelsea and thank you so much for supporting Project Bangsa Malaysia. Donate, donate, donate! Send the link out to your friends. This next song is called Kurela and it goes out to semua Bangsa Malaysia. I love you guys. Bulan yang terang di langit mimpiku, ingin ku kejar impian hatimu, tak pernah layu irama dan lagu, ku rela mengorbankan segalanya untukmu. Hatiku bersayang bila di sisimu, tangisan rindu hilang dari duniaku. Cinta kita bukan sekadar memori, sampai akhir hayatku rela, oh Malaysiaku. Ku rela mengorbankan segalanya untukmu. Okay, this next song is a little something I wrote just a few days ago, and I'd like to dedicate it to all my hawker heroes, all our favorite hawker vendors out there. Please continue to do what you're doing, and thank you so much for all the love that you've given us. Yeah, so I hope you guys like this. Balai tui bin Hokkien mi, điều ai khi bê cha cha khi, bê điểm半lao吹暖，拍摄阿 miss， 明仔较早 归来。加行几步，也无会若是落马路，三下三摆雨，揽着暗暗对厝。下晡落去7条路，少爱食虾米甲好，万山的粿条汤真好食。了，搁有马脚骑，安迪几类啊？加行几步，若是干达哈米利亚，排队排到路边，拍一拍到半死，我饱了食甲真欢喜。KL 本是真好住，逐日顿时食饱饱，特别伊人的咖喱面叫垃圾，了搁有虾鸡肉，实在是真好食啦，特别咧。安怎本是袂关系，少爱对厝真欢喜，对别人真欢喜。对别人真欢喜，对别人真欢喜，对别人真欢喜。目来对面福建面，就爱去买早早。Hokkien me. That's the one in Pulaticus. Okay, so this next song is a special request. So for those people who requested this song, make sure you donate banyak-banyak, okay? Here it is. こんなこといいな、できたらいいな、あんな夢こんな夢いっぱいあるけど、Hey! みんなみんなみんな叶ってくれる、不思議なポッケで叶ってくれる、空中に飛びたいな、Hey! じゃがらまとっても大好きドラえもん、とっても大好きドラえもん。 Okay, which brings me, I think I have time for one tiny little short song. Before I go, guys, hang in there because soon we'll get to see each other again and we'll get to give each other big hugs. So I know it's hard right now, it's hard for everyone, but keep the faith, and just kita jaga kita, terus bertabah, and I'll see you guys soon, okay? This one's for all of you. Malaysiaku, born and raised, rain or shine, I love you, Malaysiaku, strong and brave, remember your name, your blood and rain. Malaysiaku, state your claim upon the plain for the just and free. Malaysiaku, strong and brave, rain or shine, I love you. Malaysiaku, I love you. negaraku, I love you. I love you.
Oh my
Malaysia.
God.
I love you guys.
Thank you so much, Chelsea, for spending time with us today. That was beautiful, from that Doraemon song all the way up to the last one. Thank you so much, Chelsea. Now, we have one last guest here, but before that, I just want to thank the people who donated. Kaylee, Lee Song, thank you for donating. Chuck On, thanks for donating as well. Mei Mei Chu, thanks for donating to this cause. And if you want to do the same as well, you want to help your fellow Malaysians during this incredulous time of need, of Kita Jaga Kita, check out it's pinned down in the comment below. Donate any amount that you feel comfortable donating, whether it's 1 ringgit, 100 ringgit, 1,000 ringgit, anything at all, it'll go a long, long way. Now, help me welcome Mr. Aaron Dennison. He is representing an independent youth movement called Demokrat Kebangsaan that's bringing the youth agenda and democracy, something that we are lacking at this point in time. They're very, very active in many civil society movements and acts, and they act as a sort of check and balance system from the youth spectrum on different areas of focus. Ladies and gents, Mr. Aaron Dennison.
Hello, Matt. How are you?
Oh man, as okay can be, Aaron.
Yep. So just to introduce Demokrat Kebangsaan to those who might not know who we are basically a new organization that basically consists of a group of young people that are passionate about carrying out activities and initiatives related to political education in enhancing participatory democracy, volunteerism, social welfare and social and economic issues among youth and young people, as well as we would like to try to address job security among fresh graduates and youth. We were officially registered as an NGO in November 2020, very new. But most of us in the group were previously involved in student movements back at University of Malaya, as well as University Kebangsaan Malaysia. So we still have Demokrat Malaya, which is in and Demokrat UKM, which is in UKM. And among the initiatives that we have carried out as a group is, I think you guys might have known this, might not have known this, the Pulang Mengundi Sabah movement back in August. So at that time, we weren't registered officially yet, but this is an initiative that we carried out under the name of Demokrat Kebangsaan, but not officially yet at that time. So this is part of our participatory democracy theme, where basically we encourage young people to go back to Sabah and vote for the Sabah state elections. Mind you, we are not responsible for the cluster. That is up to the ministers and whoever that is supposed to do the SOPs. We advised our voters when they went back home, we advised our fundees to come back and quarantine themselves for 14 days. But again, at that time, regulations were different, so we're not sure what happened there. But I assure you that all our fundees actually quarantined for 14 days. We managed to raise 136,000 ringgit, and we managed to send over 300 voters back home to vote. That's one. Another initiative that we carried out is Initiative Bantu Siswa. This was when students that came back to campus were basically stranded because the ministry suddenly U-turned and said that, you don't have to come back to campus, you have to continue with online learning. So many students were stranded, and basically we collected about almost 6,000 to 8,000 ringgit to help pay for students bus fare for them to go back. Some of them were stranded here, so we had to pay for their hotel. So we crowdfunded for them. Besides that, we also crowdfunded for volunteers in Sabah, because after the Sabah state elections, cases went really high, and we need volunteers that didn't have enough PPEs, hand sanitizers, face shields, gloves. So we basically ran a fundraising campaign with our friends Bono Comrade, and we managed to collect 15,000 ringgit. Right now, things are not looking good for the country. I've never seen the country in such a bad state because of the white flag movement. And we have a new initiative called Project Bantu Rakyat, where we are aiming to provide 50 ringgit worth of vouchers to citizens who raise the white flag. So we will be using the website, Kita Jaga Ko website, to identify those who have raised their white flag. And we have basically have a group in Johor who is helping us out, Selangor, Kedah, Kuala Lumpur and Negeri Sembilan. So we have our members all who are basically back at their hometown. So they are on board to help out their neighborhood. So they can't go too far because again, some of us are in PKPD, PKP or whatever. I mean, I don't know. I've lost count of all those things. But we are basically helping out those who need help based on the Kita Jaga Ko website. We have friends in Kedah who are basically distributing food, as well as friends in Bangi, Selangor who are also distributing food. But the others, basically, we are distributing vouchers. Why vouchers? Because I think most of them will receive food baskets. Most of them already received some form of food items from their MPs, from their state assembly person. But the voucher is basically for them to buy something else, because we can't assume that everyone needs oil or needs whatever they need based on the food basket. So that's why we decided to go a little bit more creative by giving them vouchers so they can buy any other things that they need. So for more information about our initiative, please visit our Twitter at Democrat_MY, our Instagram also at Democrat_MY, and our Facebook at Democrat Malaysia. I think that's all from me, and thank you very much.
For spending time and for sharing it with us. But you're absolutely right. I think right now, I think everyone just needs to focus on their own area. They don't have to go very far, right? Because all around us right now, we are living in the most prosperous and yet the most difficult times. So at this point, if you look around, there are a lot of Rakyat initiatives where they've developed websites where you can find people who need your help. And if you can't donate today, consider donating within the next couple of days. Go check out the Facebook page. You'll find a lot more details there. And for those of you who still want to donate, you still can, all right? The Maybank account number is flashing down below. So my name is Matt. Thank you so much for having me during this hour. We still have a lot of amazing guests coming up, including Fanit Syara Kampon, I'm saying that right, who is going to be hosting the next hour of this initiative. Thank you so much. And remember to stay tuned to the stream.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, everyone. Such a great day on Saturday. And my name is Fanit. And thank you for everyone who is still with us today watching Project Bangsa Malaysia live stream Derma Kilat Rakyat. Dan mestinya terima kasih atas sokongan dan sumbangan anda semua. Sekiranya yang masih belum berkesempatan untuk membantu dan menyampaikan sumbangan, boleh berbuat segera. Dan kita ada link di bawah untuk anda buat sumbangan ke akaun Maybank yang tertera. Ya, dan pada masa yang sama, sekiranya anda tidak mampu, tidak ada kemampuan lagi pada masa sekarang untuk menyampaikan sumbangan berbentuk RM1, mungkin apa yang anda boleh bantu like dan share posting ini, share kepada semua supaya semua orang tahu kita ada program yang bermanfaat, ingin membantu semua rakyat di Malaysia melalui NGO-NGO yang ada. Jadi untuk hari ini, hari ini kita bawakan kepada anda, kita nak teruskan beri floor ini kepada sesi kita yang seterusnya. Kita bawakan dua panel yang cukup dekat di rakyat. Kita bawakan kepada anda Datuk Sri Nazir Razak dan juga Tan Sri Tony Fernandez, dan untuk mereka ada live chat dan juga meneruskan sesi kita lebih lanjut. Over to you. Thank you.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Thanks so very much for being with us here today. We really appreciate it. It's been an amazing session. We've been running for 5 hours straight now, and it's we've really been touched by the outpouring of support. So joining me today now, our two guests at the end of this session is Datuk Sri Nazir Razak and Tan Sri Tony Fernandez. Thanks so very much, guys. Yeah, so we're really happy to have you with us. Happy to hear your thoughts on what's going on, and you know, at the end we're going to ask you for a lot of money lah. Just tell you first. So first of all, maybe can I get you guys to share a little bit about your thoughts about what you've been seeing on the live stream today and what you've been seeing with regards to Malaysians helping one another out there. Maybe Nazir, if you don't mind going first.
Sure. I mean, I think it's heartwarming to see what you guys have been doing today. I think certainly there's never been a time of greater need for Malaysians to help Malaysians, and I think what you're doing is fantastic. You are making it much easier for Malaysians to help Malaysians, and I think you're also going to make sure that the monies that are contributed are used most effectively. And I know there's a lot of Malaysians out there, my friends out there, who actually are looking for the right avenues to help out, and you're delivering to them. So congratulations, Nat and your team.
Thank you very much, sir. We're doing our very best. We know that transparency is extremely important. So, the good thing about doing this kind of work is that we meet a lot of people. Doing good work. So a lot of the people that we heard earlier today are people that we've, it's not just people we met last week or something like that. They've been with us for months, years, and we've really seen firsthand the work that they've been doing. So it's really encouraging. It's a real honor. Maybe Tony, you can share some of your thoughts. What you've been observing.
Well, I mean, firstly, you guys have been doing this for a long, long time. I mean, I think COVID has really brought the efforts to the forefront. And if one good thing of COVID is that it's shown, one, that we are all Malaysians. And at the end of the day, every Malaysian is willing to help. And there are people that I never imagined wanting to help, And so your efforts are admirable. But more importantly, you've been doing it for a long, long time, which is great. And so that gives an infrastructure to new people who want to contribute. But the best thing I've seen is no one cares whether you're Malay, Chinese, Indian, or whatever. Everyone is trying to help out. And that's one of the weird things about this COVID thing, is that finally we're getting this Bangsa Malaysia thing through a crisis. But maybe it's taken a crisis to realize that we're all the same.
Yeah, exactly. Kevin J was speaking earlier about, some people say we're all in the same boat. Some people say, we've got big boats and small boats, but we're all definitely facing the same storm, whether we're in the same boat or not.
Well, I'm in a plane right now. I'm in a plane that isn't going anywhere right now. So, at least your boat can probably move.
You guys have been grounded for how long already now?
Wow, we're not far off putting a flag up ourselves. We haven't effectively flown since February last year, so that's 16, 17 months now. But we hear, Nazir always says, I'm glass half full as opposed to glass half empty. But I'm optimistic that the beginning of the end is coming, and hopefully with this vaccine campaign, etc., we'll be in the sky soon.
Yeah, we hear about Phuket opening up to the public, and we hear about the travel bubbles. And what do you think about the travel bubble to Malaysia? Maybe Langkawi soon?
Yeah, I mean, I think Langkawi for sure. I mean, I think we've got to separate between, those who are vaccinated and those aren't. I know that's not fair, but life isn't fair, right? And at the moment, I believe hopefully very soon there'll be announcements that those who are vaccinated could start to at least interstate travel, and soon after that, international travel.
That's really great. And I know that, again, today we've seen that we've got a lot of Malaysians coming together to help one another. Maybe, Nazir, if you'd like to share some of the initiatives that you're involved in, in helping out, or some of the things that you're seeing on the ground, what's it looking like from where you stand?
Yeah, look, man, I'm just a finance guy, and it's what I do best. So, what I do is to try and fund or raise funding for the various programs that I see. I mean, I have the CIMB alumni group, and we reached out to all our members, and I think we're about to raise about 500,000 to distribute to various NGOs. I'm working with Dr. Tini, who was on the show earlier, to support some flats in Sri Sentosa area, because I think that's kind of close proximity to where we live, and it really troubles me to see the number of white flags in that area. And I think shortly ABIM will be announcing partnership with my organization, ZAC Investments, where we're going to do two things. One is to provide aid
to those who are in need in terms of food, etc. immediately. And secondly, we're going to put up a microfinancing scheme for small businesses. And here it will be completely zero interest and kind of 6 months or 1 year, depending on what you need. So just lend money so that we can help you tide through this pandemic, and then you just give back the money 6 months or 12 months later. So details of that scheme will be announced. So as I said, my best use of my time and focus is on finance, and that's what I do.
That's excellent, sir. Stick to what we're good at, right? Yeah, that's amazing. And Abim, of course, is along with Project Wawasan Rakyat, one of the main drivers of Project Bangsa Malaysia. So you're doing something like a microcrediting, and I recently heard about the kind of interest rates that what are basically loan sharks give out. It's like this: the interest they charge in a month is equivalent to like a couple of years from the bank. It's really insane. So I think it's really awesome. So this would be something a little bit like a Grameen Bank, Muhammad Yunus, those kind of things. Is it along those lines?
I mean, it's completely zero. So no interest, no profit. You get 5,000 ringgit, just give me back that 5,000 ringgit in the next 6 months or so. That's it.
More like a soft loan, and yeah.
Yeah, and I think people are actually, many people are also too proud to accept grants, right? Because they're running a business and they know this is temporary. It's just that they run out of their savings. They run out of their spare tire. So because it's been 2-3 rounds of MCO. So that's why I think this scheme is very much needed. And there's another capacity to what government can do.
That's excellent. I mean, of course, for Malaysians, maruah is very important and dignity. And I think this is not a handout, right? It's a loan. So that's really awesome. Thanks a lot, sir. Maybe Tony, you can share some of the work that you guys are doing, or Asia, that's to help out. We're all ears.
Yeah, I mean, for us, we've always been about inclusivity, right? And there are two aspects. We have a social entrepreneurship program, which is similar to what Nazir is talking about, in terms of helping people help themselves, as opposed to just giving blank checks. So that's been very active in keeping businesses alive. And obviously, because the airline can't fly very much, we're doing a lot on the digital space. And then our logistics side is providing tremendous support in terms of getting goods out to people in need, whether on the ground or in the air as well, because we still have some planes going. So our main thrust is providing logistical support and providing funds for businesses that we are working with as well to help themselves. But more importantly, I think we're trying to build an ecosystem after COVID, which is very important. We're together with Nazir, we're working on Big Pay Bank. We're working on very interesting logistic schemes. We're working with farmers right now to cut their distribution cost and get them to earn a decent margin right now. There's so many middlemen in the supply chain. So we're really trying to get more profitability to the common man by cutting out a lot of middlemen and improving their margins. And that's through our various projects, from AirAsia Farm to AirAsia Shop, etc., and Big Pay Bank. So there's an ongoing effort now to help distribute products. There's an ongoing fundraising effort. Obviously from Santan, we have been delivering food. Then Ikhlas, which is also very heavily involved in distribution of food and products throughout Malaysia. From a charity status, that's our charity-based Ikhlas. And finally, what are we going to do after? That's what I'm more concerned about. That right now, yes, there's this giving need, but as we get back to normal, there are going to still be a lot of people. What it has clearly been shown by COVID is that the social net is a real issue here. And in business, we got to try and get people back to work, try and get people included in the economy. And I think that's equally as important as surviving now what happens after COVID.
I think the COVID has brought a lot of innovations across the board, right, to normal SMEs and everyone. And AirAsia has been doing quite well in that sense. I think a lot of innovations. And the best part, I think AirAsia Innovations has also given a safety net to a lot of the AirAsia employees. So thank you to answer you on that.
I realized I didn't introduce him just now. This is my friend Vinod, who's working with us at Project Bangsa Malaysia. Thanks a lot. Yeah, Tony, you talk about post-COVID, and that's a big question, right? All of us are scrambling just to stay afloat, but there need to be a couple of people who will be thinking about longer-term solutions. And there's a saying that's been going around that COVID didn't break the system; COVID exposed a broken system. I'm aware. I think Nazir, you're also working on some longer-term structural improvements, with regards to democracy in the country. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about some of those projects.
Yeah, now, I have this group working on something called Making Better Malaysia, and we started before the pandemic, but quite clearly, the pandemic has exposed we've said it before, is a broken system. It's a bit like the virus itself, right? If you've got pre-existing conditions, you are going to get very, very sick, and we've come into this crisis with dysfunctional politics, a weak economy, certainly compromised institutions, and they've been really exposed in this crisis. If you look at the handling of the crisis, in many ways, the government has such a slim majority, it has found it difficult to handle many of the challenges of the crisis. For instance, the Prime Minister's margin is so slim, he can't even sack one minister, right? In fear of losing the majority. We've come into crisis very, very high debt levels. I think Zafar is right to the extent that, there's only so much the government can do because we went into very high debt. And that is a manifestation of many years of over-leverage, many years of a dysfunctional system. So, and going forwards, what are we going to do? I think it's time for us to realize that, if we continue like this, we're never going to get the country we deserve. We need to go offline. We need to look at what are the serious problems of this country, and we have to design a better Malaysia. And for this, I go back to 1970. When we designed the system, we created an offline platform. When we fixed the system after May 13th, we went from an online platform to of our best and brightest to deliberate and design a better country. And that's precisely what we need to go through again today. I think we cannot leave it to Parliament. We cannot leave it to people we elect for 5 years, because they vote and they behave according to the needs of their politics, according to their party, or according to when the next election is. We need people to think long-term and structural to fix this country.
Yeah, dysfunctional politics. I couldn't agree with you more. So we are, the saying goes that politicians think about the next election, statesmen think about the next generation. That seems to go what we're lacking. Speaking of generations, I think it was your father who convened the first NCC, National Consultative Council, which is, in a way to innovate politics to bring us out of a time of crisis. Yeah, so I think it's looking, we're going away from oppositional politics to collaborative consensus building, democracy based on that. So I think it's a very exciting. This innovation is long overdue, and in this crisis, there is that opportunity. Maybe Tony, you want to share a little bit about some of the things that you want to see coming out of this crisis, the longer term kind of structural differences?
Well, I think I mentioned the social net. I think that's really, really important that we look at it, because health system needs to be looked at, education system, and just, people beginning to live below that poverty line. So I think that's a really important consideration going forward. Very hard, as Nazir said, because there is huge debt levels, etc. I also hope, too, we look at productivity in the country. I think there's a huge opportunity to improve productivity. I hope from someone who's an entrepreneur that we relook at the whole economic structure with GLCs, etc., and get more energy into the economy. I think there's a huge upside that Malaysia could get, and I hope we grab this chance. I mean, obviously, Nazir has been talking about the political reform, etc., but I think there's a lot to be done on economic reform as well. And, when I talk about social net, I mean, this is Malaysia. We shouldn't have migrant workers in a lorry. I mean, I put that up in my social media. We shouldn't have these issues of chasing away refugees. We should take a leadership from it. And I'm thrilled today that all migrant workers, whether documented or undocumented, are going to be vaccinated. I'm thrilled that refugees are going to be vaccinated as well. We're a caring country. We're a good people. I mean, it's shocking what I've seen recently. And I blame the corporate world as well. You can't just keep blaming the government. I mean, bosses have to take responsibility. And the reason, I hope one of the things that comes out of COVID is that employers start treating employees better. COVID has manifested in a lot of these factories, not because of the SOPs, because they cram so many people into a cafeteria, because there's a lack of ventilation, because the surau is too small, or the corridor where you punch cards out. So I think, that many things haven't been talked about, but building design in terms of treating people properly. Malaysia's productivity has been from a lot of these guest workers. We should respect them, treat them properly as well. So I think, while Nazir's talked a lot about the political side, which is very important, I think economic side needs to look at itself. I think both GLCs and private industry have to take account that they're responsible. I take very, very, it's a big pride of mine. It's the most important job of mine to look after my employees. And the biggest problem I have faced is I've let 2,000 go. They did nothing wrong. They did absolutely nothing wrong. I have amazing staff. I'm an airline of 24,000 staff and a digital company that has never had an industrial action. Nowhere in the world that's happened. And we're all Malaysians. We don't look at color or religion or age or whatever, right? We really try to make it a meritocracy. And my job before I retire, and have no hair like Nazir, is to make sure that all of these guys get a job back. So I think while there's a lot of discussion on political reform, I think a lot on productivity, a lot on how we treat workers is really important going forward. And rejigging, and obviously, in what Jay's suggesting, I think a relook at the whole economic structure is equally important. But it's time bosses and owners also take responsibility. It's not just about the bottom line. It's about getting the right bottom line and ensuring that you're a good company in many, many ways. And I think one last point, if you don't mind me saying,
sure.
We see the floods in Germany. I mean, that's a massive shock to the system. I'm an airline. I contribute to environmental change. Airlines are 1.2%, but they contribute. I hope Malaysia takes a bigger slice in trying to help climate change and making more people aware. I hope we really look at renewable energy. I think that's not discussed enough. We have blessed with a wonderful sun. I hope to see more solar power, wind power, and wave power going forward, and palm oil.
Sounds great. You talk about economic reform, systematic economic reform. I think you're right. It's absolutely vital. A greener economy also absolutely vital. So it's really encouraging to hear you sir talk about refugees and migrant workers. Nowadays in the media and everything, it's not always a compassionate story that we tell. And it's true, if you vaccinate them, we keep ourselves safe as well. And I couldn't say it better myself. We are good and compassionate people. Malaysia, that's who we are as Malaysians. Okay.
I just wanted to introduce one thing, and this is to support your program. And firstly,
thank you.
Because of Well Done, I will be contributing, and I
thank you very much.
Commit that Tony will be contributing as well. Now, I just want to mention this, that let's think about this, right? This crisis all over the world has been accompanied by monetary easing and a lot of pumping of money into the system. So what's happened? Financial markets have been largely unaffected, but yet millions of people lost their jobs. Millions of people are short of food. So the degree of inequality has widened. So my question is, to what extent in Malaysia today are the rich stepping up fairly in order to alleviate the crisis? That's one question I want to ask. And I've been hammered for suggesting windfall taxes. I would go further and say we need complete overhaul of the tax system so that we have a much fairer way of distributing the cost of this crisis. I'm sorry, but the rich, the wealthier, those who are invested in the financial market need to step up and pay more for this crisis. That is the fair thing to do.
Wow, I had no idea that way, sir. If you're talking about this sort of thing, Project Bangsa Malaysia would love to get more details about redesigning a tax system. Yeah, very interested.
Probably even bringing back GST and stuff, right? But
yeah, a lot of
I mean,
things.
I think just on GST, by the way, it is a wealth tax. In reality, the more you spend, the more you have to pay GST, and the GST can be triggered into the right areas. I also think Malaysia has to look at capital gains, has to look at inheritance tax going forward. But I also just say one thing in Jay's case. We got to make sure that money is spent wisely, right? And that's really important in terms of raising taxes are great, but they have to go into productive uses, and they have to contribute to the well-being of every Malaysian, right? And so that's really important. The use of tax is also important.
Totally agree.
Yeah, definitely. There's no point in collecting all that tax if it's spent wrongly. You're definitely right. So thank you very much, guys. Okay, so as mentioned just now, we were a little bit audacious with our fundraising plans. We're not that short, only about 2.9 million. So if you could help top that up, we'd greatly appreciate it. If you want to fill us in on whatever you're donating, you're welcome to, but that's not compulsory, of course.
I mean, I think we knew that you didn't really love us, Matt, that you just wanted our money.
I'm sorry, we only asked you for your money. It's true.
You pretended to be interested in Jay's macroeconomic views, but it was like, show me the money.
Show me the money.
I think as both as Jay said earlier, for sure we will contribute. I mean, we respect you guys. You know, it takes a lot to go and do this and help. I mean, really genuinely help. And it's not just today. You've been doing it for a long, long time. And
thank
so
you.
for sure we will be there. We're not the kind of guys to go around and give checks and sing about it. So, but we'll pass it to you, and then we know you'll use it wisely.
Thank you very much, sis. We really appreciate it.
All right.
Thanks,
Thanks
Vino. Okay,
Thank
take
you.
care.
Thank you, guys.
Tony, we'll see you soon. Thanks so very much.
See you, Vino.
Thanks,
Your
guys.
famous name.
Yeah.
Bye.
There's a funny story about Vino's name, but I don't think we can tell you about that today. Thanks very much, guys. Really appreciate it. Thanks for you still at Facebook here. I think I'm so sorry to the host earlier, who was supposed to host this whole session and have Nazir's and Tony's session right at the end, but because some of them had an appointment that they had to get to at 4:30, so very sorry about that. We had a couple of inevitable mishaps along the way, but I take full responsibility. But I believe the next session, if I'm not mistaken, is with Dr. Munira and Trisha Yeo. I think we are ready to start that. Wonderful. They're coming in now. Wonderful. Okay. So just by way of quick introduction, I am, this is Dr. Munira, who works with Ikram and also works with us at Power and with us at Project Bangsa Malaysia. This is Trisha Yeo, the CEO of Ideas, one of our famous think tank people. I think it's okay to tell you just now when they started talking about tax structure, it's like, I want to comment. It's like, don't worry. You got time. This is one of the people who can talk about these questions intelligently. I'm not. I'll be upfront about that. So just really quick, I'll let them elaborate more. But both Dr. Munira and Trisha Yeo have been working on a joint project between Project Bangsa Malaysia and Ideas to raise money for hospitals. There's a big equipment shortage. We all hear about insufficient oxygen tanks and things like that. Which has been a big crisis. Today's fundraising session is mostly for NGOs who are helping poor Malaysians, Malaysians in poverty who are having problems with MCO. But this is a separate fund that is for hospitals. I'll let them tell you more about it. Maybe if it's okay, we start with Trisha in case you just want to make some comment about wealth tax or GST. Please feel free.
Okay, thanks, Nat. Yeah, maybe on that first, and then we can focus on the hospital fund. No, I was just kind of reflecting on what both Dato' Tony and Dato' Sri Nazir were saying about tax and the system. I completely agree that we need to overhaul the system because social protection and social security is not sustainable where we are right now. So it's a really good time to talk about, number one, whether the government can actually do fiscal expansionary measures which are needed because people need the aid now. But also, secondly, kind of long-term, right? EPF is just not enough as a system. And this is something that has been happening for many years, but this is the time to think about it. Okay, with that aside, thanks for inviting myself and Dr. Munira. Just to clarify, this is a project that's being done not by Ideas, the think tank, which of course I'm involved in as a CEO, but the sister organization which does charitable work, and that's called Ideas Community Projects for now. So the Ideas Community Projects, the only active thing that we were doing before this was run an Ideas Autism Center. But now, of course, we are also extremely busy, and I'm so happy to be able to work with Dr. Munira on this. We started the Hospital Emergency Fund, I think it's about 2 weeks ago, but it only gained a lot of traction in the last week or so. I think thanks to the video that went viral that was produced by Project Bangsa Malaysia, based on an event that was done, right? That showed the anecdotal evidence from medical frontliners on the ground, totally anonymized as well, of course. And a lot of people have just been, I think it's been outpouring of grief, but also realizing the very critical situation on the ground. In the Klang Valley, the hospitals are over capacity. And of course, we've seen these sorts of like photos and videos. So I'm so incredibly touched by the overwhelming response of Malaysians. We've seen Malaysians contribute even as little as like 5 ringgit, 10 ringgit, I think we who are in that team, that project team, we feel really emotional as well. And I'm just so happy to be able to contribute where we can. So I think I'll just stop here for now. Maybe Dr. Munira will have lots more to say on the medical side.
Thanks very much, Trisha. Really appreciate it. Sorry I got the organizations mixed up, but it's been a real pleasure. I've known Trisha for a very long time, and it's always an honor to work together. I don't know Dr. Munira as long, but the amount of work that we've done in that short period of time is almost as much as Dr. Munira is one of the very first people to join us and become active with us at Project Rakyat, and of course now Project Bangsa Malaysia. She's really got a tireless spirit, truly tireless, and she's always moved when problems really come up. She always wants to do something to help, and she's been a real rock, been a really consistent presence. And in our line of work, we really, really appreciate that kind of thing, that kind of consistency. And she's been doing this, I think, when she's being unwell and dealing with all sorts of other problems over the last couple of months. So we really respect and admire your work. But yeah, please do tell us about the project.
Thanks a lot, Nat. First of all, it's a pleasure to finally meet Trisha. We've been in Project Bangsa Malaysia, Project Rakyat for a long time, and Nat, since last year I only met you a few months ago, but it's so great to be working together and to be able to do good things in Project Rakyat and also Project Bangsa Malaysia. And I think this is a reflection of what we want Malaysia to be, multiracial, multi-faith, coming together regardless of our backgrounds and doing good things together. So I'm very honored to be part of this group, amazing people, and really, really honored to meet all of you. And thank you to Trisha for coming on board and working with us in Project Bangsa Malaysia to get this project running, this hospital emergency fund, which actually started less than 2 weeks ago. And amazingly, we have got so much in. And like Trisha said, it's just so heartwarming, people contributing as little as 5 ringgit, which goes a long way, and hundreds, people giving thousands, and up to big companies giving up to 50,000. Every little counts. And as we speak, we are in the process of getting the oxygen tanks out, oxygen concentrators out to emergency departments, medical departments where we know are way over capacity. There are people dying because there's not enough oxygen. We need more equipment, and these equipment are expensive. One oxygen tank can cost as little as 700 or more than 1,000 if we're going at bigger capacities, and oxygen concentrators are like thousands, like 3,000 and a half cheapest. So these things cost money, but all the money that you've given us, we're not taking any of it. We have great volunteers dedicated to get all the equipment we can from our suppliers to the places that need it most. So we really want to say thank you so much for those who have supported us, are supporting us. Obviously, the Hospital Emergency Fund are for the frontliners and hospitals and for patients. And the fund today, the Derma Kilat Rakyat, is for the Rakyat who are struggling through this pandemic too. Everything counts. So, give as little or as much as you can, and we're all in this together. So we really, really appreciate every single thing that you do. And I truly believe with this spirit, we can all get through this together. We really need to just, hold our hands together, and have faith that inshallah we'll get through this. And the heartwarming messages that have come through, people have called up just wanting to help in every single way. And I think this is how funds like this can help, because everybody is heartbroken, everybody is frustrated, everybody is angry, but this is the way we can do something. So let's focus on what we can do and do it together. So Trisha, did you have anything else to say about our fund?
Yeah, sure. No, I think I thanks for Dr. Munira for putting it so concisely. I think the only thing to add is that 100% of the funds are actually going to the hospitals and to purchasing these like much needed equipment, because there were some questions that were asked about like how much percentage is going into administrative fee and all that. But I think we can assure that this 100% of funds are actually going to purchasing those equipment. The other thing to say is that I think there are also questions about the process and the procedure. So maybe just to share that we will make these decisions together. So ideas, community projects together with Project Bangsa Malaysia that's headed by Dr. Munira at the moment, we will be making those decisions together, and we will make sure that the things that are needed most urgently are going to be donated. And finally, that everything's going to be done, absolutely according to financial procedure. I think we, within Ideas, we hold ourselves like quite on high standards with regards to these financial processes. So just to allay any concerns on that front, and if there are any questions, I think all the information is there. Again, just to emphasize that yes, we can do this together. I think this is just a demonstration of how all of us are taking care of each other, and this is the Malaysian spirit behind any of these actions that we are trying to do here. There are questions, perhaps long term. We can talk about that, about policy, about what does this say about the financing of healthcare system. But these are really broad, overarching things that will be addressed simultaneously. But at the time now, this is a crisis moment. We have to act now, and so this is what we're doing. Yeah, that's all for now.
Thanks a lot, Trisha. And also, sorry, Nat, just a bit more. We will be sharing our funds transparently on our websites. So do keep updated on our websites, and we aim to be transparent with every single cent that we receive. Like I said, we're not taking any of it. We really are just volunteering to help our frontliners and also patients that are struggling there in the hospitals. Nat, I know our time is short, but can I just I'd like to dedicate something to anybody who's struggling out there, in this pandemic. We know it's really hard for everyone, especially if you're short of food or necessities. So please seek help. And to all frontliners, we are really with you in this. Thank you for fighting every single day. And do keep strong. We are all with you. Our hearts are with you. And so this is a song that I made, lyrics by me and song by me. I'm not a singer, so please maybe not so much focus on the singing, but the lyrics itself, okay? It won't take too long, Nat, don't worry. My dear sister, raise up high. Breaks my heart to see you cry. My dear brother, don't let go. Please have faith that Allah knows. Stand up tall with me. By your side I'll be. Oh Allah, pull us through. Yes, together, me and you. Oh my dear, let us pray in the night and in the day. Oh Allah, show us the way. May we never go astray. Stand up tall with me. By your side I'll be. Oh Allah, pull us through. Yes, together, me and you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thanks, Nat.
My goodness, Dr. Munira, 1.5 years. We didn't know you can sing like that and can write song like that. Ah,
you should be the feature in any of the
Yeah. We're gonna make a YouTube of this. That's the next viral video. Doctor, do you mind if we share the amount that is raised by the hospital fund? Is that okay if we share that?
Yeah, sure.
Before I reveal that,
sorry.
Just real quick. Now we do our whole project. Right? Everything that we do basically runs on WhatsApp groups lah. right? I'm known as an insane. It's insane, right? But and I read all of them because if I don't read them, then things go wrong. And one of the most active ones is the one that these two people are running, which I'm also in, and it's one of the only groups where I don't read everything because I trust them. And it's one of the biggest volumes one. I don't read it because I trust them. We trust them to do their job, and they did. So thank you very much for taking that burden off us. Today on this live stream we raised about 100K. It's pretty okay. But just to let you know that due to the great work of these people, this fund is actually already over 1 million. So an excellent job to Dr. Munira and Trisha. That's really all you. You can put them back on screen if you don't mind. Yes, yeah, great. This so they've done an amazing job. Of course, thanks to Sebastian and all that who did the video lah. The video probably accounted for 70-90% of that. I don't know. But anyway, we're a bit out of time, but thank you so much, guys. 1 million is a massive achievement, and I'm sure you can have highest standards of transparency both for that fund and for this fund, and we'll let you guys know how the money is all distributed. So thanks a lot again. Great song. Next time, every meeting you must sing, Doctor.
Thanks, Trisha.
Okay. Thanks, Dr. Mira. Thanks, Trisha. Okay, wonderful. All right, I believe next up is we have a 15-minute video. So it's a bit long, but I'm sure it's good. This is done by Dapur Jalanan KL. Dapur Jalanan KL runs out of Club Bangsa, Utama, if I'm not mistaken. If you do, also you who are old as me, have been in activist circles or not, been that long, you know that this group is one of the most established, one of the most. It's a grand old lady lah of feeding homeless and things like that. They've really done an excellent job. I know it's a bit long, but I really hope you'll stay to the end. Because at the end, I'm going to do the favorite part, my favorite part of the job, which is to thank everybody, to show you who has been doing all this magical work, who did us all things. You know, Trisha talked about no operational costs. None of the funds that we collect go to operational costs because everybody worked for free. At least I hope they're not going to ask me for money later. I think they work for free. But I mean, and if you know how much, later on after this video, I'm going to tell you about how much work they've done. It's a mind-blowing amount of work on top of their day jobs, on top of all the other things that they need to do. So we're going to roll the Dapur Jalanan video, and please stay with us for our last closing session. Thank you very much. On to you, Andrew. Take us away.
Kali
Thank
ini
you.
bersama dengan wakil daripada Dapur Jalanan Kuala Lumpur, Kurotel Ain Atika, iaitu setiausaha juga merangkap koordinator di JKL. Apa khabar Kurotel?
Hai, Assalamualaikum. Selamat petang. Khabar baik, Alhamdulillah. Everything so far so good.
Waalaikumsalam. All great. Okay, kita nak terus mula sebab saya rasa ramai orang semangat nak tahu pasal DJKL ni. So, bila DJKL mula dan siapa generally penerima manfaat usaha-usaha DJKL setakat ni?
So DJKL, Dapur Jalanan Kuala Lumpur lah, basically kita dah bergerak sejak tahun 2013, I think around March 2013. Beneficiaries adalah dari kalangan golongan komuniti miskin bandar di sekitar Kuala Lumpur. Mainly di sekitar kawasan Petaling Street, Jalan Panggung, mungkin Pasar Seni, di sekitar kawasan Kuala Lumpur lah basically.
Oh, okay, cool. So, if I got it right, so dia antara, so community rentan di sekitar Kuala Lumpur, correct? That would be your main beneficiary target, betul?
Yes.
Alright. Cool. So, you know, kita semua tengah dalam lockdown sekarang ni, and NGOs on ground satu Malaysia semua tengah berusaha keras untuk just menghulurkan pertolongan dan gerakkan inisiatif-inisiatif tertentu. Jadi di pihak DJKL, apa antara special initiative yang sedang berlangsung yang perlu dilakukan sebab sekarang ni kita tengah dalam quite a strict lockdown at the moment?
Basically, sebenarnya kita tak pernah stop. I mean daripada 2013, 2014, 15, 16, 17, 19, semua tu adalah tahun yang normal untuk kita semua. Sampai tahun 2020, around March, bila kita arahan perintah kawalan pergerakan yang pertama waktu tu, 18 Mac 2020. So masa tu adalah perubahan lah untuk kami sendiri sebab first of course kita kena check apa SOP yang melibatkan kita untuk gerak kerja Dapur Jalanan Kuala Lumpur sebab basically daripada tahun 2013 sampai sekarang sebenarnya apa yang kita buat adalah setiap minggu kita akan sediakan makanan panas untuk komuniti miskin bandar di Kuala Lumpur yang dekat kawasan yang kita serve makanan tu. And then sebab komuniti yang datang untuk ambil makanan ni, untuk makan di situ adalah komuniti yang dah biasa dengan kita. Maksudnya dia tahu kita setiap minggu akan sediakan makanan. Mereka boleh datang untuk ambil makanan percuma di sana. Jadi bila first PKP dulu, kita merasakan yang macam kalau kita berhenti, what will happen to them? Okay, of course, ini adalah seminggu sekali, tapi kita tak boleh nafikan yang dia tahu akan ada bantuan, dia tahu akan ada makanan yang disediakan dekat situ. Sebab some of them, ada orang yang salah faham sebab ingat macam yang datang ni adalah yang tidak berumah, gelendangan semata-mata, tapi sebenarnya tak. Kita cover ke semua golongan miskin bandar, termasuklah mereka yang sebenarnya bekerja, yang tinggal di kawasan tu, yang memang dia bukan bergantung, tapi bagi dia apa yang dia boleh berjimat, better dia berjimat. So mungkin meal tu adalah something yang dia boleh jimatkan pada waktu tu. So daripada first PKP 2020 Mac tahun lepas sampai sekarang, weekly serving kita masih cuba untuk secara konsisten. Maksudnya kita sediakan makanan panas untuk mereka, cuma bezanya adalah mereka tak boleh makan dekat situ sebab selalunya kita akan gunakan space dekat sana untuk mereka berkumpul, makan dengan kawan-kawan, socialize, etc. Tapi bila start yang PKP tahun lepas sampai sekarang, mereka tidak dibenarkan untuk makan di sana. Maksudnya bila diserahkan set makanan tu, mereka akan ambil dan terus bergerak. Kemudian saya rasa antara perkara lain yang mungkin sedikit berbeza semasa tak kisahlah ketika lockdown ke, ketika PKP ke, PKPB ke, PKPP ke, whatever jenis PKP pun adalah kita punya kita punya manpower. Kita sebenarnya agak restricted in terms of manpower sebab selain daripada untuk ikut SOP yang tak boleh ramai orang dalam satu kawasan dan sebagainya, contohnya macam tempat memasak kita tak boleh nak penuhkan. Kalau sebelum ni, maksudnya sebelum Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan sebelum ni, kita tak ada limitation volunteer nak datang. Maksudnya kalau let's say kalau ada group volunteer daripada student yang nak datang satu bas lah dia datang masuk dalam kitchen kita untuk memasak dan sebagainya. Tapi memikirkan kepada isu keselamatan dan juga perlu untuk kita menjaga jarak dan sebagainya, kita terpaksa limitkan manpower tu. So sejak daripada PKP tahun lepas tu sehingga sekarang, bila kita nak prepare makanan, kita terpaksa, contohnya kalau sebelum ni kita pernah terima 20 orang volunteer dalam satu masa, tapi sekarang kita dah tak terima volunteer yang dalam jumlah yang ramai. Sebaliknya kita gunakan manpower yang kita ada dari kalangan kawan-kawan dapur jalanan sendiri, dan mungkin kadang-kadang kita ada terima macam kawan-kawan kita yang memang rapat dengan kita dan sebagainya, yang kita tidak ada masalah untuk buat tracing if anything happen. Kita tak nak apa-apa jadi, but if anything happen, we will just take some precaution. So manpower is one thing, and then another thing adalah satu benda yang berbezanya dapur jalanan dengan soup kitchen yang lain adalah bila kita sediakan makanan panas sejak tahun 2013 sampai tahun 2020 tu, mereka sebenarnya berpeluang untuk makan terus makanan tu sebab cara kita adalah kita hidang, bukannya kita bungkus dan kita just pass kepada mereka. Tapi ini adalah benda yang berbeza pada waktu sejak pandemik sebab mereka tak boleh makan di sana, tak boleh berkumpul di sana. So mereka hanya boleh ambil dan terus bawa balik. So dia punya surrounding, dia punya ambience tu pun semua dah berbeza. Cuma another thing yang saya boleh tambah adalah sebab sejak tahun lepas kita cuba untuk buat data collection sebab apa yang kita perasan sejak PKP tahun lepas tu, sebenarnya setiap minggu kita terima beneficiaries yang berbeza. Maksudnya ada orang baru yang datang. So dia bukan orang yang biasa yang sebelum ni pernah datang. Contohnya masa tempoh yang waktu PKP tu sebenarnya kebanyakan mereka adalah orang baru. Sebab yang contoh yang tidak berumah tu, masa tu saya rasa kerajaan ada inisiatif untuk sediakan pusat perlindungan sementara untuk mereka yang tak berumah. So yang tak berumah dah berada di pusat perlindungan sementara. So kita ingat macam mungkin jumlah yang akan ambil makanan tu berkurang. Tapi we were wrong because sebenarnya bukan hanya yang tidak berumah yang ambil makanan tu, tapi termasuklah mereka yang tinggal di sekitar kawasan tu, terutama sekali mereka yang menerima pendapatan gaji secara, maksudnya gaji dia dibayar secara harian dan dia tak dapat bekerja. So kita terima ramai sangat orang baru masa tu. To one extent ada satu minggu kita terima orang yang datang hampir mencecah 350 hingga 400, which is memang waktu tu memang kita realise yang it is not about homeless issue anymore, but memang bila pandemik tu berlaku, ramai orang yang tak dapat bekerja macam biasa, gaji tidak dapat dibayar seperti biasa. So dia adalah isu jadi since then kita cuba untuk collect data so that kita tahu dengan lebih tepat apa keadaan dan situasi beneficiaries kita pada waktu tu. So kita start dengan satu lagi inisiatif which is Counter Rakyat. So Counter Rakyat pada waktu tu aim dia adalah first untuk collect data and then the second one adalah untuk bantu mereka untuk cuba dapatkan bantuan-bantuan daripada pihak kerajaan ataupun agensi-agensi yang tertentu. Contohnya macam bila ada pendaftaran BPN, BPR ataupun mungkin daripada pihak zakat dan sebagainya, dengan Counter Rakyat tu kita bantu mereka untuk daftar, untuk semak dan kalau mereka dapat, kita bagi tahu mereka macam mana untuk mereka dapat ataupun keluarkan duit tu. Sebab ada satu situasi yang sebenarnya mereka tak tahu yang mereka tu dah secara automatik didaftarkan dan ada duit yang dah dikreditkan dalam akaun mereka. So mereka tak tahu. Tahu-tahu bila kita bagi tahu, oh ada 1,000 lebih dalam akaun mereka. So something like that. So kita start dengan Counter Rakyat untuk perkara tu dan Counter Rakyat ni kemudiannya dia evolve untuk beberapa inisiatif lain apabila kerajaan dah umumkan boleh daftar vaksin, kita bantu mereka untuk daftar vaksin. Walaupun pada mulanya memang susah lah nak dapatkan mereka untuk daftar vaksin tu sebab ada beberapa isu yang contohnya mereka tak faham vaksin ni macam mana, kenapa, beberapa fakta-fakta yang tak betul dan sebagainya. So bila kita dah start dengan counter tu untuk daftar vaksin dan mereka dapat tarikh vaksin, kita cuba arrangekan transport untuk mereka untuk pergi terima vaksin. Maksudnya bila mereka dapat temu janji vaksin, kita nak pastikan yang mereka tak terlepas temu janji vaksin. Ini termasuklah ada beberapa koordinator kita ataupun volunteer kita yang daftarkan beneficiaries ni sebagai dependent dalam MySejahtera mereka. So ada beberapa orang koordinator kita yang dependent dia dah sampai 7 orang, 8 orang, semua daripada beneficiaries di dapur jalanan. The reason is because bukan semua orang ada akses kepada telefon bimbit. So mereka ni sebenarnya ramai lagi yang tak ada telefon bimbit. So bila kita boleh cuba daftarkan mereka sebagai dependent bawah koordinator dan juga volunteer kita cuba buat macam tu lah.
Faham.
So bila mereka dapat tarikh temu janji, kita arrange untuk, so that would be the second initiative at the moment. And then the third initiative adalah berdasarkan daripada data yang kita dapat, data yang kita collect, so kita tahu di mana mereka, kita lebih tahu latar belakang mereka. Maksudnya kita start collect data sama ada mereka ni memasak, sama ada mereka ni bekerja, kalau bekerja macam mana, pendapatan macam mana. kalau ada tempat tinggal tu boleh memasak ataupun tak. Kalau memasak, apa keperluan harian yang mereka dapat yang kita boleh sediakan. Jadi apabila kerajaan umumkan PKP yang memang Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan yang strict, so kita cuba untuk sediakan bekalan bantuan makanan asas kepada mereka. Jadi buat masa ni saya boleh cakap kita cubalah secara konsisten, at least macam sebulan sekali kita cuba sediakan pack bantuan makanan asas. Dan kebiasaannya yang terima ni adalah dari kalangan warga emas yang memang tinggal sendiri, lepas tu memang dah tak bekerja, dan mereka kebanyakannya macam bergantung kepada duit pencen ataupun macam kerja sampingan yang biasa. So that would be among of the initiative yang memang kita consistently buat masa ni.
And very well done, I'd say. Memang inisiatif yang memang, memang merakyat, memang melihat kepada keperluan beneficiaries di JKL at the moment. So, it's really lovely to speak to you, but we're slightly running out of time. Jadi, nak tanya, macam mana orang awam boleh continue usaha untuk support inisiatif-inisiatif di JKL?
Basically kita sebenarnya sangat bersyukur, sangat bersyukur sebab to be honest, dapur jalanan Kuala Lumpur kita bergantung, saya rasa hampir 80 hingga 90% adalah daripada dana sumbangan orang ramai yang banyak menyumbang kepada kita melalui akaun dapur jalanan Kuala Lumpur. Itu pertama, dan kedua adalah of course kalau ada geran-geran yang kita boleh cuba apply, kita akan cuba apply. Tapi dalam secara mostly dana kita memang kita bergantung kepada sumbangan orang ramai. And alhamdulillah setakat daripada 2013 hingga sekarang saya boleh cakap kita jaranglah terputus dari segi keuangan. Dan sebenarnya kita bukan sahaja terima dari segi keuangan, kadang-kadang ada juga orang yang kontak, dia nak sumbangkan roti, dia nak sumbangkan kek, kuih, makanan-makanan lain, and of course we appreciate and welcome every single donations and contributions. It's just that maybe some of the contributions tu kita akan advise lah apa yang sesuai.
Okay, cool. So to the audience, kalau nak support di JKL, check out them on their social media pages. Dan kalau ada ruang dan peluang untuk menyumbang kepada Dapur Jalanan Kuala Lumpur, feel free to do so. It's a delight to speak to you, Kuratul. And for the audience, stay tuned for more awesomeness from Livestream Derma Kilat Rakyat.
More awesomeness! Wonderful. Thanks. This is my beautiful wife, Debbie. All right. Thanks so much. Now we're entering into a last phase. Can we bring everyone in if they are ready? All right. So just two small last sessions. What I'm going to do, we're going to introduce for you the first session. I'm going to introduce to you all the people who helped work on Project Bangsa Malaysia. Right. And then the last session, I'm going to introduce to you all the people who worked on this particular thing. Now, this has been an amazing. I really can't explain to you how much work goes into all of this. All the work that we've done for Project Bangsa Malaysia together is just hours and hours and hours and hours of work. And all these people that you see here, right? They are people. They are students. They are full-time jobs. They have lives lah. Not like me, right? Who's crazy about doing things like this. So I really can't express enough lah how much they've done. All right. So there are two categories of people in this group here, right? Maybe I'll just briefly. Dr. Sean here has helped us a lot with stuff like helping us understand what needs to be understood about. His video seems to have gone down though. But just really quick, then maybe we just go to Dawn. Dawn Cheong is an actress, old friend of ours and my sister's. My sister Cheryl, who sang earlier, who did us a lot of work in recruiting celebs, getting us contacts and things like that. So we really appreciate having her with us, and you've been did an amazing job. Dawn, you want to just say a few words?
Yeah, I'm just really thrilled to be on this, where the Rakyat is, together, banding together for a bigger good, like helping out all the NGOs who work tirelessly and getting the stories out there that is very important for everybody to hear. So yeah, it's been an amazing journey, and my heart is just, yeah, it's sad and grateful and happy and all kinds, and the stories of the people. Yeah, it's been amazing.
Thank you so much, Don. Really appreciate it. It came together last, and it just really put in so much work to this. We really appreciate it. I just want to quickly introduce Dr. Sean. Dr. Sean has been a great help connecting us and helping us understand a lot of things about what happens here and there, So he's immensely overworked and he still made time for us. So we really appreciate that. Dr. Sean, just say a few words.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for staying this live stream up to the very end. I can only say thank you for your contributions to our country, whether it is through the things you do on a daily basis or whether it is through the contributions you provided through the Project Bangsa Malaysia Dema Kilat today. These have been trying times. Let us hope that from today onward, we are able to focus our attention on the pandemic, manage it well for the Rakyat and for Malaysia.
Thank you, Dr. Sean. I'm so glad to see you're still okay and not collapsing. You must be under so much pressure and work. We appreciate it. All right, now these other 4 people, right, fall into a separate category of their own. Right, these are the people who again, Project Bangsa Malaysia has kind of got its fingers in 17 different pies, and the only way it works is because these 4 people, lie on me and answer my WhatsApps and do what I ask them to do, and the things I ask them to do would drive any normal person crazy, lah. Right, so let me go in reverse order of when we met them a little bit. Carol Yong is a photographer. If you ever need photography, please go look for her. So I'll be honest with you, I don't understand Instagram as well as I should. So she's helped us a lot with that. And again, I've been an amazing help. So Carol, thanks so much. And please, a few words.
Nat, I just want to say that I'm super amazed by the amount of energy that you have, all the things that you've done to get everything done. It's come together really, really quickly and in a very compressed period of time. But I'm very heartened to see the amount of work that everyone has put in to make sure that that today went off really, really smoothly. And I hope that everything comes to an end soon, and that we can all go back to our lives and that people will stop dying, basically. Thanks for the opportunity, Nat.
Thank you so much, Carol. Thank you for all the hours that we put in. All right. I think next we have Kaylin Wong. This one is one of our case of our con job. We invited Kaylin to be a panelist on one of our City Dialogue Bangsa Malaysia. And then after that, it's like, hey, Kaylin, want to work for us? Actually, if you ask everybody that, but Kaylin is one of the only ones who Kaylin and Goshen. Goshen not here today, unfortunately. But she really stepped up, right? And did a lot of work with us, helped us a lot with a lot of Mandarin things that I don't understand and don't speak. And again, has become one of the members of our core team. And being a member of this core team is not easy. And so thank you so much. Kaylin, a few words.
Thanks for approaching me. Actually, sometimes I was working and I try my best to help what I can help. But I'm really honored to be in this team, and you guys can looking forward for what we doing in the future. And please support us, Project Bangsa Malaysia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kaylin. Lovely to have you. Again, so busy, but still answer our WhatsApp. Thank you very much. There's another special guy. Now I bring this is Mr. Hamid Singh. Hamid Singh, again, just one person after a while is like, I first got to know his brother, then he said, hey, I want to help out this. I said, you want to help? There's a ton of work. Started stuffing everywhere. Been an amazing help. Been a big driver between for our Siri Dialogue Bangsa Malaysia, which we had almost every night over the last couple of weeks. And Hamid does the job that I hate to do the most. I hate the worst part of my job is trying to schedule meetings. I really can't stand it. So I said, Hamid, you just find the time and make it happen. So Hamid does all the dirty work of talking to 20 different people and trying to find the one time that all 20 can make it. Let me tell you, this is not easy work. It's shaped up to be an excellent ambassador for Project Bangsa Malaysia, Project Wawasan Rakyat. So, and great energy, great love in his heart. Hamid.
Thank you so much, Nat. I think 6 jam ini membuktikan bahawa bangsa Malaysia adalah bangsa yang saling membantu, and rakyat jaga rakyat. Thank you so much for this opportunity, Nat.
Don't bluff, Hamid. Come on. Usually you guys talk so many big things about the project. Now must sell the project lah.
I'll leave it off. I actually just want to highlight the next person you're going to introduce is a very special person, and I really hope that I know he's going to go very far in life, and I'm very, very honored to be able to work with someone like him.
Don't worry lah. The sell the guy part, I will sell the guy. You sell yourself. You talk about your experience in this project, how you feel doing this work. Last time I hear you share such nice things. Don't be shy, Hamid.
Okay, so okay, thank you for indulging me, but I have to say it is an important work we are doing here, lah. It is something that I feel a responsibility because I do not want to not be a part of this, and I think we have reached this point in Malaysia. If you can do something, please do it. We cannot afford you to not do that, and it's time for the Rakyat to come together. I think everybody knows this at this point. So please do your part and help your neighbor. And thank you so much for coming and attending the live session today.
Thanks. Today, I think you're a bit shy, but usually when you talk about this project, talk about the love for Malaysia, the love for bringing people together, all the different races, the different religions, Sabah, Sarawak, everything. This guy has got a passion for it, and that kind of passion has helped a lot to make sure everything runs smoothly. So thank you, Hamid. I really appreciate your work. Now, this guy, I've been mewawakan this guy for there is literally nobody who has done more work for Project Bangsa Malaysia than this 18-year-old boy. His name is Julian. I hope his parents don't mind that we show him off in the world, but he's been working with us since February. This guy, Julian, started work with us before there was such a thing as Project Bangsa Malaysia. So basically, Julian gave birth to Project Bangsa Malaysia. Now, the only way we can do 17 different projects at once, if there's somebody who keeps track of everything. Every time I need to find something, find some piece of information, Julian, give me this. Julian, give me that. Julian, do this. Julian, do that. Every day, all day, every day, I just asking Julian, do this, do that, do this, do that. And Julian does it all. Every single thing he will just do. And that is the only way that this whole project gets to run. So I cannot, and now I think today he's sort of like, we have to let him go a little bit. His teachers have started to complain that Julian stopped doing his homework already. So this is really too much. But I can't promise we'll completely stop giving you work, but we try to minimize it now, right? So again, never doubt that young people can make a big change. I'm really, really not exaggerating or just like blah, 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 talk about stuff and I say Julian has done more than anybody to help keep this whole thing in one piece. And it could have fallen apart a million different times. Today also is just furiously answering this, doing that, do this, do that. And after this, tonight, he'll still be doing this, doing that. So thank you Julian, terima kasih from the bottom of our heart. Please share a few words. And Eric and Putri, we're hoping to have you on soon. Yeah, come on. Go for it, Julian.
Thank you, Nat. Yeah, enough about me. Salam Bangsa Malaysia all. I'm really just truly amazed that within such a short period of time, such an amazing group of Malaysians have been able to come together in support of this cause. I think just to echo what my friend Harmit has said, pada pendapat saya, Livestream Derma Kilat Rakyat ini adalah bukti rakyat jaga rakyat. Kita telah bangkit bersama dan bangkit membantu. To me, inilah budaya Malaysia, inilah bangsa Malaysia. Terima kasih semua.
Wow, can we come Prime Minister like this? He didn't take SPM Malay, this guy, but he's been practicing as I can see. Julian, thank you very much. Please stick around, Julian. Okay, where's Eric? While we're waiting for them, let me also please introduce my wife. My wife has suddenly become a very good publicist. When it comes to like media relations and everything, she's getting some magic done. What happened to Eric? There's one guy missing, Eric, because we broke his laptop now. But yeah, hopefully we will see him soon. But Debbie, come please say a few words.
I just want to say that this was put together so quickly, and I just want to thank everyone on the team. Everyone is doing this selflessly. No one is getting anything from it, not even a single cent. So thank you so much for coming together during this time. Really, really thankful to the team, each one of you.
Terima kasih banyak, Saudari Devi, my beloved wife. Thanks very much. Now the full team is here. Okay, so again, in the first session, those are people who've been helping our Project Bangsa Malaysia in general. So I definitely wanted to acknowledge them, and also with this project, of course. But these people on the right now, these are the ones who've been working on this project very specifically, all right? Especially Eric, Amirul, and Putri. Before that, I just want to quickly also introduce Sharifah Shahida, an old friend of ours. I know from very old day when we work in party, all that. So it's great to still be friends after all this time. She came in the last one. Before I start the session, and because if not, I'll do it later, I'll forget. A huge thanks to our key partners. First of which is Sina Harian. Sina Harian, who provided the bank account because we don't have our own bank account yet. So, and the staff from Dr. Husam, Puan Farah, and all the tech team, the accounts team, who again we just added them into 5 different WhatsApp groups, spam them with requests all day, and they've been very generous, very polite, and very accommodating. So thank you very much. Yes, the awesome logo, Sina. Dr. Uzam has been a great supporter of our work. We really like working together, and this project Russell Buses, we are big fans of. Also, please, Andrew, just join the lineup if you don't mind. Come, please show your face. You see, the whole day for 6 hours straight, there's been this guy working at the station. 6 hours are non-stop. I don't know whether he ate. I don't know whether he went to the toilet. If he had to go to the toilet, I'll try to keep this short.
Yeah, there's a secret.
I don't want to know how you did it, but good job. So Andrew is from a company called Creature Films. Again, that we reached out to just this last week. He said, hey, please, anyone can help us do this live stream. Please help us. And they said, okay, we do it. And then how much it costs? We do it for free for you. I was like, wow, thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Andrew,
Yeah,
John,
Malaysia,
James.
actually. Kita jaga kita.
Kita jaga kita. And any other words you want to say, Andrew?
Nope.
Thank you
I'm
very
fine.
much.
Thank you.
Very much. Sorry to interrupt just now. I got Sharifah starting to smile and I cut off. Sorry. But Shahida has been a great help to the project, great supporter of Project Bangsa Malaysia as well. And she's also helped us be the liaison to Sina Harian because she knows them so well. Shahida, please, a few words.
Thanks, Nat. Hi, everyone. It has been an amazing experience working with all of you, and I just want to say thank you very much to Sina Harian team untuk yang telah banyak membantu kami menjayakan program nuklear ini, khasnya Datuk Husamuddin Yaakob dan Puan Farah Husamuddin dan juga semua tim Sina Harian. Satu sumbangan yang kami akan kenang dan amat hargai. And mohon maaf sekiranya terdapat sebarang kekurangan secara tersedar ataupun tidak. Semuanya yang baik itu datangnya daripada Allah dan yang kurang itu datangnya daripada kekurangan kami sendiri. Dan terima kasih banyak-banyak atas segala sumbangan yang telah anda berikan. Kami amat terharu. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Sharifah. Berbincang berkenaan kekurangan, by the way, 100%, any kekurangan is really all on me. Nothing, everything that these guys did on the left here were all perfect, absolutely perfect. So no, all the kekurangan is mine. Thank you, Sharifah. I think Aaron is here. Aaron, just thanks very much. He came in at last, recently with the Democrat Kebangsaan. Thanks very much for helping. You and Sarah did a lot of work also behind the scenes. Few words.
First of all, thank you so much, Nat and team, for the opportunity. Shout out to Sarah. She has been my boss, basically, giving me work, telling me what to do. And also Dura, who were taking all your questions on Facebook today. So yeah, thanks so much and great job to the team.
Thanks very much, Aaron. Hidup mahasiswa. Wonderful. UM, my wife also from UM. Awesome. Okay, Vinod is another old fan of Project Bangsa Malaysia right there at the beginning. Vinod's the kind of guy like, hey, you can do this. I say, can. I got this jalan, that jalan. Been extremely helpful, so we really appreciate it. He's also our money liaison guy. All the update you see today is because Vinod update this, watch that, ask this. So thank you very much, Vinod. You've been a great help to the project. Couple of words, boss.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone who made this possible today. Thank you, everyone who participated. And truly, in the spirit of, we say Malaysia boleh, and we have successfully done it. And thanks to the people as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vinod. Really appreciate it. Okay, wonderful. Now we come to what I call the three generals, right? So honestly, a project this size is, you can't imagine what it goes into trying to organize it. Trying to organize it also, never mind. They organize it in 2 weeks, literally 2 weeks. 2 weeks ago, I started saying, hey, should we do this? Right? And again, any insane person that driven, man, a bit of a bad habit. My wife and I, we organize our wedding also in 2 weeks. So it's a bit of a strange habit that we have. But yeah, so we put out the call and these people answered the call. And you have no idea the value of that to us and how precious. And honestly, they are really operate at such a level such that I really could just take a step back. And you cannot imagine how much I appreciate that, because we've only got 17 pies that we need to look after. So many other things we need to do. So they really took a load off my back and said, you three, whatever you decide, that's fine, right? We go with whatever you decide. Just if I was lazy to make the decision, I said, you decide. And all the decisions they made were correct decisions. So let me first introduce Amirul. Amirul also helped with, Amirul is in almost as many WhatsApp groups as Julian. We just put him everywhere, ask him to do 100 things, ask him to get this. And Suddenly this guy is like, he's texting us number, this contact, because it's like, how you have this guy's number? Who is this guy actually? Suddenly it's like, what? So he's extremely well connected, very polite, never say no, always, every time he WhatsApp me, Nat, blessings on your family, blessings on your, it's like, it's okay. So it's been, again, his fingers are also on all 17 pies, we really appreciate it. So the three of you want to talk about as much as you want about the project, about the live stream Dema Kilat and what happened today, all the things, all the troubles that you went through, please feel free, go ahead. Amirul, dipersilakan Bang.
Terima kasih banyak Daniel. I think I'm honored and started on all the pages. At the end of the day, it's about rakyat. So rakyat jaga rakyat, and this is an essence of the people of Malaysia and the spirit that we have. I do understand that currently Malaysia is not at a particularly good state, but as you can see today, the current momentum and the spirit that we have, with the amount of funds that have been raised for hospital funds and the to see that we have the capacity to achieve and we have to achieve. So I think Malaysia has a very bright future, and we should do together, united as one, to ensure that us, the generation after us, to have a better Malaysia. Thank you.
Terima kasih banyak Saudara Amirul. Yeah, really thank you. What you're doing for me, especially for us, for this project is really immense. Putri and Eric can take a little bit of rest after this, but this guy probably cannot. He's still all active, still very active. Eric Chia is a friend of mine from when I was like 13, 14, 15 years old. So we only recently connected. Thanks Lynette for passing the number. So it was a real pleasure to see my old friend. I'm not kidding. A few days ago, he said, Nat, my laptop blew up. I was like, wow, we worked you until your laptop blew up. So he had to do the last few days, all the things just on his phone. It's really good to have such an old friend back. I still go walking near his parents' house. What a pleasure it is to we spent like 2 weeks in a Orang Asli village once, some part of some church thing, and we ate Ula Sawa together, and suddenly we're here 25 years later doing this kind of stuff. So, sorry Eric, please dipersilakan.
Yeah, I just want to have a shout out because over the last 2 weeks, right, when we first reconnected and then we had this talk about starting this stream, the most amazing thing is that whoever we reached out to, whether corporate sites, celebrities, men on the street to do interviews, Creature Films to come in and help us to run this whole entire thing, and everybody else within all the NGOs, nobody said no. Everybody, the first thing after we introduced ourselves, they said, how can I help, right? And I think that is the spirit of what we want to achieve. And ultimately, the goal, I think, for everybody is to bring hope to somebody. And as long as we can do that, and as long as we stand together, then I think we can get through this difficult period of time. Yeah, so thank you very much for having me, and thanks to the team for all the hard work. It's really been a pleasure to work with all of you. Thank you.
Awesome, Eric. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's a great spirit, right? The first question Malaysians can ask, right, is how can I help? If there's not Bangsa Malaysia, I don't know what Bangsa Malaysia is. Thank you so much. Okay, the only person here who is more eager to leave than Andrew might be Putri lah. I'm so sorry to keep you for so long. You saw Putri a lot this afternoon because she was one who took extra time this week to go and do all the interviews, to talk to all the people, right? And I'm so sorry, Putri, for all the things that we had to change and all that. I know you're probably still not happy, but I'm so sorry, 1,000 apologies. I know we put you through a lot of stress. So Putri is one of the first people. We went to Putri last because Putri was one of the first people to say, Nat, let's do it. Let's just do it. Jalan je. And before that, I wasn't confident the thing will happen or not. It was just an idea. And Putri said, yes, let's do it. I said, this project is going to happen Saturday, 17 July, something will happen lah. And it's largely thanks to her. It's been a driving force along with Eric and Amirul. Again, so sorry for all our kekurangan, but thank you so much, Putri. Please, couple of words.
As we speak, I'm scrolling the conversation sebab tengok which part I willingly say yes, tak ada guna. So, good God, dah habis. So honestly, macam leganya sebab macam kerja gila lah. Bermula kan siap gaduh dengan Nat. Nat, kita letak 1 juta dulu lah Nat. Okay kot. Tak apa. Kita 3 juta terus. Macam okay whatever. Tapi pengalaman yang sangat-sangat I agree, it comes with a lot of stress, but it's also like macam just shows macam apa yang kita boleh buat kalau kita ada team yang saling backup. Kalau ada macam orang-orang yang baik hati, yang nak membantu semua, like I just want to give bigger shout out to my core generals, Eric, Amirul, Don tak ada kat sini. Because ya Allah, dalam group WhatsApp tu Tuhan je tahu. Aku penat lah. Just straight up dalam group. Tapi it's been a wonderful experience dan belajar banyak benda. Tapi harapnya macam projek Bangsa Malaysia akan dapat datangkan lagi usaha-usaha untuk membantu lagi ramai orang lah. Because there's a benchmark that's already set. So tinggal kita nak elevate lagi. Dan terima kasih semua orang yang stay sampai habis. Harapnya kalian semua tak macam muak asal-asal muka dini je banyak gelar, you know. But it's just an attempt to make the event a successful one. Jadi terima kasih rakyat Malaysia. Kalian adalah bukti bahawa kalau kita bersatu banyak benda kita boleh buat bersama.
Thank you very much, Putri. And again, I'm so sorry for all the stress that we put you through. You know, but you're absolutely right. You know,
pleasure to work with all.
Thank you, Andrew. Please go to the bathroom if you like, no problem. You know, but the essence of it is how we were able to back up each other lah. Kita saling back up, as you said. You know, that's been an amazing.
Thank you very much, Putri. And again, I'm so sorry for all the stress that we put you through. You know, but you're absolutely right.
There's a bit of a feedback.
Please go to the bathroom if you like, no problem.
Looks like I told Andrew to go to the bathroom too early. Okay, good, there we go. Thanks so much. The teamwork that you guys did was really, really amazing. So thank you so much. I can't express enough. We really tried to prove something with this. At Project Bangsa Malaysia, tried to prove something about Malaysians lah. And I think we've proven it. You know, the money wise, I'm sorry about making the target too high. Tony, Nazir, 2.9 million only, not much. You can ask your friend to help, don't worry, it's okay. So that we don't lose so much face. But we promise to give it to them. Because at this point, I can only give each and you about 2.5k, 3k, so a bit malu lah. So anyone still want to donate, still can. So thank you very much, Eric, Amirul, Sharifah. Puchi, why don't you put the last words before we close the stream? Andrew, after she's done, just let's take it home lah.
Aduh Emma, why as if like you're not going to see me again Tapi
no. I'm sure you me again, but I'm afraid we got a lot more work we got to distribute the money, everything. So sorry.
Tapi, tak ada apa nak cakap lah really. Just terima kasih untuk semua benda. Terima kasih sebab stay sampai habis. Terima kasih sebab nyumbang pada yang jadi line up. Terima kasih. Terima kasih. Thank you Shishe, Nandri. Waalaikumsalam. So yeah.
Wonderful, thank you. Terima kasih, Sia, Nandri. Thank you very much, guys. Take care, stay safe. See you soon. We'll update you about the money and everything. Thank you. Take care. Salam Bangsa Malaysia. Bye-bye.